Hello everyone, I hope you had a great night and an amazing day, and I hope you're gonna enjoy this evening because we're ready to start the second day of the WePlay Academy League Season 2. Well guys, you know what? There are some things that change all the time. The rosters, the teams, the maps, the damage of the rifles, but there's one thing that is always constant and on point, and that's your style. Of course.
Oh, wow. You're too charming. You are too charming, Heku. And Pimp, I'm liking your style today. I like your socks. Look at your socks.
Yeah, my socks are pretty cool.
I mean,
like the flashy, what is that, duct tape?
It's like tape. Yeah, you got scotch tape on your socks.
That's not bad.
We got some interesting socks actually today. I got popsicles on my socks.
Not bad.
And I'm finding Nemo. Okay guys, but it's actually already the second day. So we actually have some results already from the first 4 teams. Yesterday, the first series was pretty close, even though it ended up being a 2-0, but it was between Astralis Talent and Young Ninjas. And even though it was 16-14, 16-14, I think Astralis Talent, in comparison to what they did in the previous season, did pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Have to echo your sentiments there. The fact is that Astralis Talent last time around did not give us much to be happy about. The team came in second to last place in the regular season. The only team that they beat out was Furia Academy, who we'll see later today. And Astralis Talent, it really was apparent that they had an idea of what they wanted to do in the beginning of every round, but then their mid-rounds fell apart. The skill wasn't always there. There were a lot of things that left us wanting more from this team. But yesterday, they gave Young Ninjas a real run for their money.
They were looking good yesterday. They were looking much better than they were in Season 1. And outside of Vertigo, again, we talked about that being their home ground. That's their home turf. They were doing a good job, and let's be honest, they should have won that game. Young Ninjas, they win a 1 versus 3 at a very crucial point in the game. They don't win that one. It's going to be Astralis Talent taking at least Vertigo, which we saw in Season 1 as well. They're very potent on the map. And then coming into Inferno, neither you and I, Maui, had high expectations for Astralis Talent, but again, you can make the argument, you can make the case that they probably at some point in that game were the favorites to win Inferno. So, all things considered, yes, they ended up losing 2-0, but given what we know from Season 1, given what we know about Young Ninjas, and given what their aspirations and expectations for this tournament are as well, I think Astralis Talent can be somewhat proud, despite, of course, losing 2-0.
Yeah, but this is not yet the end for Astralis Talent because they're going to play against Big Omen Academy because they were a part of the second series. It was against Navi Jr. and both teams went through pretty big changes. Like Navi Jr. now they have Flamey. Big Omen Academy decided to pick up Process that was previously playing for Fnatic Rising. I don't know, it was not as one-sided as we saw in the first series. But I wonder if it's, again, if it's because Navi Jr. now finally became way stronger because they picked up Flamey. They now have that strong, experienced backbone, and plus everyone was playing really good. Or it was Big Omen Academy that just went through big changes. It was too big for them.
In terms of the winners and losers between Season 1 and Season 2, a few teams have made roster changes, and for me, Navi Jr. are definitely the team that has looked the best since they've made a change. The fact that they've incorporated Flamey for Pogger Love show, even though Flamey didn't deliver that strongly as an individual, we heard some of their comms yesterday. They were calm, they were collected, and they showed experience in some of the mid-late round moments. And Flamey in particular, even though he didn't put up too many frags, it's that he was just a solid piece for them, and especially in late round situations, Flamey was consistently delivering, sometimes finding just X-factor kills in a post plant, whether on the A side of Mirage, for example. And that's something that, Pogger Love and the other players from Navi Jr. didn't really do last time around. So it was always the Monacy show, and then it was kind of, is there even a second star? And now it feels like Navi Jr. can have 3 potential players that are going to be contributing.
I think it's a very important point you bring up here, Maui, because it's not about the frags. It's not about his output on the server. Of course, it would be nice to see Flamey once again dominate his opponents, especially in a league of a second-tier caliber, so to speak. And I'm sure we will see Flamey deliver better numbers than what we saw yesterday. But the biggest problem Navi Jr. had last season was the amount of silly mistakes the players made on the server, the amount of rounds they threw away after Monacy getting an opening kill, kill, after Anchor doing whatever he can, then there was a lack of understanding of how to close out the rounds and how to play together. Having flamie on your lineup, maybe right now he's not in a shape where he can be the difference maker on the server in terms of dealing the damage, getting the kills, winning the clutches, but he won't make the same silly mistakes. He'll be a stable player, he'll be a rock-solid player that you can count on, and I think if you're Monacy, that should give him even more confidence, knowing that if I go for this first pick, I know that my teammate's next to me, he's just gonna piss it away by going out and dying and taking a duel he shouldn't be taking. Now, flamie, he's a very, very cerebral player, a player that can do a little bit of everything, and yes, you know, if he only puts up 15 frags every single game, but he makes sure that no mistakes is made from his side, I think Navi Junior will harvest the fruit of that very, very soon. And as you said, Maui, they looked by far the better team yesterday. Big Omen Academy had absolutely zero chance of winning this matchup, and you know, that's a bit of a big statement, I will say, because Big Omen Academy, they were in the finals last time around.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, that's like really well said. But the thing is, it's not yet done for those teams. Like, we're still going to see them tomorrow. But today, we're finally going to see the B teams. And it's like teams that already, like, some of them, you know, like, played at the LAN. One of them actually won the previous season. And I wonder, like, if they will be able to show the same result, if they'll be able to show, like, this beautiful CS as previously.
Yeah, mouz NXT are on a warpath to once again try to reclaim their throne as those Season 2 champions. There's no reason anyone right now should doubt that this is the heavy favorite, not just in Group B, but in the entire event. And so their first opponent in Furia Academy, they came in last place last time. So this match right now should be, it should be on paper an easy affair, but Furia Academy have made a couple of changes. They lost Drop. They're incorporating Honda again into this roster. So there should be a slight improvement if Honda was supposed to be a player that Furia spotted, and they saw that he was a player that could make it to the top roster. If they thought that, then he should be an X factor in this game. He should bring some firepower in order to try to, you know, give them some fighting chance in some of those rounds. But I will say that mouz NXT, I mean, they're the best team. They have the most protocols. They have some excellent players at JDC and Torzi, Exertion too. I mean, there's so many reasons that mouz should take this game. But Furia, they have a chance to maybe create an upset, at least maybe one map.
And that'll be the upset, right?
Yeah.
I think looking at these two lineups, as you also described here, there's no doubt that mousesports are the favorites. They have the better players, they have the better individuals, they have a good coach in Cyclone as well. They have a good setup behind them as well. We heard about it and we talked about it coming into the first LAN finals as well. They're boot camping for 11 days, I believe, in the mousesports facilities. So they get the full experience, right? They get treated as were they a pro team. So you look at the 5 guys right here on your screen. That's a team that not only can win this league and probably should be winning this league considering how good they are, but they can also take on some of the tier 2, maybe even tier 1 teams that right now are struggling a little bit and put up a fight against them. So if you're Furia right now, you definitely want to make sure that you play your absolute best brand of Counter-Strike if you want to stand any single chance of even giving these guys a fight.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Cyclone during the previous season, and he said that when they were picking the players for the team, they were actually looking for like top tier talents, which kind of makes sense because there are a lot of things that you can do with those players. You know, like you can either like sell the whole roster, you can move the players like to like the main team, or like I don't know, like there are so many possibilities. Like, and right now, the things that they're actually showing, even if we're talking about mouz NXT, they actually recently played against Furia,
Yes.
like the main roster, and they managed to get a map. Right now, they're going to play against an academy team, which means it should technically be way easier.
Yes, yeah. The fact is that mouz NXT are one of the few teams that are actually playing against tier 1 competition regularly. I think the other team would probably be Young Ninjas. They're consistently playing in a lot of qualifiers too, and they're making it far enough that they are testing their mettle against some of the better teams on the planet. So the short story of this is that Furia Academy have not been seeing those kinds of results. Even in domestic competition, it hasn't been that pretty for them. And even though these are supposed to be the future talents for a world-class team in Furia Academy are many steps behind, whereas mouz NXT, there's actually a chance at some point in this year or the next year that this roster could challenge the real mousesports roster. It's distant. It's not like any of these players could rival ROPS, but it's just that they could actually maybe play in the same tournament if the qualifiers go their way.
I mean, honestly, that's a possibility. And as you said it right there, ROPS is probably the one world-class player the main roster has.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I could see these guys within a year's time challenge them, just like we saw with Gambit Youngsters. You know, 3 years ago, this roster that grew up to be the Gambit main team, and all of a sudden they were the best team in the entire world, dominating Na'Vi, dominating Astralis, dominating everyone they were playing against. I'm not saying that's the same path these mouse sports guys are going to go on, but I see the same potential and I see the same work ethic, I see the same desire, and I see the talent being potent on the server as well. So why not? I think there's a couple of these names right now on the mouse roster that potentially would knock the door on the main roster. And if they don't get the chance, then maybe just overtake them.
Yeah, I already heard like some speculations about like, hey, maybe Aker will become like the main, not the main opera, because he is already the main opera in the mouse, but like maybe Torzy will take actually his spot, because there's some speculations, because like mouse, like the results were like sometimes it's like really good, sometimes it's like not that good. Like of course Rob's, I will be pretty biased because I'm like from the Baltic states. Whenever like I hear someone from Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, like I'm like I don't care what are the results, but he's actually legit like really good. Just like you were the ones who were praising him, but Torzy, he was showing some really good results in this previous season. I see like Mao, you really want to say something.
I will say the thing about Torzy that struck us last time around was that he kind of had a slow start. Like he ended up with great stats, but him and mouse sports in particular kind of had, not the best initial showing in the Academy League, but once he found some form, they were practically unstoppable. The only team that felt like they could contest them became Young Ninjas, and Torzy, coming from Budapest 5, was a player that was a star from his previous team. It's not just that he's some kind of random player picked from some who knows what team. He was actually challenging players on a tier 1 scale, tier 2, tier 1, that consistently enough that you believed that coming into this, he was going to be the dominant opper. So what I'm actually going to do is I would throw out a challenge to Torzy to show us that he can be one of the best oppers, if not the best one here. Because right now, it's very obvious to everybody watching that m0NESY is the best opper at this event. And Regali surprised us last season because he was the second best. I was shocked that Torzy wasn't contesting m0NESY for having that #1 spot.
Yeah, it would be nice to see him deliver a little bit more consistently on a high level as well. And I guess the best thing for him to do would be looking towards his teammate in a guy like JDC, who's a very rock-solid Counter-Strike player. I think we have to praise that guy. We have to talk about him. He's right now in my understanding at least, the biggest prospect for going in towards the next level. Whether that's going to be in mouse sports or some other team, I don't know. But he gives me a little bit of the Sipnix vibe. He's a supportive element to his team. He's playing some of the anchor roles on the maps. You see him play towards ramp on nuke. You see him play alone on some of the bomb sites as well. And he's a guy that doesn't really need a lot of help in order to have a lot of productivity on the server. He's a guy that doesn't need a teammate to cater to him, to flash for him, etc., etc. He will get the job done by himself. And as you can see, at a very high level, consistently delivering in that role is very tough. We haven't seen it since Sipnix. We haven't seen it since some of these support players came in and could do that. And if JTC can keep up the level we saw in Season 1 and maybe continue to progress in Season 2 as well, it's a no-brainer. Someone out there from a Tier 1 team, Tier 2 team will have to sign this kid and give him a chance because he is potentially a gem in the making.
Yeah, when it comes to those two teams, the thing is, in the previous season, they had whole 2 weeks. Like they could have like a really slow start and then go up. Furia Academy, they actually won the first 2 games. The first one was against Astralis Talent, and it was like, okay, you won the Danish team. Like we were not expecting too much of them, but that's really nice. Then they won against mouz the next day, and we were like, whoa.
Right.
Whoa, like, is this happening? Like, is Furia, like the hope of Brazil? And when it comes to mouz and XT, they won their first match against Fnatic Rising in overtime. And we need to keep in mind that, like, right now Fnatic Rising has been playing together for some time. Back then, like, they announced their roster on the day of the event, like, start. So, like, they have not been practicing at all. Like, they got their contracts right away. They went to the server and started playing right away. Like, when you barely win in overtime against a team like this, and then you lose just, like, to a Brazilian team that just came over to Europe, didn't have too much practice, you're like, you start questioning yourself.
Right. mouz and XT, they weren't quite ready for the level that was going to be played at the Academy League, despite the fact that they have wins over what I would consider like tier 1, 1.5 teams. Like they beat Entropic right before Season 1 started, and yet they still dropped those maps like you're talking about. Like those are things that's incredibly concerning. But this time around, I feel like mouz are going to come out a little stronger, right? So we're looking at the bans already, and we've got Overpass and Ancient. These are pretty characteristic. And mouz right now, they have a handful of options. They're very strong at a couple of maps. I wouldn't mind seeing them test Furia's Mirage or Dust 2 right now, and they're going to go with the Mirage pick. Okay, so that's a strong one for mouz, and it's showing that they're playing to their comfort, because even though a team like Furia you think could obviously play a map like that. It's a map that mouz are just so good at that they should have confidence regardless of who they're playing.
And I think that's one of the biggest strengths as well for mouzsports in this season compared to season 1. You talked about it coming out a little bit slow, you know, to begin with. It's a best of 3 now. Even if they have a bad match or, to begin with, a bad map, then they can always fight back. And just by looking at this video, right, Furia is going for Inferno. That's not necessarily a map you want to play against mouz NXT either. I was just about to say, right, what are you going to do to punish mouz NXT? They most likely in this tournament have the most defined map pool and the deepest map pool as well. And if you're Furia already, you're playing Mirage, you're playing Inferno. I'm already starting to smell it 2-0, and I, at this point, don't really care what map number 3 is, because mouzsports are heavy favorite towards this matchup now.
I got to bring that up already. Heku alluded to it, the fact that mouz took a map off of Furia recently. Not Furia Academy, Furia, and it was Inferno. So to try to pick Inferno, the main team couldn't even take that map off of mouz NXT.
They get Nuke as well as the third map. It's the perfect video for mouzsports.
This is so rough for Furia.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, should we expect the result to be like one-sided?
Yes, we should. We should expect that. We shouldn't lie to the viewers. This is a stomping ground for mouz NXT. They should be in complete control of the series. We see the Inferno win rates already. Furia Academy, they can't even beat tier 2 Brazilian competition on the map, whereas mouz NXT has a positive win rate against teams that are fighting for spots at IEM Fall or trying to get into the RMRs. Like, they're a team that is consistently battling with some of the better teams in Europe, and they're doing quite admirably.
I mean, if anything, this gives Furia a great chance of surprising us, right? If they can make this game competitive, if they can steal a map away from mouzsports, that in itself would be very impressive. I find it very hard to believe that they can win the matchup, especially considering Nuke being the third map as well. So even if they were to surprise on Inferno or Mirage, they still got that Nuke waiting for them, where mouz NXT were, if not the best, and one of the best teams in Season 1 on it as well. So they don't really have anything pointed in the direction of them winning, but if they were able to make this competitive, if they can get 12, 13, 14 rounds on just one of the maps, I'll be positively surprised.
Okay, then we'll be hoping that this will be a competitive series. Maui Pimp, dear viewers, I hope you like French fries, gravy, and cheese, because the guys that are going to serve today's first map are Scrawny and Launders.
All right, Heku.
Much appreciated.
Much appreciated.
Yes.
Little French-Canadian reference. I wasn't expecting it. Stepping it up for day 2. Launders and I just getting off the yacht to come in to cast a couple of BO3s here. It is day 2 of the WePlay Academy. You know, our analyst touched on it. You know, Furia Academy started last season with a little bit of a surprise. This would have to be a complete shockwave. I think mouz is a team that is running away with that champion belt from last season, and like they've alluded to, you know, taking down scalps of real teams, real caliber competition. So mouz NXT heavy favorite. We've got to be honest. We've got to be true to ourselves. We've got to be true to you. I do not want to be known as a liar, Launders.
Yes, but it would be. I mean, it would be nice if there's parity on the desk. Unfortunately, there isn't.
Yeah.
Why don't we call the Furia 2-0?
No.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'll call the Furia 2-0.
Okay. You can go do that. And
hey, I wish I had balls
here.
big enough to pick a map that they couldn't even beat.
Right.
That they beat our main team on. So I'm looking forward to Inferno to see what they learned.
I like it. It's like the little brother syndrome, you know?
Right.
You made my family bleed?
Yes.
Well, now you're going to taste your own blood.
I heard it. Yeah, nobody makes me bleed my own blood. I heard Artosis talking about how when he started playing StarCraft, he was the little shit kid who wanted to be the best.
Yeah.
And he asked, what's the hardest race in StarCraft? And everyone told him Terran. So then he started playing Terran.
And it turned out quite well.
Well, he's a caster now, but
yeah, but
you know, that doesn't mean that'll be the story for Furia Academy.
We'll see. We'll see what they can pull off here. It is, of course, Mirage to begin it all. And I think, like...
Best map in the pool.
Best map in the pool?
By far.
What about Ancient?
Ancient history.
Okay. It's actually the most recent history, because it's the newest map.
It's old news, okay? We all know Ancient like the backside of our hands.
I'm happy that we've got to the BO3 segment. I'm happy that we've just like begun with straight up BO3s this season, because you know, you contrast already the amount of vertigo that was seen to now proper veto systems. You know, it's a step closer to the real thing.
Yes, and it can be very punishing, I guess, to the teams that don't have the developed map pool. But you know, season 1's ended, season 2's here.
Ooh,
it's time to be good. Oh my God, no way, that's the play. That is ridiculous. I mean. Holy! I mean, he could have fallen back on that. Zeus only costs $100.
200.
Oh, it's 200.
Yes, sir. I'm pretty sure.
Right. Okay. Well.
But it's only good for one shot.
Yes. Yes.
So, you know, that's an all-in play as if you're going to get one player. And I feel like if your play is to literally get one kill and one kill only, you're supposed to get that one kill. So the Molotov into jumping Zeus didn't work, but Shui is able to get 2 headshots off of the Glock. Furia trying to get closer to a retake, but it's not going to happen. I like this spot from Exertion, get, you know, boosted up into the site, peeked out when he knew that he could finally fight, let everybody else do the dirty work, but he was the nail in the coffin.
Okay.
So mouz Sports pistol round win.
Man, what if, right? What if he gets the Zeus? I mean, he gets the Molly down. Obviously, okay, in certain situations, if the exec is already coming, the Molly, you can't throw it into the apartments because it's usually a little bit too late. But he jumped and just saw it. It's like, oh, crap, I got to do something. But sometimes it's great to throw the Molly down underneath the window or wherever they were trying to cross to, where people land. Because the Molly needs like 1 second to really get to its full strength. So that's an option sometimes. But in that case, you know, you got a Molotov that is not going to stop mouz NXT. They've already decided to go B. They're halfway there. They're running at the full 250 units per second. Like trucks.
HPS. Ooh-hoo. Dies out to Shane. And Torzi's looking for an additional follow-up kill, but he's going to be tasked with that bomb plant. So his hand's busy as the smokes are soon to fade. Don't forget that Shui was tagged up by the scout of Honda in middle. There was 2 scouts for Furia, but neither of which will be in their hands for the retake. Torzi peeking into the CT and looking for a little bit more. Furia got a gap on this smoke, but I don't think Torzi's going to walk back into it unsuspecting. No, sir. He stays sharp, he stays focused, and he stays on the kill feed for 2 frags in the post plant, giving the second round win over to mouz.
Last time they played, it was explosive both ways. It was a very nice matchup to watch because of how comfortable they both were with being very aggressive against each other. So I think that's going to make for an exciting series, no matter how short it may or may not be. But before we talk more about that, let's go ahead and listen in to the mouz NXT TeamSpeak for this round.
Top mid and come and you stay boxes. Let me go close with my Mac-10. If they do anything, I will just fuck them.
smoke.
It's fine. Just speak with. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Flashing.
One more left side window.
One more left side window. I'm holding it. He tried to jump ladder.
I take con.
I'll check underground. Underground is clear.
I'm only window, right side.
One shot, digger.
These guys were really separated.
Holding BFs only.
Okay, one
I'll
jungle.
come underground now. Helping you.
Yeah,
Can you flash above con?
And we're split A.
Flash
We're
above con,
split A.
Ruby. Right now.
I'm underground there.
Flash a con now. Yes, that's it.
Nice, one more jungle, guys.
I'm gonna push jungle. Yes, SP only.
Coming with you.
Dory,
Nice,
you
good.
have AK underground.
Yeah.
I have it. I cover. You might
Maybe
come
on
jungle
up
from city now.
Yeah, could be
You might
everywhere.
like walk in, I mean.
Did you walk out palace or ramp over?
You should plan for a shot.
Palace.
Just blind bro.
Shot boost. One more shot. Deagle. Yes, Deagle.
Yep.
Oh, what the fuck? You got
good
Jinx
job, guys.
behind you, John.
Let's go.
Very clean communication coming out of mouz Sports. A missed smoke, but like they said, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Didn't have an impact on the round.
There's about 9,000 fnatic smokes. I know 40.
Yeah.
So that makes me a genius, but not exactly Magnus Carlsen level. Yeah, missed the lineup. It's stuff. You got to know all the spawns and everything like that. But it's not a huge round to have to worry about it. And it's good. There's like, no big deal. Let's just work around it as long as it's calmed. One thing that was really important about the comms as well, because they're awesome that we get to break those down, and then we get to see mouz speak in English, is just take an initiative on the calls. Like, you need a flash to come out. Hold on. Okay. We got a rifle round. Instant jump to cat, and I think they flash top mid, but they run out middle playing anti, and that play gets shut down. So it's not every time that you go and jump cat that someone will swing out with a top cat smoke, right? So they were hoping that something like that would happen, right? It's very easy to dodge the top mid flash, especially if it's not layered. So that's just that's what I would call a tactic, basically, right? They want some kind of fight like this. They got the window smoke down. They're leaving this vision open on purpose so they can go ahead and fight anybody who wants to peek.
And I think really good risk assessment. You know, the flashbang to the top of connector, trying to spam through smoke as it faded. He wanted it sooner, started to shoot before he got it, but then followed through with the play. Even just toppling the boost over on short, identifying the fact that it is still a deagle, you know, making sure that nobody's going to get caught off by those little tools that were in the hands of Furia.
It's like when you're in the pug, you're like, oh, I've got a flash for you if you need it. But in a match, you should know what your teammate's utility is and who's got what.
Yep.
And so it's more about cutting that out and just having the initiative, like, I need a flash here. Someone's flashing for me here. That kind of thing.
HPS in the sandwich.
You're going to keep it simple again.
May go unchecked. Yeah, he finds JDC's head. Torzi's going to counter kill. And we've got utility just flooding into the sandwich. Poor man goes down. Low HP though here for both Exertion and Shane. Ooh, Shane gets caught. Nice headshot from Furia. Little jump up missed. Torzi though doesn't get too punished for it. We've got an up close fight versus the Operas. Hits him with the no scope up close, and Exertion's able to cross over. Bomb.
Oh, they don't have.
Yeah.
Ay.
Bomb had no
Too
time.
far away. Unlucky. Go next.
Try again.
They just didn't transition fast enough into their A hit. The way it looked at the end there, it seemed like they were going to have enough time to be able to sort that out, but I guess they hung out at mid too long. And that's a round where they got that opening kill so quickly as well. They're really surprised to see that outcome.
Imagine having 3 players on your academy team with Valve communication mutes.
Are they all Valve banned?
Yeah, man. 3 of them. That's majority.
How toxic are... Is anyone JDC that's banned?
No, I don't think so. We'll catch them as they come up to the kill feed. So for anybody at home who's as confused as us in the moment, there's obviously a difference between kill feed names and the players. Like Daisy, for example. There's no Daisy and there's no Dart.
Okay. They just have to be unmuted. Even if you're Valve banned, you can just unmute them.
Yeah.
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 Another first kill here for mouz NXT. Even though their last round was successful in terms of getting that kill, they couldn't transition, but now it's going to be a lot faster into the B site. Descenti pushed back. He's got Honda here as support, watching the cross, but below him, I think a player is going to cross in a moment. Okay, single scope, excuse me, much better of a choice. Torzi's ready, though.
Honda tagged one as the smoke plumed, but he still feels too much pressure to stick around this market. So he fades away. Torzi's going to catch some exit kills. Should be able to get at least the one. Damn, he hits ZMB, who's now scared to cross, and opts to go back through the CT spawn. Honda, amidst the list of players on the auto mute. His time in Furia main team has changed him.
I don't know if they're actually Valve auto muted.
Yeah, this happened at Blast last week. Remember we had it? It was the exact same thing happened.
Yeah?
The exact same thing, yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think the thing is you can get mass reported too.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not on them.
Yeah.
It's not on them. I'm just playing it up. I'm playing up the theatrics. This is like the WWE.
But we can unmute them.
No, there's a server command. It's not as simple as mute unmute. I've seen our observer already tried twice.
I have a sub that got Valve muted.
And then you
I have to unmute
banned him?
No, I just unmute him every game.
Yeah, I think it's easier when you're in the server as opposed to when you're the spectator. But, you know, we'll get there. There's a solution.
Unluku.
We should be able to get there in the end.
That was much better. They already had a round where they, got a kill, went to the A side, took too long, couldn't get the plant down. Change it up quick. Take mid control, opening kill, transition into that B split. That was fearsome, man. That was really, really fast. And it was extremely organized as well. So already super positive signs, of course. I mean, this is the team to beat here at this league, of course.
Woo. Shui taken out.
We are about to have the exact same play going down. And the thing is, they can still pull it off because there's only one rifle to pair with this op.
Yep. But the Deagle's also there, so don't you dare sleep on the pistols.
They're low.
Shane, he kills Furia inside of the site. It's still the man advantage. Half health for Torzi. Scout and the M4 still in play on Furia Academy, but they give up a lot of space and give a little bit of respect to mouz NXT. The post plant comes through because of it. We've got this late apartments wraparound that could very well catch Torzi off guard. HPS has ran this route pretty quickly. And as he gets closer, the Van player has yet to turn his attention, but now Torzi will get wind of what's going on, pops up, drops him, and we are into the 2v2. Now the odds scale back to the favor of mouz, and especially when you consider that bomb. Torzi dropping bombs with the op, 2 kills to his name. Shane solidifies the round win. And I do like the fact that Furia Academy throw one of their 2 rifles into the fight early. They get that mid kill so that everybody can turn their attention onto apartments, and I think that's why the pistol players are also able to succeed. It's just not enough for Furia Academy. 5-1 score regardless.
Oof. They are a scary, scary team. Torzi is such a beast operator. He's one of the players that during the last season, I watched a few of his games, and basically is just a steady scope, man. He is not scared of anybody. He was so smart about approaching that timing on B apps, stayed unscoped, didn't play the I'm gonna wait for my peak to come. He believed in a timing and then scoped in exactly when he felt like it was gonna be there. And look at this, they've already decided what they're gonna do on this round. to take over connector control. Isolos the guys in the site. Now there's one in halls waiting. They're only going to see one CT here so far. Ooh, we got a nice corner off it.
Yeah, not too bad. Decent T.
Man, they still don't know about Honda, it looks like. And now he'll start to open things up.
Honda. Rapid fire on the op. Love to see it. Torzy, low health in the 1 versus 3. Looking like Furia Academy secured their second round win. And sure enough, Furia's rotate up connector gets it. That's got to be Honda all day for this round win.
Yeah, it's always nice when you go for the Palace pick in the beginning of the round. No one comes Palace and everyone comes out A-ramp. That's a strong spot to be in to defend from. Now, some of the times, if the T's come up, they use too much utility taking the site. They can't actually molly or smoke you inside of halls, and you get around like that. But sometimes, if you do get smoked out, then you're actually a useless piece up there, and it'll work against you. But in that moment, it was perfect. And Honda did overface, and he also immediately turned 1 kill into 2 as fast as possible. So again, we get the mid jump. No T swinging out this time around. Top cat smoke comes through, but this cat jump is great for denying information really quickly. You can go ahead, see off the corner of it, and tell your team that no one's actually crossed out. But they come through with the late molly, defeated to maybe the paranoia here of Furia Academy as they rotate back A. This is an amazing attack, I want to say, for mouz with the way that they're moving, but there are now a lot of players here ready to fight back.
HPS. He's a moment ago would have had 2 players on Tetris. Instead, it's just Exertion. And then ZMB is able to peek out as we see Shane come back into that. There were originally 2 members of mouz on that Tetrix box, but they get caught in their little transitions. Furia jumping up over the ticket. 1 of 2 ops on the play, of course. Don't forget about Honda here waiting for the Palace peek. 50 seconds left over. Oh, but they get caught. Shuheat dies out to it. JDC still able to get into the sandwich, and if they can kill this guy on ticket, then maybe the opper from Palace can get into it, but I feel like Torzy's going to be held in by Honda the entire time. Never going to be an easy peek for Torzy. He's hoping that Honda jumps up on the box inside of connector.
Well, they actually peel back a bit here. Now, you always want to sit and wait in a moment like this, but at the same time, oh, there's an opening to cross now. The opera is off of Palace. Palace can start to take that position. And now there's still the connector peek that can come in to challenge Torzy. But at this point, you have to take a risk. You can't just hold everything.
Walks into the other opper and has to give up this round. Torzy concedes.
That's, I want to say, the hero of that round really is the support flashes from Furia Academy, because the attack was very tricky. How quickly they moved back into A, walked up A ramp, and you could see they made so much progress was great. But when you do a play like that, a contact explode, and you don't get that opening kill off of that move, the walk up or whatever it is, then you start to get scared because none of your smokes are in place or your mollies. And the perfect thing to do in response is to throw flashes high over connector, over triple, to stop those A-ramp players from getting anywhere and being able to line anything up. And with someone on default, they can at any time peek you on Tetris, which is where you line up a lot of your smokes from for connector and for jungle. So a great defense there from Furia Academy. And I gotta say, man, I'm loving the looks though from mouz NXT. I'm already like so in shock by how great and how like varied some of these hits are, but okay. We've got responses.
Yeah, so far the ops working out quite nicely in these last couple of rounds. Honda going into the mid peak. And mouz are going to be beating themselves up for the fact that they let their lower player on that boost show. We'll see if they can recover. Going to be a super tough job with just the Glocks. Utility usage looking good. Smoke out the window. Maybe this gives a little bit of space to the T's, but they're playing very slowly at the moment. The bomb's already dropped inside a connector. Furia Academy would have to make a huge mistake to give up this round.
Oh my god, it would have to be a catastrophic error. They're baiting some shots out. ZMB is close to having to reload. And I think Shane thinks, okay, well, maybe I take my fight soon then. 9 bullets left in the gun. Can anything crazy happen?
No. Torzy picks up 1 op kill, so that's his job. Ooh, don't you dare, ZMB. Oh, don't you dare. Re-peeks into the op with the USP, splatters him onto the ramp. Nicely done. Make sure that you don't lose anything other than what you already had.
No way.
Triple ops.
They kept all 3.
Triple op setup. Furia Academy. Are you really going to pull this off?
I hear the voice of No Tail in the distance saying, anything can work. Let's see what they do with it.
All right. Listen, if 2 is working so well, then 3 seems all the better.
One at ticket, 1 in window. And maybe they go 1 in window, they get a free punish. A 1 in B apps with a push with a rifle as well. This is a round where if mouz NXT could see that they had 3 ops, then a really good remedy would be to do some kind of explosion. Like a default might be where they give way too many openings, but we don't know what they know.
Honda's having fun. Having fun always a part of winning. Yeah. Do you have more fun while you win?
Definitely, yes.
Me too.
When I lose, I just start crying. I don't tell anyone. I actually got Botox in my tear duct, so it doesn't actually cry, but mentally
you still feel
cry.
it on the inside.
Yes.
Yeah. You still feel it on the inside. Let's see if Furia Academy can tie up this CT half here in the 10th round. Ooh, HPS. Walking back. I thought Exertion was going to have him pinned into that, and you can tell just by the 13 health left over that it was a close call. JDC getting 1 kill, but it's the tail of ZMB. This op just shutting down Connector. 2 frags for it. mouz NXT basically dying empty-handed. Shane gets 1 in the end, but now they know where he's at, and he's just going to try to desperately jump through smoke. I'm sorry, buddy. This is not going to work. You better run, tuck tail, and hide, because Decenty's coming hunting, and we are tied at 5.
Dude, I thought this game was pretty much over. It was like
felt
5-1.
it.
Yeah.
It felt it quick, but nice to see Furia Academy getting back into the game. Nice to see some smiles on their faces as well. The match truly begins at this point, right?
So the thing was with JDC, when we were talking about like the mutes or whatever, I wanted to know if it was him, because when he did the interview with Heku, he was like such a positive dude, and he was talking about how, you need positivity to win. And when he was in FPLC qualifiers, that he was like, he said the way he was able to win the qualifier was just by staying positive the whole time. And obviously he was farming and opping and stuff like that and being a carry, but appreciated his attitude for sure. It's a scary round to have 2 ops sometimes when you get eco. There's only 1 player in the B site, 1 on Cat.
Ooh!
Oh, that's a great pick, though.
Okay, we take those. Furia with the wall bang. They weren't aware of the player who did get out to Van, but that's now been dealt with. And ZMB with the shooting gallery, last man inside of the site. It's a perfect anti-eco, and it kicks off with a nice flashy op wall bang.
Yes.
You love to see it.
Sometimes you have like 1 player in B that's not the best setup to stop the B halls explode. Sometimes you want to have 1 rifle in the back of the site and then the op, supporting in some way. So it can get very scary if the explosion comes out, but that opening pick takes the edge off, and there wasn't much investment for mouz NXT, so they didn't have to be worried, or for Furia Academy to be worried, but still, you're somehow even more fragile sometimes versus pistols when you have these 2 ops.
Nice movement. Anything you can do with the style points, I'm a praise. Spray into nearly a 3rd one. They're going to chase down the Opper. Decenty and ZMB just crank the dial on aggression, and they want all the frags they can achieve. 4 shut down in mid, leaving Shane alone towards the palace. This was mouz finally getting back onto guns, and as quickly as the round started, it all seemed to end.
They've got this propensity to jump Cat on a number of rounds, so it looks like that's just working out beautifully this time around. Luckily, his spawn was decent as well, so getting off the Cat, when the players are swinging out. That other time, they beat him there and hit him at the top of Cat, but this time, same play, different spawns, different outcome.
Can't find the bomb, buddy. There it is.
Oh, okay.
They need a tracking device. Little missed op shot towards the mid windows. Not a big deal. You already landed everything you need to, and you end it with the headshot to boot.
I mean, so far we're seeing some great trades from Torzy, despite what's happening in the rounds, but they're of less impact right now. There's not as much refragging going on. They're clearly having some trouble, and this is Torzy in that 1, but a beautiful round from Decenty to grab the next 2, do some extra damage, push the player back, allow his rifler to run up, pushing off an angle. So yeah, let's go Furia Academy, looking strong, looking very strong.
A 2nd kill from Decenty as well. It's one thing to do the damage onto the players, but to get that headshot with your spray down. Ooh! Speaking of sprays, ZMB priming Exertion for the kill. Frag grenade comes out. So yet again, it's this mid play just getting chomped piece by piece. ZMB got to be cautious. Pistols want him dead And Shui will get there with the Mac 10. But Descenti repeaks, and everything's good. Shane has showed himself, so even with a clean Deagle headshot onto Honda, it's limited time for poor Shane.
It's a bridge too far.
Or is it?
Oh.
Or is it?
Oh, there's only
because
two
this other
left.
player's low. 24 HP. It's the flank that could really end up costing him.
Oh.
Puria's got him dead to rights. Whew, Tech 9 out, headshot connects, but very good showing from Shane. One of those rounds where like nothing is supposed to happen and you miraculously get a piece here and there. Ultimately, it's an 8th round win for Furia Academy.
Call that a damn Shane.
Oh my god, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. 7 rounds in a row for Furia Academy. Let that sink in.
That's crazy. Yeah, take that in, man. That's
soak it up.
That's beautiful. And yeah, it looked like they had the wrong idea about what to do, but it actually turns out it was the remedy to the situation all the time. This early cat control over and over again ends up making sense. And for a while, honestly, mouz are just doing such a great job at taking over mid and using that for their splits and you know, affecting the rotations or just having someone not watch something periodically. But it looks like now they're forced to slow it down a bit, take it to a different gear, a lower gear.
Try to just churn through the mud. Headshot to HPS begins it. Shane fades away from the palace now. It's into the mid play. Shui leading the charge. Descenti ready to be flashed outwards. Goes wide, very wide. So wide, in fact, that Torzi on the back of middle is able to op pick him as he was trying to take down the 2 players working their way into connector, where, of course, Honda lies in wait. But he's still a little bit enamored with the thought of that palace peak. Not going to come through, of course. We know that that has been shuffled. Shane now over towards ramp. It has to be the connector moment. Obviously, with a double man advantage, should be pretty easy to push through. Especially now covering their tracks with smokes and flashes. Honda repositions to the opposite side of the window.
Oh.
Ooh, Shane kills ZMB at the same tide as the mid pick, so the A site is entirely cleared out. And this is going to be mouz NXT back to their winning ways. It's been a little while, but they're going to finish the half at least with 1 and a chance to bag another.
That's so true, and it's the full-on mid take with the kills in mid that is nice for them, very nice for them. And wow, I mean, even there where there were 3 Furia Academy players left, I was wondering like, what'll happen here if the A attack comes? Because sometimes in this transition from mid to the A hit, Furia Academy finds some gaps, and again, they had some good supporting flashes in a previous round. Maybe they'll be able to make something of this, but the default just reigns successful for mouz NXT, and they don't even have to get the bomb down in that situation. Pretty much all the kills fall into their lap. Last round of the half. 2 ops once again. Top cat smoke. No one's jumping here from the CT side. Again, a lot of the action coming off of cat, I think, is what needs to be focused on early on.
Oh my god.
Oh, just press the button.
It's on his face,
do
man.
it for everyone.
Oh,
We want it for you, HPS.
He peeks in and gets the kill ultimately. Quick shuffle of positions here towards jungle. Through the murder hole, back around the CT spawn. Looking to double down on the A site. Shui, well, he will get 1 kill, but it's ZMB with the double. And that double makes a world of difference. Shui will jump out into the B bomb site. And he's got the bomb itself. Throws a smoke close. ZMB, if he disrespects this, could be met by the AK-47.
Oh, yeah, it's a little bit too late now that he's done this. That's the smoke that I think would allow him to, you know, get that plant down at least safely, but he just thought maybe in the 3v1, someone will take an egregious peek. It's not the case so far. Got 1 rifler spot across. Ooh, nice punish.
Not too bad. Loses a lot of health, though.
Yeah, it's 2 ops left over. Oh, I was going to say, maybe the HP doesn't matter. 2 ops left over.
But he walks backwards into it, and so he will be cut down to the favor of Furia. 9 CT round wins from Furia Academy after losing 5-1. They were trailing 5-1 at the start of this game, and they got that massive spree of victories. Heavy op presence, I would chalk it up to that personally. Very impressed that they went into the double op. Hell, can't forget, they had triple op for a round or 2.
Yes, and it worked.
It worked.
I also think that this is a cat jump. So really early on, we saw that punish come in, but they kept to it. They stuck to the game plan, and it ended up helping them out a lot. as mouz just had so much presence early on. And what was really exciting about this half so far was that a lot of the rounds began and ended in mid. There weren't too many execute completions after the mid control. So many duels ended up dictating the outcome. And that's always nice to see. It wasn't boring in middle today.
There's nothing worse than a Mirage game with a boring mid play.
Yes.
I'm not about that life. But we get the swapping of the sides, and so now mouz will have their chance to lock this down on the defense. I don't think that my opinion of mouz has changed too much, or that the stock I put into them has shifted. I think this is just a great showing out of Furia Academy that even though it wasn't a carry here from Honda, I feel like his op presence in the server definitely helped with a couple of crucial moments, and especially that double op setup that got the ball rolling, right? There was a few rounds in that CT spree that were just chalked up to having pistols, and the anti-ecos all went very smoothly. So Furia Academy, following the textbook, playing it properly,
and they're bringing that. He has the golden scroll, right,
yep,
from the main team, and let's get some insight into that golden scroll that Honda's brought. Let's listen to the Furia Academy team speak.
Brazil.
PG aí. Quebrou a janela. Quebrou Moscou também.
Não, quebrou B.
Ah, pode pá.
Vai avançando, bora B. Morto um.
Pera um pouco,
Vamos
pera um pouco.
lá,
Janela quebrada, acho do Mouz, acho do Mouz.
Pode fazer nada desse. Não, vou
Faz
fazer
LOLzinho, faz LOLzinho.
Agora.
Vou subir janela correndo.
Peguei uma. Cabecinha, guys. Cabecinha miada na caverna.
Janela,
Mais
um
um
morto.
jungle, guys. Joga morto L e janela.
L último.
Default invertido. Ele mais. Vamos, caralho. Vamos,
All right. The energy's there. I feel the fire, Furia.
Yes, sir.
And well earned, because that's double digits secured. 10-6 lead off of the back of second pistol.
Maybe it'll be the mouz curse to lose to maybe a bottom team in the beginning of the season. Things will develop as the season goes on. But the other thing is that it's not best of ones anymore. Furia were able to take a couple of huge scalps in the early portion of the last season, but those were best of ones. And mouz definitely have a better map pool all the way around. They're definitely just better, and they also have proved it in results, even if Furia Academy have gotten better. Gotten better is not as good as being better. There's best and then there's better.
And butter is better
than margarine.
This hit, ooh, not looking too smooth. Shui able to get 3 kills off of the Desert Eagle. Oh, that is the pistol play that mouz were looking for.
They're in and out like a cheap burger. Oh, they'll try to blow that away, and they do secure a gun in their direction. Let's see if this AK can make some noise.
Yeah, see if they can take it all aback. Bomb right now belongs to Honda, so there's the possibility of just getting the hell out of here. Of course, for all they know, what are the odds that all 4 CTs are actually stacked on this site? You don't want to walk into one of those occupied corners, so maybe we just burn down the clock. I'm not against this for Furia Academy. We are starting to already see them shuffle away.
If this was Gambit, they would have saved with an extra player alive. But in this situation, we're a bridge past that. So
if this was Gambit, it'd be 16-0 and the game would be over.
That's also very true. Can't be comparing these teams to Gambit. Very fair.
But the patience pays off. We see 2 CTs go over to the opposite site. So just waiting. Takes away some of the pressure, some of the presence. Picked up AK underneath balcony, and Honda, he is very much honing in on this kill, but he offers his back after clearing every other angle. He swings out 2 wide and dies to Shui, who is on for the ace. All 5 kills. NXT right back to winning ways.
Yeah, they got brutalized there with the Deagle kills as well. And Shui, the IGL for mouz NXT, and is kind of very reserved, at least from the interview that I watched with him at I believe it was at the LAN finals, where he was very reserved and was obviously a skilled player, but also an IGL, and played for a short time on some other pro teams as well as and also did some calling there. So I think very confident in his abilities as an IGL. It's always great to see.
Oh, but what goes around comes around, Launders.
Yike.
We know what Honda's Deagle can pack.
I'm still to this day in the Honda Peak Steam group. I'm one of the most, I'm one of the founding members, I want to say. I'm top 70.
I mean, we commentated his debut, Furia versus G2. I was there for the Honda Aces.
Yes.
I thought that I was casting the next ZywOo. That day was probably the best day of his life. Obviously, then, awkward situations. Junior comes into the roster, some wishy-washiness, and we haven't really quite seen that Honda again, but maybe being down here in the Academy League, he could put his name back on the top of the list. You know, mouz, he needs a challenger. Pistols panning out for Furia Academy this round. They had a man advantage until moments ago when Torzy ops down ZMB. Mid play still open for the taking. But I believe we've got an underpass player? No, sorry, he's tucked inside of the window. So he could very well cut off HPS if it comes down to that. Ooh, he does come out from the ladder. Exertion missing his timing, but that's okay because Torzy on the opposite side is able to just kill everybody. It looked like Exertion was trying to attack it from the back, trying to shave players off at the back end, but ultimately if they still walk into the Opera and Torzy doesn't drop a single bullet, just hits them one after another, then it works out.
Yeah, Torzy just doesn't really miss, and he's definitely like, you know, top 3, like right behind mouz or something like that in terms of most impressive operas to watch in the league. Like, he's so strong, doesn't play like an academy player. I don't mean to put a negative connotation on that, but to say that he doesn't play like he's inexperienced at all. And he's obviously a real threat to Acor, I think, on the main lineup as somebody who is up and coming and, you know, dealing directly with mouz.
Ooh. Big flood out the palace. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Was that like 3 different people?
I'm not sure, but it was definitely a parade of Glock shots. And the bomb plant's the silver lining. They've technically got what they wanted and all they could really hope for. It's just a matter of getting more.
They're actually, oh my god, more digs.
I hear, dude, it's like these Glocks have magnets.
Oh my god, another headshot.
Puria's gonna drop out to JDC, but a nice T-tuck. Honda trying to get these players to walk into him. 3 of them are incredibly tagged low, but they're not tagged low enough for the most ridiculous round of all time.
We need a dink counter.
How many Glock dinks?
If that was a jar of jelly beans, like how many dinks would be in it?
8.
Dude, I think there was at least 13.
8 Dinkleberries.
And you need 3 dinks just to kill 1 player with head armor. And like, from Palace to stairs too. That was nightmare fuel.
I just heard the Kevlar getting crunched all across the map. What the hell was that? Something in the bushes. Careful. Might be Maui. Trying to get a front row seat. Torzy makes the jump, so clearly not the only player in this server with a little bit of movement skill. Here comes the execute from Furia over the A site. 2 players are going to be lingering top mid. Let's see what Shane and Shuey can offer us in terms of a defense. Lots of smoke, lots of flashbangs. Torzy does die out to middle, so eventually Connector is going to be split. Shane takes to the top of Palace, and he's basically gone unchecked. He kills Honda, and he's got a player down beneath him, but Descenti able to wrap that one back upside down. Puria, he could play to the B site. They could leave through the ramp all the way, wrapping T-spawn. Now there's an option for Exertion. And Exertion's going to run it.
This is the rotation. He can cut off the B player, but he actually ran underpass. He should have walked the entire way. And now they can actually walk up through mid. So Exertion, this is the cool part about this rotation, is you clear out B and everything like that. He could take it to go all the way around through spawn, but the thing is, he doesn't realize he's been heard. Now, it just depends how Furia Academy are going to respond to this. Exertion still has a good spot to defend against B, even if the walkout comes through mid. But now I really want to take a look at the Opera over at Ticket to see if he ever... Oh, sorry, JDC, to see if he has any vision at mid. It looks like no. So...
Puria.
Oh, man.
He needed to win that.
Yes.
They had made all the correct moves. You could see Exertion sitting in the apartments wondering why the bomb carrier, why the rotate wasn't coming to him. Furia tried to play it up catwalk instead, and like you were saying, right, that Ticket player, with him not even checking it, that was a perfect moment for Furia Academy. Getting the kill would have been
definitely
all they needed to secure it.
They had the info because Exertion didn't think he got heard. He just didn't realize he had enough time to walk, but that was a big thing there. If he had walked, they literally would have ran right into him. Who had the bomb in upper. It would have been Snacks 2.0. But that rotation on Mirage is so important. The situation comes up so often where an A attack fails, and then there's a silence, and then you need to figure out if you've left B too early. And going through underpass is the sickest, perfect remedy to the entire map, really. But well played regardless. That's what CS comes down to sometimes.
Yeah, man, it's about the headshots.
Yeah, he's
Should he have pushed apartments or just maybe planted safe for market? Or, you know, if let's say in a world where he doesn't go aggressive, what's the next best play?
If he doesn't go aggressive, he just needs to make sure, that the plant can't get attacked.
Right.
And he comes off cat, so the player who is coming off of cat can just plant for cat as well. Since he just came from there, that's usually what you do. You don't plant for market, because you don't know who's there. Don't plant for halls, of course. And then, they could have had a different situation. I don't mind him taking the fight because he probably still had the advantage. You know, he was more ready. He knew that Exertion was there.
Oh, agreed.
But he just messed it up.
Woo! Furia,
well.
sliding Desert Eagle. That's the havoc they needed on the A site.
Oh,
Exertion just tucked into the CT ramp.
Yeah.
Furia is going to go ahead, give that M4A1S back over. So, seeing as his Deagle's shooting hot, can he get a third one? Now, the reload's going to be heard.
Can flash. I don't know if he has one.
Exertion, perfect! And everybody's dead. Instantly. All 3 players in that post plant from Furia Academy. Another successful just run out onto the A site for a bomb plant. But the retakes now back, like, 2 for 2.
Definitely.
mouz NXT make it easy.
Yeah. It was nice from both sides in that sense. Furia Academy get that bomb plant, a little bit of money. They shouldn't have been expecting to win on that round, but also nice Deagle shots. And they did make it scary for mouz NXT, as well as take down a few of their players, which should count for something. Only on round 22 now. Even by here, both sides. Everyone's got the utility that they need. And now the ball's in Furia's court, right? Like they've got a rifle. They just came off a couple of kind of close mid rounds. And that means the one dominant win could just destroy the money for mouz NXT. Just put them well in the lead, honestly. This round could be worth 3. I don't know exactly. I'm not a mathematologist, but they haven't saved that much.
Ooh.
Oh wait, actually no, they do have a decent amount.
Thick nade. HPS absolutely eats that one. But 2 opening kills, not 1 but 2 for Furia Academy. Of course, one of those gets traded back towards the apartments, so looked like they were about to turn up the tempo. Maybe they do wait up a little bit. Oh, now it's been turned back to the even keel. And Torzy, he's going to be primed. They're walking up connector right into him. There is still a ramp player in Descenti. He's able to challenge outwards, so we've got separate fights unfolding at the moment, and Descenti almost able to get himself into that A bomb site. Torzy ultimately makes the difference, but Honda does have bomb and an open route to the B site.
Yeah, he can basically take this into the clutch. I mean, if nobody wants to move right now, they've got decent enough spots. They can play the 2v1 together, and Honda has picked the correct location to get this bomb down. How he plays it is a big question. It seems like he's still very nervous that somebody is holding onto the B site, which, of course, any smart player would be. But I think once he realizes it's open, diving for that plant as soon as possible makes a lot of sense. And then... just honestly picking a strong post-plant position, I think, is the most important thing. But he has an op. He can really fight Market and Cat however he'd like to.
Remember, this was a 3 versus 5 for mouz NXT. They've got the man advantage up. Frag grenade and a flash on Torzy. And both of the counter-terrorists going to retake from Catwalk. Honda looking very nervous, very squeamish at the thought of being pinched from so many different directions, but I do love that he's at least peeking actively, and he misses his shot. That was his chance. His first real chance to turn this to the 1v1. He would have had cover. He could have skated back around the corner. Instead, it is mouz NXT, as I said, with a 3v5 win.
Yeah. No, I did mess up, and I didn't realize exactly how much money had been saved by mouz NXT, despite those 2 close rounds. So maybe it's not that impactful after all if he would have won that clutch, but it still would have been just a rifle round, money they have, and they'd be able to build up a bank. So unfortunate for Furia Academy there, but overall, a great round for mouz NXT. The mid round is beautiful. That opening kill in mid, Torzy realizing there's a lot of threats in mid, and then peeking off of default into connector. That's a very CT-sided angle for him as an opper. And you give him that little bit of information, he will capitalize. Whoa, that's a lot of info he already has, yeah.
Yeah,
he ran
Shane,
up the side of Palace.
A little worried about it.
Ooh.
Little too tunnel vision. Don't worry, Torzy's got you covered, but Torzy, 2 kills, and then instantly Furia Academy start trading these ones back. We find Xertion in the 1v2.
Oh man, they don't know where he is.
Nope. And as he peeks up, he's going to catch one off guard.
He knows where.
He's got them both.
God.
Exertion into the connector with the 1v2 clutch. So much chaos going on in so many different places. Like, as you said, they kind of lost track of where he could have been off to. And because he hadn't gotten into any earlier fights, he was just safely tucked on stairs. You know, he's watching the world burn around him. And then when he finally decides to come out, he steals the crown. Awesome utility onto the triple stack. Then Exertion, just perfect timing. Catching the bomb carrier and 180ing fast enough. And it's not even like that second player was still tucked bottom mid so that he could have had a chance to like walk away. He was right in the open. Exertion turning on him to take mouz into their 13th round win. So that's a 3 versus 5 and then a 1 versus 2 right after.
That was just so perfect how he separated those fights into two CT favored fights, top down, especially knowing they didn't realize where he was. And there's so many points like this in this game so far where there are footsteps that don't need to be heard, and both teams enjoy kind of faster rounds, which is fun to watch as well. But there are a couple of moments where they're giving away cues that are absolutely enormous and don't realize it.
This is now 7 straight round wins for mouz NXT. So a CT side that is just smothering Furia Academy. Shui drops Descenti off of the Palace. It's 3 quick kills in for mouz. These gun rounds are being shredded. And finally, we're going to get a close, a blowout as opposed to a close one. Furia, okay, you've got your mid-window kill, but Shui's already prepared for that connector peek. The more and more rounds they add, the easier they get, it seems.
That's ruthless. I mean, considering how I guess it's marginally close. Like, there are clutches, but at the same time, the mouz have the advantage in both clutch situations, even though you see, like, Honda misses a shot here, or, you know, the Exertion is in the spot where they could fight him. You know, we feel confident. We see Exertion in a spot where no one can see him, that he could figure this out. And it's a couple in the situation where it's like marginally close. Okay, Furia Academy, they put up a fight. But so far, mouz just showing that they have been the better team so far. Honestly, a fantastic game for watch from them. I don't know if they spotted Exertion jumping into underpass here, but he's going to quickly clear out the B apartments. Also become a part of the B hold, it looks like, as they have 2 up here. Now, there are a couple of Ts making their way back from mid and now running. And this is the snacks play for Exertion, as he take one out and hold on to the TV room.
Yeah, if he kills that other player, then they've got bomb. Ooh, Torzi. HPS's back was turned. Pyria will find a kill back by surprise, but up close gets canceled by Torzi. Man, this op's just continuing to power up, and I'm starting to feel the comparison between, you know, him and m0NESY, just an op player whose level seems to be cut from a different cloth, one step ahead of the rest. Exertion starts the round with a kill and ends it with one as well. 15 secured for mouz.
Yeah, nothing but impact. Nothing but impact. Man, it's good. It's so nuts how this game is flipped back and forth in terms of what feels like streaky round wins. But okay, what could be the last round of the game now? And I mean, mentally, Furia Academy have surely taken a hit. They might. I don't know if they're truly defeated at this point, but they're already probably clasping their hands at the opportunities and thinking, man, maybe we could just get one more. Let's see if they can pull one out.
Ooh, this time they're going to really emphasize the underpass play. This is the perfect moment for it as well.
Oh my god, no one's clearing this? They heard the flash and underpass.
Feels like they were talking over top of it. Exertion pops up, lines up 1 kill, 2 kills, and just a couple other players looking to come back, but it's 4 consecutive frags from mouz NXT. It's going to be 10 consecutive round wins for mouz NXT, and it's going to be a collapse in the end for Furia on Mirage. A hell of a start with their CT side, surprising me, but total turnaround to the favor of mouz NXT.
Absolutely. The clutch was there. The overall CT side impact from Torzi was there. Exertion did so many amazing moves, honestly. Very impressive game. You absolutely love to see that. I think, you know, there's only good things to say there about mousesports, despite Furia Academy having some good rounds. And the veto only gets harder for them from here. Yeah,
that's the tough spot, right? Is like this whole series, as the veto process was going on, our desk was discussing how like just one-sided this is for mouz. I think the silver lining for Furia is that they came into this game with at least a solid enough CT side on a map they didn't pick. So we've seen improvements, right? Of each of the teams that have lost, at least we're getting improvements out of them. But now I'm very interested what we're going to, you know, make of this next one. This is the Academy Furia team trying to take down mouz, who were able to beat the bigger brother. I'm very hyped for the second map, but first we'll pass it back to the desk so that they can discuss Mirage.
We were hoping to get a competitive map. And like I was sitting next to mouz, and every time like when Furia would get like a round or ZMB would do the kills, you know, he would be like, wow. And like the half ends with a 9-6 and we're like, okay, we're not getting a snack, we're getting a whole, like, you know, the whole meal and stuff like that. So like I was looking forward, and then the second half happened, they got the pistol round, and that was it.
Yeah, it wasn't a great second half for Furia, but I do want to focus on the positives of the first half. They had a good defense. They had a good CT side.
Sure.
You know, to put up 9 rounds against mouz is not an easy feat for any of the teams at the Academy League. And so those aggressive mid plays that Furia kept throwing out there were finding a lot of success. We saw Decenty, ZMB, Honda. Like a lot of these players felt very confident against mouz, and that's not something you would have necessarily just guessed was going to happen. And I want to give a little shout out to ZMB. I thought he was a weak link last year. I thought that it was clear that he was brought in because he's the in-game leader, he's the older player for the team, and individually he stepped up in that first half. His op shots were ringing pretty sharp for the side of Furia, and that's a reason that they had a significant defense.
Yeah, and I want to build on that point as well and say that I agree with the first start, right? It was not mousesports not playing well. It was mousesports being disturbed in the way they wanted to play, right? Constantly mid pushes, constantly proactive plays coming out of Furia. And by then, mouz and NXT weren't really able to execute their own game plan. They were kind of disturbed by the way Furia were playing. And I think that takes a lot of courage, and it takes a lot of, I guess, individual skill as well in order to pull off against a team like mousesports. So that for sure was the positive side of it. And as it always is, mouz, someone has to be the negative up here in the couch. And then when you move over to the second half, right, it was mousesports all over the place.
I let you have this.
Yeah, you saw the individual brilliance from some of the players. You saw Searching with a couple of multi-kills. You saw Torsi get the AWP going, and you could just see the skill difference between the players. Yes, first half was good from Furia because they were disturbing the way mousesports wanted to play, but when it got down to the nitty-gritty, when it got down to the point where you had to showcase your skill on the server, where you had to win your duels in order to open up the map, they couldn't match mousesports at all. So a 16-10 victory, I think it's fair in the sense that Furia, they had a great honor in this game, but in reality, if we would have played the last round in this game as well, it probably would have been 20-10, and at that point, you know, it's not even a close game.
Yeah, the first round that Furia actually got was due to mouz just being too late at the side. It was basically they're like going out, they're like, oh wait, actually we have like no time to plant a bomb, and Furia got the first round, then they lost a few afterwards, but then something snapped. They just kept on getting the rounds. What I think maybe happened is actually that Furia maybe anti-stratted because, you know, they are on the city side. They probably expected like some things from mouz and NXT, like from their aggression. But once the tables have turned, mouz and NXT just like they knew what to expect. They knew how they should respond. Like once they see maybe like the lineup, they're like, okay, this is going to be this. Let's just do it. Let's just win the round, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, that's a pretty good read, Heku, that it could have been a little bit of prep on the side of Furia there, because some of the mid pushes in particular, it felt like they almost knew as soon as they got a certain kill that they could spin around and look away also. Like they were very confident in just not only taking those fights, but then knowing what to do after that. So it does look like Furia probably did a little bit of homework here. It's a shame that it wasn't, you know, more for the T side though,
sure,
because that was obviously a really flat affair for Furia, and it's something that they're going to need to do better then, because going into the next map, it's getting no easier. Like this is one of mouz's best maps, period.
And that's my problem, right? Because I think we saw on the T side right here, they didn't have the individual skill in order to open up for mousesports. They couldn't take head-to-head duels and sort of like give themselves the space required in order to create a round. You look at Inferno and you think of Inferno, right? If you play it slow, it's going to be very execute heavy. You need to find that first kill. You need to get that snowball rolling somehow when you enter the A side or the B side for that matter. And if you can't win your duels straight face-to-face against any of the mousesports player, on the T side, you will struggle a little bit. So yes, I'm impressed by Furia right here. They showed some good glimpses, but I also think we saw the limitations of this lineup, that individually speaking right now, they can't match mousesports. And on a map like Inferno, it's very important that you win your duels so you get the space needed in order to take the bomb sites. Otherwise, all the 2v2s, all the 3v3s and the retakes probably will lean the favor of mousesports, and that's going to be a problem.
But imagine how good it would be for the storyline if the Academy team actually wins against mouz and XT on Inferno. Because, you know, maybe they'll just make a presentation to their main team like, hey, how to win this team on Inferno. That would be like really fun. That would be like really cool. But like the odds, like it's not in their favor because we can see that mouz and XT has a 63% win rate on Inferno. And as we mentioned before, like they won against the main roster with a score of 16-12.
Yeah, mouz right now are in a prime position to take this series. Something I do want to address with Furia Academy, though, is that even though their T-side didn't get rolling, I really actually like the fact that they were using a couple of the plays from the Furia main team. Round 20 in particular, they use what Furia stole this exec from like 2014 LGB. It's like the wall of smokes on Mirage that nobody throws anymore. It's not the typical stairs jungle CT one. They threw it's kind of like an L bend, and that's just, it's cool that I think we're seeing that Furia has at least drew some inspiration from the main roster, and they're gonna have to throw a lot of great nades to put together a win. And if we want this, you know, fairy tale win, Heku, I think we need
storyline. You know, it'll be so good. Imagine, like, imagine
if it happens, they're gonna need to have studied a lot of the main Furia team's demos because. You know, the main Furia team on Inferno, they popularize the kind of one of the one ways that people throw a car every single round now to counter banana aggression. And there's a lot of little plays that like Art does that if Furia Academy drew from that, just a little bit of inspiration, there's a chance that it could be close. I still have to be real about it that mouz and NXT are the total heavy favorites in this one, though.
It's hard to imagine them losing on Inferno. It's hard to see it unfolding in front of you, but I agree with you. Inferno is one of those gimmicky maps that if you have a couple of plays that the opponents can't really figure out how to deal with, that could be on Banana in terms of the Banana control, that could be in terms of defending the big bomb side. There's a chance that Furia can pull off a good CT side. There's a chance that Furia can pull off an upset here, but again, there's nothing really that suggests us that they will be able to. So I'm hoping for a competitive matchup. I'm hoping that Furia can somewhat show a decent performance once again, and if they can get into double digits, we saw it yesterday with Astralis talent, nothing is given at this level of Counter-Strike. You can always throw a couple of rounds and then mentally you may be a little bit out of it. So there's a potential for Furia to make a good game out of this one, but there's no doubt that when you look at the stats, when you look at the information in front of us, mousesports are not only favorites, but they're the heavy favorites.
They are the heavy favorites, but maybe like some actions in Banana will change because again, like we're playing on the new patch, so like you know, like maybe there'll be just Molotovs.
A lot of smoke's been dropped in CT spawn potentially, you know, in order to allocate and relocate. That could be a way to do it if you really want to get creative with it. But we're yet to see it. I feel like in tier 1, tier 2 Counter-Strike here. So maybe this will be the place to experiment a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see a little bit of Honda harkening back to what he proved to us he's capable of doing in the first couple games at Blast, because, you know, those were on Inferno.
He was pretty good in pistol rounds, I remember.
Yeah, we saw some excellence on pistol rounds, and I think that right now Furia Academy, they're trying to put him in a lot of spots to fight. He's only played now 2 official maps with the team, but in those, I think he was kind of playing like connector-ish on this one. He's playing mid a lot. He was fighting mid a lot for them, and they played another overpass one, and he was like the A rifler. And if he's in an action-packed spot, I really want to see Honda just draw from that kind of experience and show that there's a reason that they called his number that first time around, and more than just the flashy kills. More like if he can control Banana, for instance, I want to see Honda deliver impact beyond just trying to put numbers on the board, because he frankly didn't put up a great scoreline in this last game. I think he had 12 kills total. If he's able to put up, you know, maybe a little bit more, but then just control a space, then Furia Academy may have a win condition in this one. And, you know, it's like mouz NXT do so much right on this map, including their mid rounds. But something that they always fall back on is that if they don't know what they're doing in a round, we've heard it in the comms before. Shuhei just sometimes wants to call just exec B. Yep. Like if he has no answers, he's just going to want to exec B. And that's where Honda needs to step up, because I think they'll probably want to put him B. We haven't seen it yet, but if they do, then he's going to be the one that has to decide the fate of whether Furia can hold those kind of execs or not.
I really love hearing the comms of mouz and XT because that's when we actually can understand absolutely everything. We can actually discuss of what's happening in the round. When it comes to our Brazilian team, like we can only maybe guess a few things, you know, like if there's anyone who would like to translate that for us, like you can write us in DMs, like just to explain what actually happened there.
I heard Lander speaks fluent Portuguese actually, so he
Yeah,
may be able to.
Really?
If he doesn't bring that on the cast, then actually I'm going to be really disappointed.
That's what he told me at least. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's how he got this job, actually.
Okay.
Telling people that.
Okay, then let's move to Londres and Scrony and hope we'll get some translations.
I know, what, Carlio? Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
I
Huh?
got some words, yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, no, it's just Pimp lying again. I did pick up a few of the communications when the Young Ninjas were playing. I learned that in Swedish, you just have to add A's to everything. You know, a galilla, push a tunnela. It maybe it comes across a little Italian, but hey, all that matters is that we're piecing it together, okay? And maybe after enough of these TeamSpeak listen-ins, we'll be able to figure out what these guys are up to. But it's a very good point from Heku. Yes, from mouz, we actually get the full picture, and that picture that we did receive on Mirage when we listened in was very clean. So I expect nothing but good things from them coming into the second map.
Yeah, and I like how they managed to both look like a good team, but also a unique team, and like how fluid they went from like their control to their fast execs. I was a big fan of how they looked, even though Furia Academy kept it competitive in the first half. There were so many cool looks from mouz NXT. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this map plays out because, again, it's a power move by Furia Academy to try to run into Inferno, and it takes some really big gonads, honestly, to go into mouz on this map. So they have to come in with something, some anti-strat material, some pre-preparation, some pizzazz, you know what I'm saying? They have to have some kind of special look for us.
Give me the pizzazz
on Inferno, and I hope mouz NXT are shaking.
Just for the storyline, it would be very cool if we actually get to see Furia Academy, take this back from mouz. It's a big chip on mouz's shoulder. If they can't close versus the Academy team after they did move this one off of the main team, this should be a walk in the park. This should be like bullying the little brother. Pushing over toddlers. It's not supposed to be too hard. Torzi, though, activates from behind the sandbags. We do have a solo lurker from Furia Academy over towards the A site. He's trying to get up lane. Oh, but Shane slaughters HPS with the headshot off of the USP. 4v2 established for mouz NXT, and confirmation that there are still players floating around Banana. 2 Banana Mans.
Banana Man!
Little cap angle.
No!
Shui's going to try to attack this one from the flank and will do so cleanly enough. A second headshot off of the USP and another pistol round win for mouz NXT.
I am a banana. You know how many Banana Man compilations I've watched?
I don't even know what that is.
You don't even know who Banana Man is?
No.
Okay. I know we're doing Counter-Strike, but go watch some Banana Man PUBG Shroud compilations. He always streaks like
that
Shroud.
kid. Okay, yeah, I remember that one clip where he got into the back of Shroud's car in PUBG.
Yes.
And Shroud drove it off a cliff.
He said, "Want to go for a ride?"
Yeah. Okay, yes, all right. Banana Man and Shroud. Okay, now I get it. Now we're on the same page.
It's your reference.
Launders. Now we're on the same page. Exertion? Well, he doesn't know what page he's on. So damn blind as he tried to run down the banana. Honda will find a Desert Eagle kill through smoke and through the face of Shui. Shane, yet again, making a difference on the A site. He's going to go alongside JDC and chop down the guys who had challenged them through middle. Brackets under question. Brackets under the feet of Furia Academy.
Look how they congealed into their spots on the A site. They just had this perfect adjustment. They leave Arch open, but they can call the timing. And even though there's only one player in B, they are advantaged on either fight. You can really defend, especially when it comes into CT, by playing just how Torzi is, watching from Con, spotting on Banana. And this is the correct site to go to for Furia Academy, so it'll come down to the read on the setup. And we're looking for a timing here from the perspective of Honda. Will Torzi...
Oh! Well, he got the timing. Just not the one he wanted.
Yeah.
And then Torzi just going to slaughter...
the whole ass D on the end.
Yeah.
That's tough. I mean, to be honest, Honda probably shouldn't have been looking behind him there.
That's true.
He had the exact right read.
Yeah.
And then thought, maybe Torzi's some crazy maniacal genius who walked through CT spawn.
A little indecision definitely cost him.
Yes. Yeah. Almost benefited from that.
Honda, though, hell of a deagle shot through the banana smoke. Let's jump into the mouz NXT TeamSpeak to see if they can get the 3-0 start.
Let me go Samex, come on, it's fine. Let me
I
go
will,
Samex.
baby.
Yeah, you go somewhere.
Let's
Yeah, it's fine. I will molly and nade if they rush, okay?
No one's one.
No need for flash. Close dead, it's fine. One more close, dead, it's fine.
Close. Dead. One more.
Flash
Two. Last two.
Pushing damage.
Dead one.
One wood.
Wood last.
I'll kill him in a bit.
And for Kirk comment.
Aye.
Nice.
Piranha always killing me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have a good buy now.
Done.
Ay.
Banana.
Second kill, dying out to the P250. That's a little something to send back the other way. But ultimately, mouz, I feel like, man, when we jumped to that TeamSpeak, I was pretty surprised by the energy. A lot of clear communication. Obviously, that's a little bit of franticness can be a good thing. But here it is, the second P250 clap. Boom! Just at the end, able to get a second frag before he fell.
All the damage matters. It all add up. It'll all add up, I promise. But
Game of math.
yes, you do damage, you get a couple of rounds, it'll have a big impact.
You know,
It's the butterfly effect.
remember being in school and thinking math didn't matter, but then I learned how to play Counter-Strike and I realized it really does. Exertion trying to find a follow-up kill onto the player behind wood. Nice flashbang to try and get him out of there, but HPS is not able to escape ultimately. And that is a 5v3 established off at the top of Banana with a deep smoke and a scrambling Furia Academy.
You see how comfortable they are with all the protocols, and I really appreciate how aggressively they're playing on top of that. They say, oh, you want to do a regular default and just get bottom banana control? No, you can't even have that. We're totally fine trying to test you here, and the rotations here are beautiful. There's going to be nothing that the T side can do from this position to get one over mouz NXT. This is the ideal situation for the CT side. They're even watching the lurk. Right? This is 3 players watching lane and halls, and 1 making sure no lurk can come through. Arch. Oh my god.
Oh, how?
Well, okay, they don't know about a second player coming into pit. Let's see if they clear
He
him.
made the jump. He made the jump onto the monkey bars, but then he dies. Damn, man, I wanted to... That takes a little bit of skill. Get it quick?
The other way? No.
No, but I mean, he did it so slick. Wasted no time. I thought he was going to find a little bit of a timing on a CT in there, but no. Now it's going to be Honda, 12 health. 12 health. Single bullet will kill him, and it's through the head nonetheless.
Yeah, it's clear, decisive movements on the A side between the 2 players, creating connections, like always playing off each other in spots, never one person doing their own thing, and that's very powerful. And I guess one thing is, like, in moments where maybe they can get a kill, there might be some opportunities, some timings on Arch that Furia Academy can take advantage of, where they do quickly focus on getting a very passive in the site hold and are protective of A, but they leave open the idea for a split. And I don't know if Furia Academy are aware of that, or mouz NXT know that they shouldn't even have to worry about it because Furia Academy don't go Arch very often, but there's something there. And there's a few rounds for them to find out. So we're going to have the lap through holes, see if anybody's in ult. They're not going to see anything. It's actually a rush towards Banana.
Oh,
and
slaughtered.
the silence, them 4s will ring off.
They're just getting torn apart.
Oh, it's just quiet, just dying quietly. All these bodies laid on top of each other.
I was looking at the statistics before this broadcast started.
Yes.
The only other event I could look at stats for was the IAM Fall Games. I was looking at the A1S versus A4 comparison.
Yeah.
The A4 wasn't even on the weapon kill pie chart.
Whoa.
You couldn't even see it.
It's a new day, my boy.
The A1S takeover has begun. And I think this round here is a prime example of it. So many players just chewed up through that smoke grenade. Obviously, it's another anti-eco round previously. Now we're into the guns, but still.
Yeah, I mean, considering maps are already a little bit CT-sided, most of them, besides like Dust 2, that means you get a buff to the CT side, no buff to the T side. It should take you up a couple percent.
The fact that it's only $2,900 as well.
It's on sale.
It's on sale. It's an extra flashbang.
Oh, Shane doesn't even, Shane has help. Shane is the second line of defense here, playing anti on top of the balcony. Are they going to anticipate this? It looks like they're about to peek, and Shane just making sure he doesn't get flashed, but honestly, they're not even flashing for him, and he'll make sure to turn around. Perfect push through the smoke, and that's all you need. Just crossfires, every step of the way.
Yeah, Crossfire, layered upon layer, layers on layers.
You know, there was a point in time where this game was just all about crossfires. Crossfires are they're really strong, and that's all it came down to. And to some extent, fundamentally, Counter-Strike still is about crossfires. But now, because Ts have become so sweaty and spent so many like thousands of hours nerding out and how to separate these crossfires, they show up in different ways, right? And like a moment like that, it's like you see a smoke push come from Arch, and fundamentally, a smoke push is not a great thing to do. But in that situation, you create a crossfire as soon as you come through with this one target, just the right play, and it's too hard to play against. And right now, mouz NXT are that 5 fingers on one hand, as the shock speech goes, and are really so coordinated, especially, honestly, I mean, especially on A, especially on B, they're really looking good on both sides.
Super confident, too.
I don't really know how to break through here.
It was so much about Crossfires that they made a spin-off game named Crossfire. And then everybody just kept playing CS, and CS adapted because it's better. You know, it is the king. Counter-Strike is king. Maybe an old, fragile king that doesn't get many updates. But we just got one, so he's still alive and kicking. Father Time is Counter-Strike itself. Smoke grenade lineup and a conga line up alt mid here. All of Furia Academy trying to work their way up. Banked frag off of the skybox, not going to find its mark. How about a challenge for Shane? He's got one player slain, and JDC tries to halt this hit. They smoke out the Molotov and try to just play with that quick aggression, looking to use tempo to challenge into the site, but they get stuck in the little pit, and now they're being slaughtered one after another. It is only Honda left over, and this is a winnable 1v2. He picks that bomb back up, but walks right into the second player, so down he goes at the hands of Exertion, and a 7th consecutive round win for mouz NXT.
They are creating some potential highlight plays here, right, for the other team by grouping up and trying to hit these sites, and it doesn't look great all the time. That was one that comes close. Respect for them for full committing after they get spotted at the end of halls, getting that trade, not wanting to go into a new round. Obviously, well, I was going to say, when you're playing a 5-stack or something like that, that's like usually the best course of action. Just commit to that first play. Sometimes it does make sense to cancel a rush, but usually when you don't have that much utility, you don't have the other map control, you don't want to have to put layers on a round where you don't have much invested. So it can make sense to just say, let's take a risk, let's see if we can just get a lucky trade, and then maybe we can make some progress, get a bomb plant, something like that. They don't get one on that round, but they do get close to winning off eliminations. Approach is coming into the halls. This is, again, that Astralis setup that's so powerful. And if Torzi dies in the back, that rifle is very vulnerable, but obviously Torzi has a very strong position, so we'll see what happens. They don't have the peek coming from the other side either.
Oh, they drop him.
Oh, not bad.
Op shot missed. Shane will get one, but like we said, without that opper, he didn't have his cover. Luckily for mouz NXT, it is JDC with a double. He's got 9 bullets left in the gun, so he's going to need to reload or get a nice crisp kill versus Honda, who's just about to walk out.
Oh, he didn't see it.
No.
And JDC's
he's touched back up.
Wow.
And the headshot connects.
Sick.
Bomb dropped, and ZMB now has to go in with the clutch attempt. Drops the first one with no contest, which is great for him. But JDC is looking to lock down this round, looking to stamp his name on it. However, he's got a challenger. Exertion looking to attack from the back. It's going to be the heads-up duel. And Exertion, well, he flexes for the clutch, shuts down the 1v3 in the final attempt, and an 8th round win in a row from the CT side.
Mr. Exertion, very reliable in the clutch. Always making a smart move. You can see he's visualizing. He sees that, here's an opportunity. Maybe they try to end the round early. He's literally crouching into that, waiting for the peak to come into lane. So beautiful from him. Beautiful from JDC as the emergency rotation. And that is the pressure point of the attack, where you get the hall setup down, there's still an extra man on A, and JDC has to run into a position where he's not exactly comfortable, but there's a chance where you can kill him out in the open, and JDC is the one who champions the duel. So now we'll take some more aggressive peek down banana, boost up, in fact, over top of this Molotov at the bottom of banana, and there's a chance that they swing into this, but yeah, it looks like, wow, they really did.
Oh, he aimed for too long.
Yeah,
Stop aiming.
Yeah.
Start shooting.
Imagine thinking.
Yeah.
In 2021. You're just going to miss opportunities.
Shane.
Oh, he does in the back. Wow.
Doesn't have an opper, but a second rifle this time. And instead of Furia Academy using that as an attack route.
I don't know why they aren't attacking from halls from both sides.
Yeah, right? No boiler plays.
Yeah.
Torzy, collateral. Almost.
Wow, looked like it, yeah.
Yeah, could have been, could have been. They'll be counting their lucky stars, but Torzy, he's like, nah, I wanted 2. So he's going to go right back. Oh my god, another chance at a collateral, but he doesn't need him because he's 3 for 3 on the op shots here down Banana. He has a good laugh, a goof and a gaff. It's mouz Sports. 9 rounds straight without a single bomb plant.
We've already casted a 60-0 within the last week.
Maybe where there's, you know.
And you can't call Zeke on me because I called it at 7-0 last time.
You did call it at 7-0.
I'm not saying anything this time.
I've never seen a caster call a 60-0 at 7-0.
Yeah.
But you did it.
So
that might be a world record
now
in terms of Counter-Strike commentator.
Now I should probably not try it again.
Okay. Yeah, it's true. Hold that throne.
It's like if you won the Powerball, you'd be a fool to try to win the Powerball twice.
Yeah, nobody wins the lottery
Don't
twice.
buy any more tickets.
I did watch that. I watched a YouTube
also,
video
let someone
once.
else do it.
I watched a YouTube video where a guy who had just won like $40,000 went back to the store with a news crew. They wanted to do a show on him, and as he was back at the gas station, showing them where he bought it, how he bought it, where he scratched it, he scratched another ticket and won even more money, back to back in the same place.
No way.
I'll show it to you later. That guy's got a horseshoe hidden somewhere.
Up in his butt.
Possibly.
As the saying goes.
Torzy flies across middle, drops HPS, goes for the second peek down T-ramp, but there's nobody there. And even if there was, it's not like they've got guns. This is a measly Deagle round from Furia Academy. They are limping through this T-side. And as they limp past, mouz just beating them over the head with everything they can, but the fast pistols catching Shui at least by surprise. He gets 2 players before he dies, and Exertion's meant to do something, but maybe Furia can be the saving grace here in round number 10. For the first time in this T-side, there is a bomb plant for Furia Academy. A retake is needed, but this retake has a man advantage, health advantage, and utility advantage over top of Furia Academy. So they're going to have an X factor if they want to actually close this. JDC peeks alongside Torzy's flash, and it's the player in the back of the site who's going to have to do it all. JDC jumping, damn it. He goes for it, and that's double digits secured. mouz NXT still with the flawless CT half.
You can't leave the bomb plant. After that amount of time where you smoke CT, you can't leave the place where you plant the bomb. It's a great angle to defend into CT. You're smoking a CT, and you can drop in a pool after you take the next duel as well. There's a lot of options for you. And, at some point, mouz got to get onto the clutch. So I think they got a little bit nervous there. They still didn't have the advantage you mentioned, categorically at a disadvantage on all fronts. But, yeah, this is a free kill. So we move in for a jumping DC here.
Felt like Descenti thought maybe that deep construction peak was being covered from the backside. The way he was just playing orange is not if you're tucked in first orange and your teammate doesn't have you covered, you've got to watch construction.
Yeah, that's why, where you plant the bomb is actually really sick in post plants at the coffins.
Yeah, turns out you got to think about that.
Imagine thinking. Imagine not thinking.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
They are laying down a lot of utility, and it felt like they were leaving. I'll give them that. Oh, yeah. Whoa, what is this opportunity? Site is clean.
Whoa!
Pit is taken over.
Let's go. Bombs inbound. Currently working through the apartments.
This isn't, they've got a player on mid. The Moto Smoke will come down, but yeah, it's a full retake position. And I think one might have been spotted halls or at least heard. Oh, is that a kill that needed to be given up?
I don't think so.
Oof.
Keep an eye on the radar. 2 players inside of the site.
We see now Long Haul is being approached on because of this.
Piria's over in the pit. There's still an incendiary here for Shane, so they will burn Piria out of his position as they smoke off his vision and flash for the bomb site. But Torzy missing his kill. It's all down into Exertion, and he gets slaughtered as well. There we go. Furia Academy. They have lifted the curse of the 16-0. They will at least get onto the scoreboard. And so quickly, man. I was so distracted with the fight going on Banana that when we had HPS inside of the A site, I had no clue how he got there so fast.
Damn, they actually had a double arch setup on this round. When a lot of the rounds they were working with a 2 on side or double pit setup. So there's one round where mouz NXT change it up a little bit, and Furia Academy find that opening right away.
Well, that's a start. It's not too late to get 5 rounds. It would be a miracle. It would be out of nowhere. But the chance is theirs. Exertion gonna tuck behind the car. So many bullets already starting to soar beyond him. JDC gets Honda's head and a second. ZMB will trade it, but so be it. It's still an edge that's now been taken away. again, these chaotic moments, I think Furia, whether they're orchestrating them or not, whether it's a little bit of lady luck, at least they're getting into these 3v3 type situations with a chance to challenge A.
It's an interesting mid-round. I don't know if Torzy, has he gotten a kill?
Torzy?
No, not yet.
No.
So we'll see if they run into him. I don't know if they're anticipating the op to be here. He's in pit. No way, he gets that. Like shot. Players are low. He doesn't know he did any damage. One will drop in a pit beside him. The pressure's on. And now it's a save. It's a save. That's it. Another round here for Furia Academy. Surely, well, I guess the health is so low, but they're just so damn far away.
Health is there, but the bomb plant's being delayed. The bomb player is still inside of the apartment.
Wow, okay.
Finally comes out, but yeah, I was already calling this one quits.
Well, that was good. Good mid-round attack. They dealt with Torzy. Had a full blinded pit. He still had that flick.
Right? And if that had been a kill, I think he feels way more confident, obviously, then this retake definitely comes through.
Well,
going for exits exertion?
Yeah, they have the opportunity to really punish. And these players can't save pit, so I wonder, they'll probably exit lane, actually.
The heck? ZMB's got a ghost gun.
They actually gotta get moving in a second. They gotta get moving. They ain't gonna live in pit either, are they?
They're starting to realize. You gotta run, bud. Descenti's dead no matter what. A little bit of HP to ZMB. Exertion can't catch him. That's one of the 2 low players able to survive. So from 10-0 to 10-2, it's definitely an improvement. I would never call a game before it's over, but all the pressure's on Furia Academy to give us anything to talk about. Even in that last round, you know, I think it's like there's such a blunderbuss of crap going down on the top of Banana.
Yeah.
That it's almost like flipping a coin as to who's going to line up those kills, who's going to get away with it. You know, you run back that exact round, and it could have easily been mouz NXT to sit back and sight 5v4.
Yeah, you'd almost need that top-down perspective to make sense of things.
So confusing, so cluttered. But a double op on the T side and a super fast play.
They're doing the same thing. A lot of pressure here. They're making it feel like there's a lot more pressure on Banana than there really is. And they go ahead and take mid-control very fast. It's a nice look from Furia Academy. Now, it's just about not dying as they are a little bit spread thin. So the lurks are starting to come out, and it comes down to awareness from the CT side. A flash gets thrown, and that's a player shot in the back of the head. They had no idea this was coming, but Halls is taken care of. Now this information has changed hands, and Shane gets away.
ZMB posted, though, waiting for that player to cross out of the B site. Did Torzy need to leave?
This is pretty sick.
Of course, because the A plant's coming in. So why would there still be an opera on Banana when there's only 3 of them standing?
Gotta love this round from Furia Academy. That's so beautiful. And that was a little bit of what I feel like mouz NXT were doing to them on Mirage, with how they were attacking multiple things at once and making it feel like a default when it really wasn't at all. And on this round, there really was only 1 player on Banana putting pressure the whole time.
On to body bags another. Crazy for me to see double ops coming out of this round. I mean, we're talking about an Inferno T side where you can justify having none. And they went with 2.
Did they have two in the beginning of the round?
Yeah, right off the bat, man.
Wow, they had 2 ops in the beginning of the round, and they did a fast mid play.
Yeah,
that's
it. They use one of those ops to just like post on short side A as fast as possible.
Wow,
very unorthodox, but it's winning rounds. And if it's winning rounds, I'm not going to sit here and question you.
Yeah, at this point, 2 rounds left. You were down 10-1 at one point. Let's just keep it going. Let's keep the energy flowing. And I love that a lot of these teams in the Academy League, they've just got like a unique brand of CS. You know, it's doesn't seem to be fully emulating some of their bigger brothers and you know, main teams or anything like that. There's some essence to it, but
they are their own people.
They've got their own flavor.
Huge advantage over top of mouz, of course, right? The reward for stringing these 3 rounds. Again, 10-0 to the 10-3. Now you've just got to get through the pistol rounds. But it's not all pistols. There is a single AK in the hands of Shane, and he's already slain HPS. ZMB closing in on it. Oh! No scope for the second Banana Man. And now we're going to have an open route to the B site if they choose. There is a challenge here from Shui, but he'd have to run through smoke like a madman. And so he stands his ground. No business taking that headshot into ZMB. He comes back right at it, and Descenti's going to put an end to him. Fool me twice. I think not. Crazy shots coming through as this first half begins to end. JDC with damage to the new box. That's going to have to be Furia to flirt back and tuck in. Reload primes the peak. That's going to be JDC dead, sure enough. And as the round goes on, as expected, we've got Furia Academy locking in a 4th round win. Can they do it? Can they actually get to the halfway count of mouz NXT with the last 5 rounds of the half? Torzy wants a gun for his troubles. Looks to kill them all.
Oh,
He's got it.
God, I love how he fought there. That was beautiful.
Held his ground and does not survive.
He was one strafe off.
Yeah.
He was so close.
Looking for the B-hop.
Well, it's some good damage, but it's inconsequential. All it does pad towards these stats here. And maybe it improves his buy, the kills that he gets. Yeah,
Dude, look at this track. Look at him tracking with the no-scope.
It's
I
not
love
just
it.
a nice no-scope. It's an important one. He doesn't get that no-scope, they almost certainly lose. That's sick. I like how he baited with the tap and made it feel like he was falling back further or going to tap again and swung out a nice little move from Torzy, showing he can rifle too. Is he going to throw his own flash? Seen him make this play before. Oh man, he's so good knowing when to stand his ground, but the trade is there. Gets the Molotov out. And it'll hold back the offense for a few moments as the reinforcements come through. So this A attack becomes a lot more flimsy. But now it's bolstered.
Oh, Shane. Rat angle. ZMB never saw that one coming, but Descenti goes through the arch smoke with the op and challenges onto the A site. However, Shane is still in position. He's got a player over top of him, sprays into the face of HPS, and is able to escape into the site at least. Now, his teammate's still nowhere to be found. Exertion has to run from the B site, so Shane needs to rely on himself, and Honda will slide outwards, dropping him in his tracks. 2 ops versus 1 Exertion. And he's looking for his tactical insertion. Where can he find an opening on this A site? He has to go for the clutch, and it's going to be silence through the apartments. But is it too much to ask of him? Honda now turning his attention up here. Exertion's going to use the frag grenade, soften him up, peek wide, and die. Honda locks in that 5th round win. Great job to Furia Academy. This was a 10-0. We were talking about a 16-0, and they at least closed with everything they could to get to the halfway point.
That was the most beautiful comeback since LeBron's hairline.
It's been a long time since you used that line. Good job, Mohan.
And it totally changes the potential outcome of the game. I mean, you know, nobody feels comfortable without a positive scoreline on T side these days. Whatever the stats tell you, everyone wants more T rounds than CT on Inferno, but it still makes the game viable in a way which is infinitely more viable, right? Thousands and thousands of % more viable than 1 or 2 rounds. So now with a pistol, things get way more competitive. Really just felt like, man, this is just going to be the quickest 2-0. Look at these early highlights from mouz NXT. They had no problems on both sides of the map. They look super smart, super slick on their banana control, as well as their A kind of connection building rotations, the double pit setups, the site guys working together. There was nothing bad to say about them. But then you flip it over in Furia. They show that they still got a little ingenuity left. They come through with a couple of fast ecos that wear down the economy, and then they start getting in the face of these hall setups. And honestly, the trades on these ones were very acceptable. Like, there are positions where I didn't appreciate how they're peeking from the same side, because usually if there's an op and a rifle, I mean, it means you can fail, I guess, if you peek from opposite sides, because you have two 50-50s. But usually if there's an op holding down and you peek from the opposite side, their gun's just sticking out and they get sprayed down.
Oof. I feel like I saw more confidence out of Furia when the round started to go. Like it clicked in their head that, like, oh, maybe we can run risks. And they started to assess those risks. We saw smoke challenges on Arch in that final round. We saw ZMB here challenging on his own. There was nobody else to support him in that banana play. And we saw him lock in both kills with a gnarly no-scope. So sometimes you gotta believe. If you don't believe in yourself, how can anybody believe in you? We're gonna jump into the Furia TeamSpeak to hear them talk through this second pistol.
Come back.
Escutar.
Vou bugar, falei, vai lá.
Na boca da banana.
Nossa, que time.
Pra B, velho.
Tô correndo, relaxa, pode ficar.
Fica, Primpo, volta.
Mirando nip aqui.
Vou agressivar B, Léo. Banca caixão pra mim. Não vai mais, não vai.
Vai.
Não vou mais. Tem um carro aqui. Mirando smoke.
Queria só
ficar
o
cego.
chute, tá? Não fique exposto pro tapete. Tô mirando o tapete área 2.
Acho que o pode estar colado já, viu?
Pode não, tô de mira.
Pra vocês pousando na B aqui com esse smoke do Léo, viu? Tô dando caixão, Léo. Muito barulho.
E aí, vamos pra B, pra apostar B?
Não, relaxa, fica aí. Vocês vão ganhar só de não. Smoke a base. Rolou caixão, passou um pulando. 2, 3. Mais 2. Comendo. Meu bomb já, tá?
Tá, consegue dar P-base?
Plantando.
DJ Smoke, não vai dar pra pegar pé não. Tem um banana. Tem um piscina, um banana.
Quero ver tripla. Vai tripla.
Tá
Tem
matando
smoke do caixão ainda, tá?
Em cima da Nilva, morto. Tem um piscina ainda.
Abriu banana.
Banana, piscina.
Valeu.
Valeu.
So mouz walking through that B setup. Good challenge, I thought, through the smoke of the CT cross, but only falling with 1 kill to his name. Retake didn't really ever look like it had much of a chance, man.
That's one of those pull the pin plays. You have one person in a super vulnerable spot to take contact, and as soon as they take contact, it's agreed that everybody else just peeks at the same time. And sometimes that player in that spot, because they're in some kind of off angle or something, they get the kill anyways. But it's what you do when you have an extra player. Every time you have an extra player over someone else, you want to try to figure out these pull the pin positions. They're too hard to deal with. Open the floodgates. The orcs start falling out. My God, what was that?
That's a headshot.
Yes.
That's what we call
long-range Galils.
Oh, close-range shotgun.
Man, it's not every day you see a Mag 7.
No, it's not. I saw Honda Ace with a Mag 7 from this position once.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
He's like, yo, ZMB, you can do it. Trust. AK taps at a distance. They're going to run in trying to hunt the further player, but now the Shoddy's got its chance to shine, and he jumps up, goes for the aerial, and he's sent spinning down to the earth. mouz NXT looking to lay down a world of hurt. And they'll find Decenti as the last man falls. It is mouz to continue this lead now by 7 rounds, the advantage over top of the Academy team.
They're crushing their heads like grapes.
Yeah.
It's bad right now, man. It's bad. It makes it worse because of the pistol and everything like that. But they look just as organized and everything. Obviously, very strong map for mouz NXT. You know, it's going to be great to have a team that they've already reigning champs. They come into the second season looking just as good.
Defending champions.
Defending champions.
mouz NXT. I'm ready for the finals.
And then they look good again. That's what you want to see.
Get him to the finals, and I'll give you the Bruce Buffer.
Which brother? You'd be Connor Buffer, I guess. So then Michael Buffer, Bruce Buffer, Connor Buffer.
Fits the family.
Yeah. We'll call for it.
I'll let him know. I'll let him know what's up. But enough about the buffers. For now, we watch the Soul Crushers of mouz NXT. Furia thinking that they had a chance on Mirage with a solid first half. Then it got upended. They did a little bit towards the end of this first 15. And this side may never get a chance to even breathe.
Yeah.
Right now, mouz just suffocating their competition, and as they walk into the B site, they will find that it is completely clear for the taking. It's the Furia Academy A stack that doesn't pay off, but they can take all their little pistols and try again next round.
They got a lot of like cool players to watch on this mouz NXT lineup. I'm sure a lot of people who've tuned in for season 1 already knew that, but really so far, I think the most standout, besides Torzi, was kind of a given. Exerson just putting on another display, like. Especially showing how smart he is in those 1vx situations. You really kind of feel his aura when he's coming in for the clutch. Expect that he's either going to win it or bring it close. And they all just seem to have that quality of just being aware of where the next fight is going to be, which I think is huge. Oh man, being hunted down in the mini pit. The information will pass on and almost everybody will be killed.
Except ZMB, who's just like the last guy hiding underneath the bed.
I'll stay big pit. Go for mini. There's enough space for you there.
Imagine that, right? Four
It's
guys.
a whole train cart to himself.
4 guys sharing little pit. CMB in his own little home. He goes for the peek. He's like, never mind.
You guys got it.
Yeah. But smiles across the board.
Yeah.
Laughing off this 8-round deficit. We've got the double sniper setup from Furia Academy.
Man, that's an expensive thing to do. Even if it's it can be good if you pick up the op and whatever. If you start buying it a lot or you rely on it, it's just too expensive in the economy these days to double op as much as you used to be able to, or feel like you used to be able to.
Mm-hmm.
But it always makes sense when things are not working out at all. Like, hey, we need an adjustment to put together a few rounds. Let's try this, see if this works. And of course, it's very viable. CT side, Inferno.
See if Honda can get the timing.
That's,
Frag grenade could be
that's
good.
Quality in it. Oh
No.
Whoa.
Man was just robbed.
Yeah.
That grenade just exploded out confetti.
I like how Brokey throws it. He throws it over the wall, so you don't even see the trajectory. Oh, okay.
Ooh, lining him up. That's 2 kills for Furia Academy. Make it 3 kills. Not able to get the consecutive 4th, but that's the 1 frag that's going to go the way mouz NXT. Very solid A hold. They tried to get out from apartments and just kind of ran right into a heavy stack. CTs look very comfortable despite Honda getting smoked off, despite Honda not getting damage off of his frag grenade. Everything went very smoothly.
Maui talked about it on the desk in the pregame, how sometimes in mouz don't know what to do on Inferno. Shuhei will just call a B exec because that's very strong for them.
Point. Yep.
So maybe it's in their plan at this point. They could just be testing stuff. Who knows? Like with this level of score line, like let's see if we can get away with this. Let's try this again. But to know that they've always got that in their back pocket is huge.
Oh, but Torzy predicting the peek onto Honda. Honda's like, nice, I'm not smoked off this time. I'm going to get a... Boom! No, you're not. You're dead. You're dead, kid.
They do the quick rotation. I mean, I like that Furia just moving right now, and it looks like mouz NXT are going to keep it pragmatic. We got a kill here real quick. We were established on mid control. Let's go for the explode. But they've got extra targets now.
Furia peeks back into it. Torzy, 2 off kills to make the difference. Just unraveling this A site before they even had a chance. Last time all these terrorists tried to push up together, clumped in with one another, didn't work. Got completely shut out. This time they just rely on the opper to peel the players off, right? Instead of blocking off their opponent's vision, they use those open spaces to go for the heads-up duel. And in each of those instances, Torzy picks up his op frags with a headshot both times.
Yeah. And
just crisp op kills to really bust open the A site.
What makes Torzy a special player is that he always trusts his timings. He doesn't just react. He doesn't just go to a spot. If he feels like he needs to pre-fire, he does it. Like, he just does it off of his intuition. And that's what makes him powerful on T-side in particular, right?
Yeah.
The fact that he has the confidence, he can visualize really well. He can take an angle and say, I'm going to take this fight, and I'm going to do it. Even if you're holding the angle, I just trust that I'm going to clear this properly. I'm going to pre-fire you. And I noticed just something about him. And there's the difference between having the confidence to buy the up on T-side and the difference between that and actually being able to have impact on T-side Inferno. So probably... it's just one of the hardest T-sides to op on, and a lot of teams that even have elite oppers just go with 5 rifles most of the time. But he bought it outright and showed its value.
That's going to put him at 21-7 at the moment. So Torzy definitely cut from a different cloth. And mouz NXT looking to use that cloth to strangle the Academy. Furia trying to hang on for dear life. The second half really not even started for them. Shane, patience pays off. Furia peeks into him. Honda looking to take that exact same angle, the exact same fight, and he will win it. So at least the CTs can claw a kill back and hang on with the 4v4. Does ZMB want to take an additional chance?
Honda dies pushing through the smoke.
He went back?
Yeah, he threw the smoke down at the top of stairs and then just walked back through it, try to get some Hull's control. But that's the 4v4. And it's now given away. ZMB, I think he sees, like, he saw the scope of Torzy maybe at the bottom of steps there. But there will be no further targets for him. In fact, he actually gets smoked out so they can cross towards A. He'll come up close to the smoke now, but they're still waiting here.
Vicenti's going to have to go big. But instead he goes back. ZMB smoke begins to fade, so he could very quickly peek down into the top mid and see what happens. But HPS, good luck, bud. You got 3 Ts right ahead. He hits the dink on the follow-up. He's not able to finish off that second kill, however. And Descenti more occupied with the guy up on balcony, but JDC is shooting so hot. The USP's out. The bomb is down. And mouz, look at their HP. 50 health between the 3 remaining players. ZMB gets the wallbang headshot, but Torzi with that combat op up close, clamping down on the 15th round win for mouz.
Full credit. And he just believes he's going to hit it. He doesn't hold that angle. He's going to get pre-fired behind the box, inside it cold, and wait and just hope his teammate comes out and swing. He's going to take that advantage. So let's tune in and listen to the mouz NXT team speak and see if they can close this out.
Banana Adam with us behind you.
Okay.
You were just doing North Banana. John, I want you to do mid nades late. Like, once we start taking banana, that's whenever you do mid nades. And Hubert, don't take ups.
Alright.
Just go rubs and hold it.
Okay. I will not do anything, banana.
Yeah, don't do anything.
Double in mid.
Flashing mid, you can peek mid, Dory.
Long one. He did smoke. Maybe it's like a one-way.
Okay, let's start searching banana now.
I'll do the nades now.
Right?
Car peeking. He's dead. I flash you, car. Give me bomb. Give me bomb.
I'm only Hobbit.
Flash.
Let's poke B. Leave Hubert, John, come with us.
I will smoke city once.
He's pushed apps now.
Okay, let's be a bit faster. I will molly first and second.
I mean,
Where are you guys?
one push
Did he
apps.
smoke?
Listen,
You wanna jump to it?
flash in front of us,
Yeah,
I will
I
flash
flash-
behind us.
Okay, okay.
I probably
Go.
have high timing.
Go.
Can you come back?
He's in the smoke. Come in. Out to be.
Don't be.
Maybe.
You got this, bro. 1v4, I'll buy you like 10 cheeseburgers.
Nice try.
Nice
Sorry.
try, boys.
No
It's fine.
cheeseburgers for you.
Yeah, no burgers for Shane. Maybe if you'd offered him 10 gold watches.
Yeah, maybe a McDouble or something.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Very energetic communication, I gotta say, right? Lots of decisions trying to be made on the fly, really trying to play that fast tempo. Looked like they tried to just stay quicker than Furia Academy could figure them out. But ultimately, it's a little bit cluttered as they tried jumping through smoke grenades on the B site and getting shut down.
Well, they throw the anti-happy flash.
Anti-happy flash.
Yeah, so the happy always used to stand in front of that banana smoke.
The sadness flash.
The sadness flash. And the teams used to just drop a right click behind it in case he was standing right in front of it. And they have the MP9er full blind, but he still somehow gets 2 frags.
Ooh, good peek from Honda down middle, but can he escape? Seems not. Furia is going to tuck into the porch, but JDC just got his hands on an AK, and don't you dare tell me that this is how the game is going to end, how the match will fall at the feet of Furia. HPS sprays away, cannot get a kill in this position. Bomb's going to be planted in the backside as the smoke is popping, though. ZMB gets caught. Shui with his hands on the A1S, peeks wide, and now HPS barely alive as Descenti's going to try to get the retake rolling. The 2v4 turned 2v3. Shane's got a good angle over the hay bales. Descenti needs to trade this quickly, but he's swarmed out by the terrorists, and we didn't get to catch the team comms for the victory of this match. But one round right after, when they've got less tools to work with, we do have mouz NXT defending their crown in the first challenge of WePlay Academy Season 2.
What an impressive roster, mouz NXT are. What an amazing game to watch from them. And Furia Academy, while they put up a small fight on the first map, it looked like that was their map pick and not Inferno.
Yeah.
Inferno did not go so hot. And at least when you tear down someone else's storyline, you build up another, right? And this can be about how strong mousesports NXT will be in this league on Season 2.
Right.
They're looking for the back-to-back, and they want to be the measuring stick for the other teams here.
All right, well, the back-to-back defenders, can they hang on? The first challenge seems likely. We'll throw this one back over to Heku.
Unfortunately, the second map was not so competitive. Unfortunately, I'm not getting the storyline that I really wanted. But I think it's like well deserved, of course. Like this means like that mouz NXT go further because they just won with a score of 2-0. But the thing is, when the map started, they managed to get 10 rounds in a row. Like, and we're sitting and we're talking, like, and it was like, okay, Furia, like, let's like go do like one step at a time. Because for a real long time, they just had problems putting a bomb. They had problems just planting. In the 10th round, they're like, okay, they got a plant. They didn't win the round, but like at least that was already like something that helped them out. And afterwards, they actually managed to get 5 rounds in a row. Like,
it's too little, too late is how I would put it. mouz NXT were getting in their faces. They were getting control. They were taking this. I mean, they were finding so many openers for themselves. And the guy I would key in on primarily would be Torzy. Before the series started, I kind of threw out a challenge there, just saying, can he step up? Can he show us that he deserves to be talked about in the way we talked about m0NESY, the way we talked about Regali? And I would say that this is a great stepping stone for him. Furia Academy were never going to be his toughest opponent, but it's something where in the beginning of last season, he didn't do this. So this is a great sign for mouz NXT because we already saw that JDC is performing well, Exertion's performing well. I know Pimp loves JDC, right? Sure.
I mean, he was doing a good job, and so were the rest of mouz NXT. And I will agree with you. You know, it's good to see Torzy play well. As said, this is not going to be the toughest opponent they're going to play in the tournament. This was a must-win game for mouz NXT, but it's always nice to see, especially at this level, that the favorites also deliver. We see it in Tier 1 Counter-Strike once in a while that the favorites, for whatever reason, having a hard time dealing with the fact that they are the favorites. They play better when they're from behind, sort of. When in this case, I think mouz NXT is taking it upon them, right? They won Season 1, they come into Season 2, they have the exact same lineup. They beat Furia, the main roster, on Inferno just a couple of weeks ago as well, and now they did the same to Furia Academy without even breaking a sweat. Yes, Furia got 5 rounds in a row, but at this point, when it's 10-0, maybe mousesports just started to slack a little bit, going for a little bit of the extra duels that you normally wouldn't take, and maybe not necessarily being as efficient and as, you know, I guess hands-on with all the small details as they were in the beginning of the game. So I'm not gonna remove anything from mouz NXT. This was a very dominant performance, and I do think that they deserve this win fully. Whereas for Furia Academy, the chance lay in Mirage, and unfortunately here in Inferno, there was no chance at all.
Yeah, they didn't have like a really good T side on this map, and then on the previous one, when they were on the CT side on Mirage, it kind of showed that like they really prepared for mouz, because you know there were the demos that they could check out, they can look at. But then when it comes to the second map, it was way harder for them because they started on that attacking side, and losing 10 rounds in a row probably didn't put them in a really good mood. And then it was like, I mean, you know, like when the round difference is so big, you just don't have the luxury of making a mistake. Like if you lose a pistol round, like it might just result in you losing 5 rounds in a row and you're basically out.
Right. I think that anybody that's competed before and has seen a 10-round differential has known that's just a total uphill battle. And even though Furia were able to get 5, I mean, it's just so much ground to gain. And for mouz they're just in such a comfortable position that I think they might have taken their foot off the gas a little bit there. It wasn't like they were playing badly. I would say that last season, sometimes when they had these big leads, they really took it easy. Like they really showed that, man, we're just better. We're just going to do whatever we want. This time, I actually feel like some of the rounds that Furia were able to find in those 5 weren't necessarily mouz just playing badly. It was actually Furia maybe overperforming individually. Like ZMB there, once again, just showing us that he's a skilled player now. This is kind of cool because, like I said before, on Mirage, he performed well, and that was something where going into this season, I was kind of thinking he would be one of the lower fraggers. In fact, he's actually performing as one of the best players for Furia, and that's something that hopefully when they play the loser of the match we got upcoming, he can build upon that because he's calling already. He was calling last season. I think he's calling again this season. For an IGL to be a bottom fragger, it's always going to just have your team hamstrung. And if he can deliver like this, maybe there's a silver lining for Furia. Maybe moving forward, they can perform just a little bit better than last season, because it would be a shame for them to come all the way from Brazil to play in this event and then to just go home empty-handed.
Yeah, that'd be sad. I mean, last season they at least had 14 games in order to try to find that groove, despite never really finding it. But this time around, it's hard. It's hard. You know, it's cut through, as we talked about yesterday as well. You lose 2 games and you're basically out. So Furia, they'll have to step it up a notch tomorrow or the day after if they want to continue to be alive in this tournament.
Yeah, they're not yet out. They still have an opportunity to get to the LAN. But the good news is that we actually have Torzy for an interview. So I'm actually looking forward to talk to him, because I got to talk about him with Cyclone, the coach. I got to talk about him with his ex-teammate Coolio. And finally, I'm getting to talk to him. How are you doing, Torzy?
I'm very good. I'm fine. Happy.
I'm fine, thank you. Okay, Torzy, congratulations with winning 2-0 against Furia. This time you did not make a mistake and you didn't give away a map, because like we still remember like what happened in the first season. like one of your first games. But yeah, congratulations with getting further. The thing that I would really like to know is what actually happened on Mirage. Do you feel like you maybe underestimated your opponents, or do you feel like they just prepared for you?
We didn't underestimate anyone. I think they played very well. They were really good. They were on point. Also, ZMP played insanely on Mirage, I think. And also, I think they anticipated us. Yeah, but we knew that their Mirage is not the best, and we knew that on CT we can show that our Mirage is really good, and we could do that. Yeah.
Torzy, what was some of the preparations you guys went through between Season 1 and Season 2? Because you guys have obviously played a handful of officials, but now you're back in Season 2. You guys are looking pretty strong and definitely like the favorites to win. So what went into making sure you're even better, even though you were champions last time?
I mean, we didn't change anything. We are doing the same. We are preparing as we did always. And our first goal is just to defend our title and win the second season. We are also playing every day just like we did, so we didn't change anything. And yeah, we are ready to win.
Torzy, I got a question for you, actually two, to be more specific. First and foremost, like we talked about you in Season 1 being this player that had the potential to be one of the best individual players in the tournament. You had a bit of a shaky start and you were a little bit inconsistent throughout the tournament. Do you feel like you still have more to prove in this league, that you can still be even better than you were in Season 1?
Yes, I'm still... like on the first season, I wasn't satisfied with myself, and I really want to prove that I am one of the best players in the league, and we are the best team. We want to prove it again, and we will. So, yeah,
Yeah, and that leads me to my second question, because you right now are a team that also goes up against some of the Tier 1 teams out there. You beat Furia on Inferno some days ago as well, which is a big result. Are you inspired by what Gambit did? Well, like the Gambit youngsters roster, and then all of a sudden they were so good that they had to be the main roster, and all of a sudden also became the best team in the world. Do you think there's maybe the same potential when this mouz NXT lineup, that you one day can be a team at the top tier level?
I mean, yes, it could happen, but we are just focusing on this Academy League first, and we are just focusing on improving ourselves and getting... just improving as a team and just trying to climb the ranking. So, yeah, but we will see what happens.
One step at a time, yeah.
One step at a time. My last remaining question would be, of course, I just want to know, because right now in this season we kind of changed the format. Before you had to play against every team. Now you're in Group B. You just won against Furia Academy, but you have a potential to play either against VP.Prodigy or Fnatic Rising. Which team do you think you're going to face next?
In my opinion, we will face VP.Prodigy. I think they improved a lot, and also Fnatic changed their roster. And I think the teams improved, like Assist Talent on last day. We saw that they improved a lot. Also, I believe that VP.Prodigy also improved a lot, and I think they will win, in my opinion.
Okay, that's like a really interesting opinion, because we're always debating who is the stronger team, who had like the better roster change. So it's really nice to hear like some kind of output from the players. Thank you very much, Torzy. I just have a question. Do you have maybe like a special message to your Hungarian community?
Yeah, I mean, just thanks for the cheering. We appreciate it, and yeah, keep it up. I love you, boys and girls.
Okay, thank you very much, Torzy. Good luck. You get to relax a little bit, but don't relax too much, because you still have a match coming up soon. So keep an eye on everything that's happening.
Okay, thanks for the interview.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been looking forward to finally get to talk to Torzy, because you talk about Torzy, you talk about Torzy. Like everyone talks about Torzy, but I never actually got the opportunity. It's probably my mistake, because I actually wrote to him, so it's a miss on my side.
Gotta
But-
beat him.
I never talked to Barack Obama, but I never reached out either. So I mean, you gotta maybe you gotta reach out a little bit.
Yeah, I do. But yeah, like the thing is, like I talked, like for example, to Kulik, to his ex-teammate in Budapest 5, and he said like, yeah, like we're really proud of him, like we're proud like of what Torzy is doing for his community, and like for me, okay, I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Denmark, like we win majors and stuff like that. Like when it comes, for example, to the Baltic states, we barely get any players. So like the moment when we got drops on the big scene, you know, like. Players followed up. We got Yikinder, we got the Broky, we got Beamus. It's like it just starts like growing like a snowball, you know, like it's like this effect. Yeah, it's like
snowball
this
effect. Yeah,
exactly. This is the effect, and maybe this is when we start getting more Hungarian players, Hungarian teams in top 30. You can never know like how it all starts.
I mean, Hungarian players in Counter-Strike Source, when I grew up and played Counter-Strike in my initial days, they were really, really good at playing Counter-Strike Source. They had a good culture and they had a good scene within that game. I remember a guy called Sen. I don't know if he's still playing today, but he was absolutely insane with the Deagle. Has one of the best highlights I've ever seen in the game. So you have a scene, you have players who can play the Counter-Strike game, but I think you need role models, and I think that's what like we need in Denmark as well. We have the guys like Sonic all the way from 1.6, Ave, etc. And now we grew up with Glay, we grew up with all these players, MSL for that matter as well. Great role models, great inspirational players that people can look up to. The more player you get within the top scene, the more brokies you get, the more reps you get, the more you'll get there. So it's just a question of time.
I'm sorry. I mean, you know, like for such a really long time, we just had no one. Then like Rops got to shine, and then like hopefully we'll get some Latvian players to a major, because that actually never happened. Like we know, like, we have a member in the FaZe clan, we have a member in VP. So I personally hope for the best. I know you're a fan of Yikinder.
yeah, of course, yeah. It's cool to see this region is starting to grow.
Yeah.
Like it's nice because we're giving chances, or not we, but you know, the teams that are in the Academy League are giving chances to players that before were underrepresented, and now what's happening is like you said, with role models. I think that's like the key word here, that players are seeing, like people will see others in a game, and if they see that their region is thriving, it gives them more desire. There's a bigger fire underneath them in terms of wanting to achieve the same things that those players have. So Rop's probably the prime example of people from that region, where they see that, you know, this guy that came up through FPL and all of that is finally on a huge stage, considered one of the best riflers in the world. And for Torzy, you know, there's been a couple operas from that area, and I think that's something where they're kind of picking up on that weapon. For some reason, it seems like Eastern Europe in general, Eastern Central Europe, for some reason, I don't know why, there are just so many operas.
Yeah, also Bulgarians. Like if we're talking about Balkans, like overall, like we know so many good operas.
Yeah, and so what I want to see moving off of that is for it to be a team. When we get a full Balkan team, Baltic region, that would be, you know, sensational, because right now we are getting some individuals popping up, but if there's a Balkan super team eventually, I mean, that's going to get everybody excited over there.
Yeah, that is doable. That is possible. The thing is, like, if for a really long time, the only way how players could actually show their skill is by grinding FPL, CE and FPL. Right now, we actually have the WePlay Academy League, so like, they don't need to right away join a tier 1 team, a tier 1 org. They can show themselves here, like with like some other young upcoming talents. But we are done with our first series, but our next series will be between Fnatic Rising and VP.Prodigy? VP.Prodigy is going to be against VP.Prodigy, and it will be pretty interesting because Torzy is actually expecting that he will play against VP. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen, but we're gonna be back after a break.
ground, and the round is won by Na'Vi. No! Stolen in the final seconds. Down these remaining players. And it catches all. Oh my god, he's gonna win the round! That is karma!
Welcome back to the second day of the WePlay Academy League Season 2. We already had our A group. We just had our series between mouz NXT and Furia Academy. Unfortunately, the Brazilian team lost, but they're not yet out because they still have a chance of qualifying to the LAN. This is what they're really looking forward, because in the previous season, they placed 8th, which meant like they had no opportunity to even like try their best. But now they can still do it. They still have time for preparations. Hopefully, they will manage to show like some better results. But let's maybe make a short recap of what we actually saw today and yesterday. As I mentioned, mouz NXT was against Furia Academy. It was pretty one-sided. Furia Academy really struggled. On the T side, there was a glimpse of hope on Mirage, but it didn't end up.
It was short-lived, the hope that one would have for Furia Academy. VP.Prodigy, fnatic Rising, though, the other game, and the loser of that will be playing Furia Academy. And when we look back at what happened yesterday, we've got Young Ninjas taking down Astralis Talent, a very competitive 2-0, might I add, both games 16-14. And then Na'Vi Junior taking down Big Omen Academy.
Yeah, completely manhandling Big Omen Academy, a team that went into the finals last time around, whereas Na'Vi Junior, I guess the biggest disappointment of last season, didn't qualify. So there was a good response from Na'Vi Junior, and as we spoke about yesterday as well, from what we've seen from the team so far, it's still early on in the tournament, but Na'Vi Junior looks to be the team that is coming in the hottest together with mouz NXT after what we've seen so far.
Yeah, but we got to witness 3 best-of-3s, and right now we'll have the final one, which will be between VP.Prodigy and fnatic Rising. And to my surprise, when it comes to Torzy, he's actually expecting to see the CIS team to proceed further, like, and to play against them, which is kind of came as a surprise to me. But like once he said that, like I looked up not at the stats, but like at the results and maybe like, at the lineups, and I can understand where this is actually coming from. Because when it comes to fnatic Rising, yeah, like they got to the LAN, they got like that final spot, they managed to win against Big Omen Academy, you know, like, but the thing is, they actually went through some changes, because previously they had Process. So like even when it comes to ECE Advanced, they played with him 2 games, then there was the LAN, and afterwards they already played with their new player who they picked up from FPLC. So he just recently qualified to FPLC. So they right away, you know, like they just picked him up. He was like, "You're gonna play for fnatic Rising," and I wonder how actually coordinated they are, because like he might be a really good talent, but he might not have that team coordination.
I will say that in one day, literally, actually under 24 hours, Keve put together a really solid roster with fnatic Rising. The fact that at the beginning of the WePlay Academy League Season 1, Keve and the rest of the group basically just found out that they're going to be playing together as a team, were already bringing teams like mouz NXT to overtime. They were taking maps off of basically almost every single team. I think the only teams that they didn't beat were Young Ninjas and mouz last season. Everybody else was a victim at one point. No, I'm sorry, they did beat Young Ninjas on Overpass, and that's just insane. The fact is that they looked like out the gates a very well-oiled team. That being said, it was off the back of a lot of BO1 kind of preparation. We noticed that Keve was bringing excellent game plans to a lot of these series, and we even heard in some of the comms that we were like given that Keve said, "Oh, hey, they threw the smoke. That means they're doing this, and that means we should do this," and they did it, and it would work. So there was a lot of anti-stratting and a lot of prepping for fnatic Rising as of last season. It's going to be a little bit harder when they're inserting a new player, but I have no doubt that Keve could probably put something together even with the minimal time.
Maybe I'm a little bit more hesitant to say, because I do agree with you. I think a lot of the success they found last season was down to Kevin, the preparation, the understanding, and maybe also the nature of all the other teams being very green in this area. As Torsi also said, all the teams have prepared. All the teams are coming into Season 2 being stronger than they were in Season 1. We saw that with Astralis Talent yesterday. We saw that with Furia today as well. There's some upward trajectories for these guys, and based off last season, I feel like Regali was like a dominant factor for this lineup, right? He was playing hearts out, some of the best Counter-Strike that he's probably ever played, and I'm not too sure if we can expect Regali to play at the same high level again, because we did see at the LAN finals that he did slow down a little bit. He couldn't really find the same high groove, couldn't find the same high gear, and we also discussed it. He was the highest rated player coming into the LAN finals outside of m0NESY, who didn't qualify. We need to see Regali play at that exact same level, if not even better, if I want to believe fnatic Rising can find as much success as they did last season. One thing is having Kevin, another one is losing Process as well. We saw him during the finals. He was actually the one player who stepped up at the LAN, had a couple of good showings. So I feel fnatic Rising is coming in a little bit weakened, whereas if you look towards VP.Prodigy, I think the sentiment they left us with in Season 1 was that they were getting better and better game by game. So if that trajectory is continuing, I think we have a very, very competitive game right here.
When it, for example, comes to Young Ninjas and Astralis Talent, like we're looking forward for a more competitive series, because before, like when they played, Astralis Talent really struggled. But when it comes to actually this series, VP.Prodigy and fnatic Rising, of course, they played against each other twice, because that was the format of the previous season. It was 2 best of ones. But the thing is, when in the first time like they met, they went to overtime, and the second time they met, they also went to overtime. So when it comes to fnatic Rising, they don't have like the easiest time against VP.Prodigy. You know, like it's not gonna be that one side. So like, if I had to say, from all of the series that we had previously, this is the series that should be the closest.
I agree with you. I think that the way that this was all seeded for these opening matches was just basically 1 versus 8 from the previous season. But I mean, the thing is that this is the 3 versus the 6 seed, and I mean, VP.Prodigy, like we've all been saying, has been getting better. The beginning of the season last time around was rough. They had a lot of trouble closing out games. They choked some big leads, and some of the individuals, even though certain players would put up monster performances, it was kind of the question was, why is nobody meeting them with it? And I'm thinking of players like Lamek and Bloody K. Both of them were very active in delivering really big performances that shocked us, but it was seriously just individual efforts, and then the rest of the team was not there. They weren't even trading off of each other. The strategy wasn't as fine-tuned as you would think. And so if VP.Prodigy has been grinding, and spoiler, they have been. They've been playing a lot of series. They played at least 5 series between Season 1 and Season 2, and even though they haven't won them, some of them have been pretty close, and they've taken some maps off of teams that are probably stronger than Academy League level teams.
That's the thing, right? I think the grind and the fact that they're still progressing and getting better game by game is what they have to hope is enough against fnatic Rising. You mentioned it yourself, a new player coming into this lineup, a young player, a player that is used to play in FPLC and used to play Face-It pucks, etc., etc. It's a complete new level that he's getting into. It's a different way of playing Counter-Strike, so I'm looking very much forward to see what he can bring to the table. Process is a guy that I think during the finals impressed us a lot, showed the progress he made on the server, and showed that he could have an impact and good productivity as well in terms of getting kills and finding openings. If this new guy, who we don't know much about, to be fair, can do the same thing or maybe even elevate fnatic Rising, then again, I think we have a very interesting matchup right here, because it's hard for me to predict who's really the favorite.
Yeah, but when it comes to the vetoes, we kind of were expected to see Mirage getting banned and Inferno, because those are the perma bans for those teams. So when it comes to fnatic Rising, they actually decided to pick Ancient. The thing is, I checked the maps, and when it comes to the online phase, fnatic Rising kept on trying to not play Ancient at all.
Right.
But then, when it comes to the LAN, they were actually picking it, and their opponents started banning it because they actually prepared. Because you kind of notice, like, okay, we see like the Academy teams like to play Vertigo. They are not huge fans of Ancient, so maybe let's learn how to play this map and let's dominate.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of footage now in terms of how to play Ancient the right way. I mean, you can look at ENTS demos, NIP demos. I mean, those are teams that love it in the Tier 1 space. And, you know, Keve's probably grinding those kinds of demos. VP.Prodigy was a team that tried integrating Ancient into their map pool last time around, and they got 16-1 by Navi. Like, they had a terrible time when they tried.
They also did beat Young Ninjas on the map.
But
Brewfire with the max little area completely destroying people. When I look at this video, right, it could be the other way around. It could be VP who picked Ancient, and it could have been Fnatic Rising who would have picked
That's
Overpass
true.
as
That's
we saw
true.
last time around. That was their main go-to map. So judging by this video, I think both teams are fairly comfortable.
This is actually just a super great veto in terms of how competitive it is. Yeah, the fact is that both of these teams really played these 3 maps last season, and going into it, it's going to be exciting to see. I mean, looking at the win rate, it's not too pretty for VP.Prodigy, but that victory that they have in the 14%, like Pim said, was a real shocker, the one that they took off of Young Ninjas.
Yeah, but when it comes to VP.Prodigy, maybe their win percentage is not so good, but they played 7 times, while Fnatic Rising played it only 2.
Yes.
So, you know, it's way easier to have like a nicer scoreline if you don't play.
They both have 1 win on.
Yeah, that doesn't look good for VP.Prodigy though. Yeah, you do have a point, my Snake. But like when it comes to predictions, we can kind of say that like, let's say like the unofficial prediction of mouz and XT that was provided by Torzy is that they're actually going to play against VP.Prodigy. How about you, Mai? What do you expect?
I can't believe Torzy did that. I'll be picking Fnatic Rising because I just liked what I saw from them last season enough that I know that they're coming into this game with a lot of prep. But it'd be cool. I think this is the most competitive opener we have, for sure.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we can expect 3 maps in this series for the first time in the tournament. I think it comes down to Regali and the new boy on Fnatic Rising. If he can produce, if he's good enough already, if he can get the job done, so to speak, I think Fnatic Rising will.
Can I get the bat for a second?
Yeah, you can.
His name is Banjo. We need some of that. Yeah, from Banjo.
Yeah,
we have props. We have to use them.
I'll take it from here, Maui, for the content.
All right.
I think it comes down to those 2. Regali, if he performs as well as he did last season, I think VP.Prodigy, despite having Lumit, despite having Bloody K, I don't think they can stand the match of individual, level on the server, so to speak. So competitive, yeah, but Fnatic Rising, they should win.
But yeah, luckily for you, Mao, we have a whole set of props. But I'm actually looking forward to find out if we're going to have 3 maps instead of 2, because that's how so far we had our best of 3s. Scrawny, Launders, are you ready for 3 maps?
Always ready. Always ready. Let's go the distance. Why not? We had a relatively quick first 2. And the crowd goes wild. Home run. I'm just going to agree to whatever Pimp has to say. Why? Because he's the one holding a baseball bat.
Yeah, that's a good reason, actually. I don't want to get hit either.
Safe bet.
Yeah, he's got the do not peek bat.
Get me a couple spoons, and between me and Maui, we can start a good old hoedown. But before we jump into the pistol round of this first map, don't laugh at me. You guys are still there. You just started laughing. I've always wanted to be in a band.
Yeah.
And I can't play any instruments, so I feel like the spoons was a good place to start.
You do have like a mouth instrument, though.
I do.
Can you do the spoon noises?
No.
That's a little bit too hard.
Let's not delve into that realm.
All right.
But props to Maui. He shot for the moon. And I think in this case, so will VP.Prodigy. Ancient to be the start of the series, I'm all for it, right? I think with the first season, the reason that we get so many teams on Vertigo is just because these are new players, and new players play new maps. It's the best way for upcoming teams to close the distance between them and the teams that are so far more experienced, right? These players haven't played Dust 2 for the last 15 years of their lives. These players are going to look to innovate and adopt and adapt on the newest pieces of the puzzle. And in this case, nowadays, that's Ancient. So the same way that, let's look back, and when the current Gambit team was Gambit Academy, they used Vertigo to become challengers, to become one of the best teams in the world. They used that to like really springboard themselves forward. So I'm super down with VP.Prodigy in this case, trying to adopt on Ancient, right? It's the best way to, again, close the gap between your challengers. And we know that Fnatic Rising have a reason to be the favorites at the start of this. Maybe the veto can obscure that.
I'm with it. I think that makes a lot of sense. Ancient is a map where if you do have a certain amount of prep, there's still some gimmicks to be found. The map has yet to be developed, and with the update, now that you can spam properly on a number of angles, an infinite amount of angles on that wood wall in the B site, it changes the game in terms of the planting. And the other cool part is the plant zone's expanded on both A and B.
Oh my god, it's new Ancient.
It's new Ancient. So
it's new Ancient.
New Ancient, new me. You know what I mean?
That makes this so much more fun.
But this was Fnatic Rising who picked it, right? Or was it the other way around?
VP.Prodigy, brother.
Oh, VP.Prodigy. Okay, so Fnatic Rising have overpass afterwards.
I can double check.
Interesting.
No, I was incredibly wrong.
Okay, I was wondering why you were so wrong.
Dude, take everything I said, throw it out the window. If my music career doesn't start out, I could always be a clown. Honk, honk. USP's tapping through the A site, not going to find anything. KST just sits back, waits for some kind of a flank. Pepsor on the front line. Oof. Resalt's not supposed to get that kill. Your Lurker's supposed to be able to hold off on A main. Banjo and Regali. They try to get forward aggressive, and they needed that because this flank is coming in pretty damn quick. Kevy, he's on the side of the box. Zarison able to get that close-range headshot with the dual Berettas. We're into the 1v1 for the pistol, and Regali just able to dodge around and around. He tries to escape. The kit's been picked back up, and that means there's time for a defuse to come through. VP.Prodigy with the pistol.
Yes, Result 2. He's got the upgraded guns. He got the dual Berettas. He got the kit. He got the smoke into the next round, and he got the round itself. Nothing feels better to win a 1v1 and get some of the spoils as well. So with that, we're off to a flying start here for VP.Prodigy. And I mean, the map has definitely been upgraded in a number of ways. And also, I mean, when we were talking to S-Attack, he literally just said, like, it's a completely different map right now because of the B site, right? Now, there's already some emphasis on mouz and the cave side, Jaguar, Cheetah, all these, you know what I mean? That part was so important. Now it's even more important.
Ooh, they go for the bank flash. Lomik, ooh, he's got himself a kill. Tries to dive away. Roofire, not the best weapon.
My God.
Not the best weapon for
I
this
like
fight.
the ambition.
Yeah, unless your Mag 7's shooting slugs. But either way, Result comes in and will clear the board. We saw that, right? He runs away with his Mag 7 being replaced by Result. Result's weapon, much better for that situation. A1S clears away 2 bodies, and VP.Prodigy take that 2-0 start.
Very clean. Cleaner than a Connor tabletop. You know, he keeps those tabletops clean.
I like to keep,
Immaculate.
I'm a tidy guy.
Yeah.
I'm a tidy guy.
If you were Bald, you'd be Mr. Clean. Let's go ahead and listen to the Fnatic Rising team speak.
Now.
Watch banana push.
They mullet mid, watch Layla. They will probably go Layla here.
Yeah. Immolati banana. I think, yeah, maybe they will push banana.
I'm gonna flash mid, friends. I just smoked it.
Hold banana, I'll pick Layla. I'm holding. One Layla.
They flashed A. They smoked A now.
I'm gonna come to B. I got the flash.
No, I'm going B as well.
Yes, USB. He smoked out. Yes, USB in cave.
Okay, we can try to kill him.
I'm not touching banana.
I will do like the Navi flash for you.
Yeah, do it whenever you can.
Flashing now.
Close, shotgun.
Boom.
Close.
Nice. He's usually alone. There's a deagle on the floor. Oh, I'm having cave angle.
I'm on the banana corner, guys.
They smoked banana.
Yeah, they smoked me on banana.
They smoked the flash all away. Let's go. They molo cave. Maybe they will pick. After the molo, we can go cave slowly.
Yeah.
I can do a rush. You can flash for them
One
to go
cave.
out.
He's picking. Cave still.
Picking cave.
I'm still smoked. We'll just wait a bit, Kevin.
One pillar.
Pillar, I think.
Yes, he's short now.
I flash now.
One more short.
Short still.
Long, and short. Long, close long.
Short. And CT.
I'm blind. I have one on port. Long. I'm planting.
Okay, flash.
Close.
Yep, coming. I can't help you.
They're both long.
I'm close. I'm not picking.
I'm trying to take first.
1 HP. I attacked him.
No,
nice try.
Oh my god, nice try.
Oh my god, Kevin, you think the long guy once. Yeah, that dink. Oh, as close as it can get. Kevy with the Mag 7 trying to run circles around, and he did a really good job of buying a lot of time, right? We saw the bomb tick beyond the halfway point. You could see Cheerful starting to get a little nervous, man.
Dude.
The first fake didn't work. The second fake didn't work. Now you've lost this guy inside of the smoke, and things get a little hectic, right? If that Mag 7 lands a shotgun headshot up close, it's done. But the A1S succeeds.
That was a whole movie.
It was.
Man, you got to appreciate how Fnatic Rising slowly using pieces, but coming forward, sticking to the comms, getting the map control, and then using the Mag 7. Every kind of very resourceful in that round with the amount of stuff that they had. So that's kind of a scary round. But look at Roofire back at it, like Asthmatics here with the Mag 7 inside of the cave. But he gets shut down. 2 for 2. He only got that one pistol kill last round.
Oof, but Zarasen's there with the donut peek into the top shelf. 2 kills from the A1S. So they're right back into their tied situation. Very curious to see how much more shotgun gameplay we're going to get out of Rooffire. It's one thing to hold the caves, but I feel like anytime you've got to rotate to A or anytime you've got to move forward, you're just so useless.
Dude, some people have opioid problems. He got a mag set. He has a shotgun problem.
This guy's addicted to the mag. It's a way of life at this point. Resalt's just going to sit behind the pillar. Oh, he's crossing back, and he gets his head popped by Regali. Check out the HP here for Fnatic Rising. Other than Banjo, we've got 2 softened up players to try and win this 3v2, but then again, CT is also walking wounded, so it's going to really come down to the few bullets that need to land in this one. Retake could come through. Smoke and double flash if VP.Prodigy want to keep this flawless streak rolling, but it's got to be a tempting save call. There's a kit right here. That could help. Op as well if you want to save it.
That's just too much.
And there it
money
is.
A bit too far away.
They call the exit.
No control at all. No one in CT. So they'll get out. And it's a nice round again from Fnatic Rising. We got to get a heat map on top of the cave because there's been so much action going on there. And Rooffire, I like how comfortable he is, but maybe he shouldn't be so.
Yeah.
Just because it's such an important part of the map. Only amplified by this last update, and getting 1 kill or just dying might not be enough anymore. Also, you know, we see how nerdy you can get with the different spams you can do around
so
there.
many angles.
You can't do that with the Mag 7.
Oh, you know what? You could try. I would love to see what happens if you try
Yeah,
wall
you might
banging.
hit 9 bullets through. Yeah, you might. Actually, there's like some kind of small chance. It does have a pretty tight shot like spread, actually. Funnily enough. But it's you know, it's so important, and it's good that he's comfortable with it. But he might need to be more careful.
This time he's got just a deagle. Rooffire, the Sanji of VP.Prodigy. It's going to be a fast A exec. Nice triple smoke play from Fnatic Rising into the A bomb site. And there's nobody here for VP.Prodigy. They tried to gamble with a B heavy lean, and well, because of that, they've lost the bomb site in a straight up 5v5. Good utility usage out of Fnatic Rising as well. They wasted 0 time trying to get this bomb down. Look how much bigger this site is. Plant is so safe. Kevy, 2 kills deep in the temple. Lomix hoping to find an angle on him, but Kevy just needs to stay committed to the corner, and nobody's going to be able to peel him off of this place. KST comfortably in the backside finds that Deagle player in Rooffire, and it's an easy spray down. 4 frags coming off of Keve. And Fnatic Rising 2 rounds in a row.
They put the right emphasis on Temple, get the kills there, and then they have the perfect spread on the site. You can see how actually uncomfortable the rotation is from Donut. They're looking in all directions, and Fnatic Rising do a really good job. But once they get on the site, they know how to exactly, you know, exert the right amount of effort, take the right amount of map control, and get comfortable. And they can trust. They can trust in Keve. They can bow to Keve for that one. That was a very, very nice hold from him. And he maintained that position. The whole site gets compromised if he doesn't. If he dies, it doesn't get traded, or it doesn't get his trades, I should say. Mid control here for the CTs. Well, a lot of presence at least. It's just the pistols waiting, I think, for the explosion to come. And Pepsor, what a brave man, runs right into cave, knowing that on any given round, you could have Rooffire in there with a Mag 7 waiting for you to swing around the corner with a smile on his face. But now that he's so quickly got this map control, it's really inviting Fnatic Rising forward. I think one thing already that we're seeing about this team is they recognize when they have an opportunity.
Yeah, they've got like that. They've got the taste of blood in the water, and when they feel it, they pounce. Regali going to be met by a few CTs. How many go for that preemptive peek? How many wait for him to come to them? All of a sudden, they swarm. Regali's able to get an additional kill before he drops. Kevy's going to take some damage, but continues on with success here. And as he fades away, his teammates will give chase in order to finish. 3 rounds for Fnatic Rising in a row. It's a tied game at 3 apiece.
Really like their composure in these moments. Like, they get the cave really quickly. They're set up outside Banana. They're holding back. They're waiting for a push. VP.Prodigy come right into their trap. Credit to VP.Prodigy. They also recognize, you know, once that map control is taken, all right, maybe the threat is going to that same site. It's not going to be some kind of weird fake. But they only have the USP, so builds up and makes the next round a little bit more interesting. What happens? It's really going to be so much about Rufire protecting Cave, how desperate he wants to be about it, how adamant he is. Will Rufire loosen his grip?
He's had to buy the A4.
Oh my god.
A1S. The hell am I saying? A4 doesn't exist anymore. There are more kills currently at IEM Fall with the FAMAS than the M4A4.
Let's go.
And I haven't seen a single kill. That's not true. There was an A4 here. But I found a better example so I can really exaggerate. I'm really trying to sell the world on using the A1S. Is the AK even better? Time will tell.
I'm dropping the AK for an A1S every day of the week. Oh,
Zarison finds a nice headshot towards middle. Tried to whip that one back. It did drop Pepzor a little bit closer towards the cave entrance. So that created a bit of timing here where Resalt could have walked in, but a nice little snap on the crosshair from Pepzor to topple another player at the B site. Regali doesn't fire the op while he's blinded, so they still don't know whether he's here or not. And as he peeks out wide, he should see the CT close. Ooh, nice. Regali moving in, looking to finish it off, but if Lomic just keeps his head tucked, then he should be good to go. And two more Ts line up, but KST with the headshot over the box will keep Fnatic Rising's winning ways rolling. That is 4 in a row now.
yeah. And it doesn't really look like they were ever losing. Like after watching some of these rounds, they've got full control. I mean, they just look very, very confident. Very clean round so far when they're winning. So, okay, what'll happen in this round where Fnatic Rising have now proven they can kind of take over mid carefully. They've got a full A going for them, as well as a lot of these looks towards Cave that have been very successful. Pepzor will probably be the man to watch in this regard, to be the kryptonite for Rufire, who's been holed up there most often. But Rufire's already changed his ways.
Yeah.
To an M4. Turned it back on the Mag 7.
He hasn't got a kill since he had a Mag 7. Just saying. Just saying. Is there still time to change the course of this path? Absolutely. Is there money to do it right now? No. So he will be one of the many players here for VP.Prodigy buying up into their upgraded pistols. Only Cheerful staying on that USP.
You know, they say scared money don't make money.
You got to spend money to make money.
Yes, and that's why you got to buy the Mag. I want to see it at first. When he was buying it, I was like, man, you're buying it a little too often. But now he's not buying it. I want to see more.
He gets killed through smoke, so that wouldn't have changed anything. Pepzor, very nice knowledge on the angle in order to get the kill. And also a bit of utility to keep Lomic away from boosting up on boxes here. A huge redirection maybe from Fnatic Rising. We see them fading away from the B site while Kevy continues to spam shots. And if we're asking ourselves why they've left, it's because KST walked into the A site, thought he was going to get it for free until Lomic deegs him in the face and falls away to Dono. Kevy has to be careful. This utility's being heard, and he's so preoccupied with throwing grenades that Kevy's supposed to die. But he sprays away. 2 kills for him. Regali with the op shot, and now it's just Zarison left.
Man, that was well done. It didn't. Did the second Keve kill not show up on the kill feed?
It was delayed on the kill feed for some reason,
yeah,
but he did get both.
Yeah, that was a nice spray, man.
I was like, did that guy's head just explode on itself?
Right. Just from all the pressure.
He just panicked.
Wait, Keve's alive and I don't have help?
Yeah.
Keve's got a nice spray. And some great hair.
Look at that. Pepzor, give him a damn chance. Lomic, nice eagle kill. Look at this one. Woo-wee.
That's what I would name an automatic pepper machine.
What?
The Pepzor.
The Pepzor.
It's like the Nespresso of automatic pepper dispensers.
Yeah. How many servings of pepper, sir? Pepzor, you know best. Thank you, sir.
Pepzor, why am I lonely?
AK looking to chase down Lomic. Smoke could slow it off.
Ooh, that's annoying. He's not scared of smokes.
Oh, he's going to push right through. Lomic, while blind, gets 4! 4 kills! Blinded with the AUG. 4 rounds for VP.Prodigy.
Man, this... Okay, this really is the B site.
Yeah.
That really is the B site. It's such a position when you're running out. Everyone is going to line up like a series of planets. Oh my goodness.
Dude, he really
Guy in
didn't
the back
see Kevin.
first. Yeah.
Or whoever it was in the back. Doesn't matter who it was. To him, they were just corpses. They were just easy kills. Maybe Fnatic Rising will have to reconsider their ways. A plays had looked good up until that point, but they tried to rush through a smoke. Nice little run boost. Cheerful's got a good timing on this spawn, and the smoke grenade's not going to block his vision, but a player does tuck into the pocket. So Cheerful instead's going to watch that door. Very nice combination between this quick movement peek and the incendiary down the ramp. They knew that they would be stuck outside of the doorway. Now it's Rufire's chance to kill, but he drops the ball. He gets peppered. And Zarasen's going to maybe make the difference. Does he decide to take an assault? Or just stay back? He's going to very quickly look to close this distance behind the two players inside of caves. Lines him up, knocks him down.
That is what you love to see. It's actually, I mean, this 2v4 now. Like, they're just shut out of all their map control. Yeah, they have the bomb, but going down the clock. It's in their best interest to wait now to make it at least seem like they might go back. But at the same time, it's dire straits either way. So maybe they just continue forward and try to fight their way in. They throw a flash, and that could make it seem like they're trying to leave. But now at that step, they've confirmed the attack is oncoming. And Fnatic, look, they really believe in themselves here. They're trying to actually smoke things out, flash for peaks. But no easy fights are going to be given up.
Oh, okay. A little spray transfer attempt from KST, but he's not able to get the second. So, you know, Fnatic Rising hoping that players would have walked away from the B site. Wasn't the case.
Yes.
Still stacked up. And not only were they stacked up, but they weren't timid. They go out for their peak.
Great to see the run boost enabling Cheerful, who is very careful. And look at Fnatic Rising. They're jiggling. They're nervous, right? They're out in the cold. They're shivering. And they're trying to be very, very careful about this opportunity, but they still get off and they can't actually refrag because of that smoke that plumed inside of the cave. It's just popping out a bit too much, the protruding smoke. But nice use of mid even for that flank.
Whoa, Zaresen gonna disrespect the terrorist Molotov. Everything is just engulfed in flames.
It's the banana flambe. Let's see, the CTs can route towards mid. It's just this area, this part of the map is so interesting from this perspective. Yeah, and look, they'll have a third person to help. Rufire doesn't seem to be aware that the fight could be right here. However, his flash is good enough, but the trades are coming down, not in the favor of VP.Prodigy at all.
Dude, I like that play from VP.Prodigy. That's one of the rounds that I hope we get picked apart from the analysts after the fact, but it's hard to analyze Pepzor as he just decides to turn it up a notch, runs in, kills everybody that stood in his way. Really nice utility play. They disrespect that one top ramp Molotov. They had their own smoke, their own double molly. You saw them. They could every single corner for themselves. They had everything. All they needed to do was lock the terrorists out of the doorway, but the T's came through.
I personally think that Rufire, like, he misses a timing where there's still a potential real threat back there. The flash ends up working, but it's after the attack comes. If he had his gun out, I think he gets a trade. And I also think that he also just alerts them to his position as well. But you know, it could have just been part of the protocols for them on the CT side. I feel like there's just a lack of awareness. There could actually be a fight imminent after the Molotovs come up. And Fnatic Rising punish really, really well. And that is the thing for the T's. It's not, like really, really well, as Pimp would say. But that's the thing for the T's. If you're out there, you're at threat of being taken down. Same if the CTs overtake it, you know. It's an important part of the map and a fun part to try to use. And sometimes rounds just fall in their face right there on from your side. It's not a bad position to be in, but you run a risk.
See if we can tie this game at 6 apiece. Regali, the aggression here with the op, but he's going to get wrecked by Cheerful. He's just standing in the no man's land, ate a flashbang, couldn't see a thing. And now we've got VP.Prodigy up in the 5v4. They're able to take mid control as well, seeing as there's no presence anywhere on the map whatsoever from Fnatic Rising other than here outside of the B site.
Yeah.
It's an all-in play, and it cost them a lot of information. So VP.Prodigy should be very confident in being able to bolster sites. But the thing is, VP.Prodigy didn't go down middle. They didn't go into A main, so they're still going to keep some players leaning on A.
MP9 peak, very dangerous game for Roofire to be playing.
This is a crazy man right here, Roofire.
He's a little nuts.
Now he falls back, but he got some info. The CTs will come and help.
Yep, and for his reason, they're able to push a third player into this B site. So all things considered, you know, it was a risky play, but it rewarded them with information. Cheerful nearly burnt all the way down to 0, has 12 HP after that. Molotov crisps him. Resalt sees the muzzle flash inside of the smoke and kills Banjo immediately. There's 2 terrorists still over towards the caves, but one also here on ramp. Keve able to exit, didn't see the guy on ramp. KST's tucked back. Keve needs to fight the other direction, so now Keve's stuck between 2 positions, doesn't have the bomb, and once these smokes go down, he is screwed. Doesn't matter how fast he can whip in all those spots, there's just simply too many counter-terrorists to take down. We are tied, folks, at 6 rounds each.
Maybe Roofire is just that right amount of crazy, you know? Like, he's taking some overt risks here, but sometimes, I guess, when he doesn't die, I mean, it's the info that they need to make the rotation, and he doesn't like to make those rotations blind. He likes to see it for himself. He wants to know for himself. And then when he finds out, he goes ahead and gets on the radio for the rest of his team to know as well. And for that reason, they're kind of an awkward team to play against, I feel like, and as calculated as Fnatic Rising have been, they still got to deal with this kind of X factor. The man who fears nothing. Never has any help either.
Nope.
A complete mercenary.
One-man army. It's the kind of guy you send in first. Sometimes he comes back. Sometimes you never see him again. But at least you know he's doing his job.
Why people sad emoji?
He's on an AK, looking for his second kill of the map. But you don't need kills if your team has round wins. Although it helps. Frag grenade goes deep. Will it find the mark? Not too bad. Banjo dropped to 53.
How much does that M4 headshot do? 91?
Yeah.
That's enough then. 3 players on high alert. Keve low as well, and this will be it. Camp it out on the B ramp. People don't push A that often, so sometimes it's okay on this map to, you know, forego any A control at all. It looks like the execute is coming in soon. The resmoke here on the ramp, however, have they played it too slow? Double resmoke.
They're gonna go through. Oh, resalt.
Oh, no way it works.
They just shred the 2 CTs inside the site. Regali's barely alive in that moment as well. 9 HP to make the difference on him. Saracen looking like he just wants to save. VP.Prodigy going to pull the plug and just go for the escape instead. So, I mean, that's one of those moments where, honestly, very crazy to just try and charge through it, right?
I mean, they had to. They had 20 seconds, so if that was VP.Prodigy's round. Like, they had a position even in close to the smoke where they were spamming, but everyone jumped through at the same time. It's viable. It's just the problem is when it's that obvious, it shouldn't work. Sometimes people are, whenever it's a charge through, people are standing on one corner of the smoke to block an exit too, as well as spam people down, because it can get crazy. 3 people jump through a smoke on 3 different angles. Sometimes it is too hard to aim. So sometimes you use your body to block one side of it, hold the cross on the other side, but he was kind of standing in the middle, right? Which makes it so that you have to react the hardest as they come from the left or right, and you don't block anything. And that's the only thing you can say. I mean, they could have got mowed down. They certainly didn't have the advantage coming through the smoke, but it's close to 50-50 at that point when there's 3 guys at the same time.
So at least they were able to keep themselves spread out.
That's a gaggle of guys.
A gaggle, of course, is a group of geese. Common word in Canada. I like to teach you guys while we're here. It's the Academy League, after all. Lamek gonna charge through smoke like it's nobody's business. And Zarison right next to him gets the one and done. So man advantage held on to, 4v3. Roofire, don't you throw this. Oh my god, he's crazy.
He doesn't care.
And he just gets the wallbang MP9 kill. Well aware that there is a potential threat to his left. Having already shut down the threat to his right, but Pepsor peeks into the A site, takes a man down, and Roofire with the perfect timing on the backstab versus Banjo.
I mean, you gotta be so mad at yourself. Every time you die to Roofire, You're holding him, you're holding him, you're holding him. Turn around.
You die.
He's coming.
And he upgrades into the AK.
Up your butt like a proctologist.
VP.Prodigy keeping this game tied up. 7 rounds apiece. This is nice. We're getting a little back and forth affair. Whoa, 16 HP for the Pepzor. He's going to make a sprint for the bomb site. Try to just make a little bit of money, and the Molotov won't find him. The spray doesn't either. Oh, but Lamek, hot on the heels, will very quickly shut it down. I think in that point, that 1v3 with 16 health, the bomb plant's all you're shooting for. Really bolsters up the buy for the final attempt of fnatic Rising's T side.
That's the thing about this bomb plant zone now. It's going to create for some unique situations where you put the bomb down, you know, where you can get spammed from.
How big it is.
Yeah, it's enormous. And as we know from NA,
crazy,
bigger is better. That guy, yes. Yeah, I can't believe he didn't trip on his balls walking to his PC this morning. They're so big.
Somehow, the confidence to just disrespect it. We've got a double op set up here from the Prodigy squad to close out the CT side of Ancient, their opponent's map pick. Only limitation here for fnatic Rising's that Mac 10. Good.
Ooh,
consistency in this run boost.
Look, they're making it seem like it's a full A hit. Oh, and Tearful's coming through. He doesn't care. He's not going to respect it. This fake fails, and that means that we've got fnatic Rising using a little bit of utility for no reason, and now also are down a player. You see they do that early fake smokes from A for about a spawn very quickly. Could be powerful if VP cared. The ultimate tool.
Cheerful, come on, get another. Oh, he's burned out. Now they know he's here, but he re-peeks.
Oh, he gave himself an angle too.
Yep. Just gave himself the smallest of little gaps.
No one can support Plash for him from this position. He just has this op, which is scary.
Zarasen's coming to help.
There we go.
Looking to lay down some bullets of his own. Cheerful will kill KST. Cheerful doing a great job of staying alive here. And Zarasen, look at that. Able to keep the guy pinned into the corner long enough for Cheerful to find a third frag on the round, but there is still a chance for fnatic Rising because all this fight going... Oh, no, there's not. There's no
bomb. Yeah.
I take back what I said.
There's a whole perimeter around this bomb as well.
Doesn't matter what you do if you don't have the bomb.
That's a big thing in this game. No bout it, doubt it.
Oh, he just threw him a flashbang so that he could go for the peek. That's cool. Flash did work. But Cheerful on for the ace. 4 kills to his name, and he's got all 5. Closes out the CT side.
You know, I really love that Cheerful in that position. He saw, like, the Molotov. You could hear it. He knew it was coming for his position, but he knew he had the smoke. And also, if you smoke yourself out in a spot like that, you're still a threat. It's similar to if you were to smoke yourself out under Balcom Mirage. Like, there's still only so much they can do about you there. If they don't have any HEs to land on you as well. They actually have to clear you in some regard. So and the longer they take to do that, the more support comes in, plus you're dominating in mid. And he even gets a kill with a Molotov after. I think he banks it into the corner.
Yep. They tried to burn him, and instead he barbecued them.
That was a very nice play from Cheerful, holding his nerve. And just kind of, he saw the few, he didn't get nervous for 1 second. He knew the next steps.
Yes, he did. Even in those last 2 kills as well, right? Peeking out underneath that shelf. Obviously knew both players were up there, so Cheerful kind of putting his name on the game at the end of the CT side. This crazy spray from Lamek. Oh my god. Would have been a beauty of an ace.
Dude, I would have been in TeamSpeak saying, yeah, they were all looking at me. They had auto snipers. They were splitting my position. I didn't have any nades or nothing, and I killed them all. I would have lied about the whole war story.
We saw this run boost from Cheerful twice. Both times successful. A couple of flanks as well through the caves to make a difference. Remember, folks, this is the most CT-sided map in the competitive map pool.
It's like old overpass days. It's crazy. Yes.
At the same time, that factual stat I just dropped is also based on the previous version.
The previous version.
Larger bomb sites could tilt this back slightly.
Yes.
But ultimately, you know, I think it's going to take more of a difference to really take it all the way to a T-side favor.
Yeah.
So VP.Prodigy doing a good job hanging on to an advantage, a 1-round advantage after their defensive half. Let's see if they can pick up the second pistol.
and extend that lead.
Oh, they're coming right at Regal. He's going to hear these footsteps and closing on his position, but he does get out of there. Let's listen to the Fnatic team speak.
Nice, Kevin.
They're smoked up. They maybe con.
They smoke temple.
Yeah. I'm going CT.
I'm holding. I don't
They
know.
might go back
con,
as well.
smoke con.
Yeah. Can we go back to B?
Be careful B now.
Yeah. Can someone stay window with me? It's
I
fading
can.
now. Let's clear it.
I'm going to come.
Two, kill window.
I'm aiming. 2, yeah, still dead. They're falling back.
I'm staying city still. Temple and con. Hey.
I'm blind.
They don't know about me.
One temple. You can go close. Let's go.
One more temple. 2 temple, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, one is in temple.
Close shot. And temple.
Let's try it.
Well, those headshots at the end, man. What the hell is that? They just took all the soul. They siphoned it out of Fnatic Rising. We had a bomb plant to the T side, a competitive post plant, and then it just went up in smoke.
I think, yeah, this makes the game as interesting as possible now that it's Fnatic Rising's pick, plus they're on their side. So what'll the buy be actually in response? There's a scout in play and some utility as well, like a lot of smokes here. So we have yet to see what VP.Prodigy's brand of Ancient is so far. And quite a lean over towards the A site, however.
Got the boost up, of course, from KST, ready for players to walk right into him. One of the 2 guns that Fnatic Rising have to work with. Here's the second. Regali going to be burned into the open, and he cannot bring a player with him. Sent to the depths alone. There is damage here, though. Resalt and Lomic could be just tapped back by pistols. Counter-terrorists throwing out smoke grenades. Keep your eye on the radar, though, right? Roofire, who does his own thing, is trying to go from top mid into the back line of this retake attempt. But what are they retaking? Bomb's not even planted. Keve inside of the smoke. He's lost vision, but as he regains it, it's the position he needs to be worried about. He does take one off of the boost, fades back behind boxes, and he's all that's left over here. So sure enough, he will be swarmed. Roofire, nice double lurk to deal with those deagles.
Dude, he's the guy. He's making all the weird moves. He doesn't care. He's really annoying, and he's finding all the right timings too. I mean, he's just getting in there in those weird moments, and sometimes it feels like he seems like the type of player could be a liability, but you know, on a good day, he's just like the most annoying thing possible, especially for a team that's just trying to establish, make you respect them, and so forth. He says, F all that. Okay. A very real game with VP.Prodigy hitting 10. And of course, we're always holding our breath for the CT side of Ancient. But we don't know, you know, is that wood wall going to balance out the post-plant things? Are going to make it even more CT-sided or way less? You know, it's hard to say.
First chance at getting a look at it all. Roofire shuts down the first push down middle, but there's so many more players here from Fnatic Rising. He just needs to hold this flank as his teammates work into the B site with nobody there to stop him. KST gets his hands on the AK, but Roofire does such a good job of shooting you in the back. That's what he does. He finds you with your back turned. He finds you when you think you have a break. Roofire says there's no time for breaks. There's no way to get away. VP.Prodigy going to extend the lead to an 11-7 score. They lost a couple players, AK included, so Keve is going to be happy that he can save that one. If he can save that one. A little bit of a hunt here towards middle, but Fnatic Rising, for the most part, looking pretty safe.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this next map. We'll see, or this next map. I mean both, because I don't know what happens in the series, but this next round with the full buy-up from the CT perspective, are they going to have the same propensity towards Banana, the outside of B, as their opponents, or are we going to have a different look, focus on mid control for Fnatic Rising? Now, I praised that, you know, Keve was going to come in with a ton of ideas, I guess, about the map, and because they picked it, that makes it all the more appealing. So here's where we find out what the opening look is going to be.
is to establish lower mid control. It's going to be Pepzor on the challenge. Keve, oh man, he just pegged it with the smoke. He knows there's a player inside of it, and he will spray into Resalt to get the kill.
That was brave from Resalt, considering he's the one inside the smoke at a tiny choke point, but have at it.
Cheerful just tucked into the back of the site. They've given up the caves. He waits for the player to walk in. Regali was not ready for a guy to be that deep inside his bomb site. Pepzor's rotate also shut down. Cheerful looking sharp. 2 kills inside of the site, but he will eventually die out to KST. Still, he's done enough to justify the push inwards. Roofire, again, finding that timing on players who are looking the opposite direction. And KST looks to claw a kill back to their favor. It's a man advantage to the VP.Prodigy. 2 players down the ramp and 1 still inside caves.
Oh, it's getting desperate now. I mean, is there even a chance for them to get back into this round? They're not finding any kills off their utility.
Lomic's so tucked. Keve's got the flash for the peek into the caves. Rooffire's got his name. KST, no trade. And simply no time. VP.Prodigy, 12-7 lead off of the back of this one. Why? Because Cheerful slips into the B site and just catches players peeking with no expectation of his position.
Cheerful is a problem, up or not. What alert from him. I didn't even see how he got there. I think it was instant transmission. Reverse osmosis through the wood wall. I don't know. I don't know how he did it, but he found that opening, and that's all he needed. Even when he got spotted, he didn't have a favorite fight that second duel. He just knew he had to take it. That's all you got to tell Cheerful.
Take it, he did. Took it away from Fnatic Rising.
Oof. This map is starting to get away from Fnatic Rising in a big way. And VP, they've got that. They've almost got that element of Virtus Pro with just like players who just play CS a little differently inside the system. Between Rooful and Roofire and Cheerful, yeah, they should combine.
Yeah, man, you synergize them. Synergized. Four rounds in a row. 4 consecutive wins for the side of VP.Prodigy. Seeing if they can keep this flawless T-side rolling. Single op, of course, for KST, and pistols sprinkled all around it. He decides to go for the peek, gets the kill, and instantly transitions into the back of his site. Now, Banjo's going to hear Roofire making a ton of noise. But does he decide to go through that smoke? No. Roofire just walking through the red room. Not clearing his corners. 3 players here. You're surely one of them's going to catch him off. Yeah. You got to be very thorough. Unless you're playing that round late. You know, he's trying to play it as the entry. Entries clear corners. And it costs him. Not only him, but possibly his team, because that's another weapon offered over. A1S back into the hands of Pepzor. And not just any A1S, but the A1S that gets them a 5v3. Now CTs just sit comfortably all across the map.
Yeah, he definitely had the time. There wasn't anyone creating a distraction for him, so maybe just do a bit more due diligence in that position. So I think he would have had at least 1 deagle, just been stuck in a corner. But 3-on-5, they'll still try to make the most of it. They smoked themselves out of donut and then walked through, maybe. I don't know if they did that. Oh, wow, well, they'll take out Regali. That might be a big find. Op shots miss. KST, really, really strong position, but he ends up getting one bulleted by Cheerful.
This is a 3v5 attempt. Keve shut down as Lomic gives cover. Bomb's now planted. Pepzor on the A1S. Cheerful's about to peek deep on the donut. Oh, but Zerson, good position, just allows him to have that little bit of confidence, thought nobody was holding him inside of the temple, and what do you know, a 3v5 redirection from VP.Prodigy. They leave A main, go back through middle, use Donut to just catch players off guard.
And I think they smoked out Donut themselves. This was a combined effort to miss stuff, though. They actually had an op in a super strong spot, missed a shot. A lot of them had a position inside that A site to deal with that late mid to A play, plus the early kill on Regali meant that they even had time to rotate over and they still couldn't manage it. So do want to give credit to VP.Prodigy for finding a way out of that one, but I'm sure Fnatic Rising would say, man, we just missed some shots.
Kelly tries to go for the peak. We've got 2 frags, 3 frags, instantly dishing out the damage. But no bomb. That's a little awkward. You need the bomb, folks.
Yeah, 1 of 2 players spotted and hurt in the A side. He's literally already thinking about saving, even though the bomb hasn't been picked up and spawned. They'll go ahead and get that. They barely just started their default. 3 kills come down.
It was instant. They punish the op peak who goes down the ramp. Follow-up kill over towards Cave.
Those aggressive CT plays down the ramp from both sides haven't been too successful.
Yeah, what do you think of that?
It's not a bad thing to try, but it feels like in those situations, it's if one person gets a kill, like everybody on the other side of that loses, and that's been the case for both. And I feel like the same would be said from the CTs, though. You know, if the op opens up on the first frag, everyone else is such an easier target, but it just so happens that it's because of the Ts are posted up in those positions that they have just maybe a bit of favor. But man, this is not even competitive anymore.
No.
At this scoreline, 14-7.
This feels like VP.Prodigy's map pick. Maybe I was right. Maybe I was onto something.
Spiritually, you were.
I could feel it.
You know, VP saw the veto and said, "Yeah, nice pick, suckers."
Goofs and a gaff. This is still a flawless T-side. Not a single CT round win from Fnatic Rising, and that's an issue when this is your pick, and this is historically the most CT-sided map in the damn pool over the last 3 months on the previous version.
A very important asterisk there.
Side effects may include losing your own map pick.
And it happens all the time. People think they're the bee's knees on Ancient, and then they get stuffed.
Yeah. B's got weak knees. Cheerful flashed off this angle. Fnatic Rising have a consistency with these incendiaries so that they can try and posture alongside Banjo. So there's no reason for Roofire to not expect this, but Roofire walks through the cave smoke and he doesn't get the kill. This guy just does what he wants when he wants.
Dude, he's not even a part of the system. It's so crazy.
He's an anomaly.
Maybe he just accidentally muted.
He's like an extra organ.
Like you might not want him sometimes, but he's giving you extra blood. He's just like pumping blood into your system. Extra organ. He's the third kidney.
Like you don't really need it, but sometimes it just does a good job.
Yes.
And you might as well take it.
Yeah.
Take it when you can.
So jokes aside, they definitely have used him really well. Like
they use him like a jackknife.
It doesn't always work. It doesn't always work, but it definitely has worked more than it's failed, and that's really the point.
Resalt chasing that kill because the CT was fleeing, but this is it. Finally, by the looks of it, VP.Prodigy's T side will not work out.
They have rounds to play with too, and they just are breaking all these timings and trying this they're basically trying something new with like some kind of lurk or push or weird timing all the time, and it's not even just Roofire, even Cheerful has been a part of that. So
he's still alive and kicking. 16-11. Lomic 19-12. Let's see if they can add some kills here. They've got like 5 seconds to spare with the bomb plant. And nice timed on the peak there for Banjo. No bomb plant's going to be able to go down. So, yes, finally, they're able to break through that dry spell, the drought here in the jungle.
It's okay, you know. But this is enabling Roofire. You know what I mean? This is enabling his bad habits. Now he's going to push another. They've got so many rounds to play with. He could do this 4 more times, and he only has to be right once. And he was willing to do that when they had 0 rounds.
So imagine now.
So he's on a whole nother level, man.
He's on a whole other beat, a whole other vibe.
Yeah. He's marching to the beat of his own banjo.
He'll be alone outside of this B site. Big role for him, right? It's one thing when you're able to just do as you please, but you're the only guy over here, so you got to stay up. And he will hit the headshot onto Pepzor. Dies to Banjo. as the CTs get aggressive down the ramp. Instead, we're going to have this transition from VP.Prodigy into the A site. We've got Utility laying down and Cheerful laying lead into the head of KST.
They use an extra smoke on that CT. It was already smoked. They needed to get Temple and secure, but there's no push coming out that quickly, and we've already stepped into the post plant. This is a very critical round here for VP.Prodigy from one perspective. Will the CTs be able to do anything? Molly comes down to slow down this retake. And wow, it pops right in front of the Lawmic. And they even get an extra frag. That's Zarison after a flash turn.
Oh, but two
two CTs answer back. Guy on the left, Cheerful. They're going to hear the flicker of the scope right now. Will the push come through? Oh, I think he knows.
He's just got to kill the guy in Temple. The flash came from the CT spawn. Regali up close. It's a combat op. The op! Oh! And neither hitting that first shot bomb.
Oh!
Gone. No scope connects. And now VP have a reason to cheer. 15th round secured.
They were both on the exact same page. They knew the opportunity at hand. They literally both whiffed in the tightest moment. And then it comes to another shot, the exact same fashion.
They just go jousting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're just running each other on horses with long sticks.
Woo!
Nice clutch, though, from Brokey.
Hit him with it. We're going to jump into the Fnatic Rising TeamSpeak to see if they can survive this first map point of VP.Prodigy.
They smoked, okay. Yeah, they double modded. They're outside B. Yeah. Outside B too.
Okay, flash light.
I'm coming cave.
They flashed.
I got mid.
There are two outside B.
I can search down B, I think.
One mid, they boosted. Two mid, they're doing NIP. They will take mid now.
Okay.
I'm gonna go con with you, Kevin. I think you should stay with B with them.
Can someone come window?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Mid.
I can flash over. Do you want it?
Yeah.
They
Flash,
smoked window.
flash.
In window. He's low. Boom.
Close gun.
That window. That's the lurker.
One out mid.
I'm spotting him. I'm flashing one out window.
One is right side mid.
I'm 1 HP. They can be in window again.
Dead dog.
Nice. 1K. I mean,
I'm flashing above long. Flashing above long.
K.
Boom.
I smoked long. Watch out cave. I'm in cave. Yeah.
In banana.
I'm in ninja.
I'll
Mid
pick
is clear.
I have cave. They can push from long. From banana.
I had long. It's smoked.
Banana up. Banana
Clearing
up.
cave.
I'm living.
I'm not touching cave
Okay.
anymore. I'm watching banana.
Cave dead, one more. Cave, one more.
Nice.
Is the bumper going mid? He's
I
out
can
mid
stay
already.
in front. He's mid still. I'm living. Yeah, going.
I'm
gonna watch con.
banana.
Light. Hey. Planting. Planting.
Nice.
Nice.
Just take care.
Nice,
Let's
guys.
come back.
Yeah. One round at a time.
Yeah.
Send someone.
Yeah, that was some superb rifling from Keve, honestly. He's always been good for it, too. Throughout this game, we've seen so many multi-frags from him. Just a master. He's making the FAMAS look like it doesn't need a buff.
Right? Makes it look good. It's not, but he makes it look good.
I don't know. There's seeing so many players that they've got this S-spray pattern down to a science.
No, only the French are allowed to buy the FAMAS.
I'll be honest, I never sat there and sprayed at a wall with a FAMAS where I probably should have. Just been avoiding an issue that I've had in my life for so long.
See, my problem is that
get on top of it.
Every time I spray at somebody, all I hit's the wall. You know? So every FAMAS spray for me is shooting against the wall.
True.
Stick to that MP9.
Man, is there any chance that there could actually be a comeback? I mean, I feel like it's just been the way in which VP play with so much confidence, especially with Roofire, who just takes some actually absurd risks, and just because he's had, even if he's shooting like, you know, a 50% win rate on each of these opening plays that he tries to do, that's just more than enough. And I just feel like that confidence is going to make them hard to just actually stop for this many rounds in a row. I mean, you can't really game plan it when you're going up against players like that.
You're never sure what's coming and when it is inbound. Here's Fnatic Rising trying to take an initiative. Zarison will find Banjo first.
That was a bit of a hard commitment. They cleared it out, but they trusted that flash to work for a very long time, and weren't aware of somebody that could be sitting there in the pocket. So now there's even an opening in mid for T Lurk. So much map control has been taken by the T side on top of this opening kill. One guy on the left here, Keve, inside of snipers, and he's how sharp he is.
It's Resalt on the other end. They're both looking for the kill. Keve's impatient. Oh, but he snaps it up.
My God.
Resalt had just turned his attention.
Why did he even turn? He had a teammate there at the top of B.
Yeah, felt like he didn't trust the process. Didn't trust that somebody would be holding that banana push. Or donut, excuse me. Wrong food. Regali burned forward, and I like the fact that as he's being burned, he decides he's going to go for one. Decides not to fall into the site, but rather try and lock down the caves. Can't get the multi-kill. We're left in this 3v3. Pepsor, whoa, Lomic's just on the other end, and that's the headshot he absolutely needed. Bomb's going to be planted in the process. Pepsor, well, he's got a teammate to lend a hand, but he doesn't need help for that third frag. Pepsor survived the fact that 3 different players just ran through that bomb site. He stayed tucked in those corners, killed the ones he had to, and let his teammates pick up an additional piece. That is, at the very least, the double digits for Fnatic Rising.
Yeah, that's something. That's something. That's a cute position for him to be in. You know, lucky for him, he doesn't get cleared in that spot. I'm not sure what the indicators were, if he had shot before, if he was known to be there, but they didn't clear that spot. He could have died, but instead he held his cool and did even some damage to the bomb planter after getting his next engagement. He tried to hold that off for as long. He went solid as Snake in that moment. Incognito, clandestine operation from the corner of the site, and it ended up working out. That round was a little bit awkward with the engagement that happened at the top of mid as well, and it was one where VP also were able to establish that opening kill. They've definitely been winning a lot off Banana, and man, this is coming in hot and fast.
It gets traded out after Pepsor is able to get 2 kills.
Ooh.
Resalt finds his hands on an AK.
This is that's a big rifle to have back here.
Oh, nice grenade, though. That's definitely going to soften him up quite nicely. Plump for the popping. Ripe for the picking.
This reposition is interesting.
Oh, he sees the gap, gets tagged up through it.
They can actually recover that. Oh, never mind.
Nope, never mind at all.
Okay.
Fnatic Rising take that retake by storm. VP.Prodigy were hoping to play a bit of a gimmick position on some of the side of these smokes, but every single frag comes in pretty quickly in the post plant.
That was a nice retake. I mean, that last molly as well to force a reposition, and then they have the awkward smoke angle, but the CT's passing by are aware enough and can grab off that. So here's the rush that comes forward, and you know, even though Pepsor doesn't mow him all down, he grabs 2.
Damn.
So
called out of the corner as well, a little 5-7 spam.
I think the single thing in the default that VP.Prodigy have been best at, especially, is when the CTs try to get aggressive outside B. And I think maybe if they stop doing that, which they seem to have eased up a bit, then maybe there's a way that Fnatic Rising can find other ways to win the rounds. But yeah, they seem to be especially good at just killing anybody who tries to push.
There's 0 margin of error for Fnatic Rising to work with. So I'm not shocked that they're starting to play a little bit less aggressive.
This is interesting, actually. They throw a first-tier exec into the site, but there's a lot of pressure on mid. It's not a full-on B, and there's only rotators from the CT. No one in the site at all, which powers up this lurk. And oh my god, Cheerful doesn't see anything off the corner of it. But the T's have just been walking. I don't know how much information has been gained.
Cheerful gets caught, but he still kills Banjo.
Couldn't do that before the update.
Pepsor, just on the side of the site, is able to get that one back, but here it is, magnetized into the B site. We can see the bomb coming over, and the CT's still a little bit hesitant to really hard rotate. They've pushed forward on A site, cleared out A main, and now they're going to start to use their spawn to get over towards B, but Roofire peeks into Pepsor, and it looks like he wants a little more. Regali's going to be back at a distance. Keve's spot could really catch them off. Nobody's watching close. Roofire cannot afford to look away again. He does dodge that flashbang, but he turns back with the headshot. And at the same time, they find a kill elsewhere, shutting down the Caves play. Regali dropped by the op, and VP.Prodigy finally going to push this one over the line. They're going to rob away a map win on their opponent's choice unless half of the health from KST is enough. And it shouldn't be. Not with time being so low already. He can try all the frags he wants, but time is what makes the difference, and Ancient slides the way of VP.Prodigy.
Wow, well done from VP.Prodigy. It's they get there in the end story for VP.Prodigy, and I like that Roofire plays a heavy hand in it in that round with that final play he makes to take back of CT control, because he was such an interesting, unique, and awkward force that showed up on both sides. But him and Cheerful, I think, both caught my attention with the different positions and plays that they made. But this just seems like a team, like a Fnatic Rising as a team appear to be very interesting, but VP with their individuals just seems so hard to play against.
Super unique movements at times. It's super unique play styles. That's what I walked away from with this first map. Will we get it again on the second? Find out soon. But for now, back to the desk.
Congratulations to VP.Prodigy for not only winning the map pick of Fnatic, but also improving the map win on Ancient. I actually looked up the maps of Fnatic Rising and VP.Prodigy, and I just wanted to see like when they actually played Ancient, which maps they won. And as I already mentioned before, like Fnatic Rising during the online phase, they tried to avoid Ancient as much as possible. And I feel like the moment that when they actually felt that like, they can actually play this map is when they won against Navi Junior, because it was Navi's Junior's pick, and by winning this map, they actually got themselves a spot at the LAN. And the thing is, previously, Navi Junior played twice against VP.Prodigy on Ancient, and both times, Navi just destroyed. It was 116, it was 716. So, you know, like, if you use this logic, like, we win against Navi win against VP.Prodigy, that means we win against this team on Ancient, but it doesn't look like it works for them.
That's usually what happens on HLTV and Reddit when they try to do analysis, to be completely so you gotta be a little bit careful with that, but it does make sense, and I do think that Fnatic Rising, you know, can justify picking Ancient, but after watching it, Maui, I feel VP.Prodigy were by far the better team.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think that it was a testament to how solid they were, the fact that they could put up such a great T-side. That's something that is so hard for so many of these teams. I will say that with the map changes, the T-side should be a little bit better off than it was prior, but the thing is that it didn't just feel like the map changes are why VP got this. They were out maneuvering Fnatic, and when situations became just a little bit chaotic, it was actually VP.Prodigy who were calming them down on their terms. That's something that I think last time we watched them in the previous season was consistently out of their hands. They always felt like, oh man, they just barely lost that one. But this one, there were some close rounds, and they did come out on top. That's such an impressive feat. And man, I think we have to talk about Roofire for just a second, because you know, he's the in-game leader of this team, and I think Launders kind of put it in a pretty funny way that he had a lot of, I guess, goofy rounds. Like he was very chaotic, he was very all over the place, and he was creating a lot of 50-50s, and enough of them went the way of VP.Prodigy that it helped them out tremendously.
Yeah, when it comes to IGLs overall, we have Kevin on one side, we have Roofire on the other side. Maybe it's like not the IGLs that will be in the top, it's not the ZTR who will be not only leading the team by example, but like he'll be just getting like all of the kills. We can't say the same thing about those two IGLs. Of course, the experience, but like we know, like Kevin, previously he was actually the analyst of the main roster when it comes to Fnatic. Roofire, he is a very experienced player. He doesn't show those numbers. But I think like, the thing is, when it comes to the CIS, they're so incredibly good at finding those riflers and getting those oppers. When it comes to IGLs, it's way harder.
Yeah, that could be the case, and I think that's been not a curse for the CS scene, but that's been one of the needs they've had. You know, they need more role models, they need more people to look up to. Even Zeus in Navi, you know, was very heavily debated whether or not he was a good in-game leader or not, despite winning a major and despite doing a lot of good stuff, right? So they never really had the history of having these, like the Glaives of the world, or the Alexi Bs of the world, and so forth. I do want to say, though, when I look at the scoreboard right here, and when we talk Kevin, when we talk Roofire, it actually scares me a little bit that Fnatic Rising is losing this match in such a convincing fashion, 16-11, despite Kevin playing some of the best he can play in this lineup, right? 22 kills, 18 death, a decent ADR, decent impact. I think he was doing a good job. If he's playing well and they're still far away from winning, I think firepower-wise, Fnatic Rising is in big troubles right now, and I don't want to go too hard on Banjo. It was, first showing right here, but it wasn't really the best start for him, and he is replacing a player that had a productivity up there in process in the first season. So firepower-wise right now for Fnatic Rising, I could worry a little bit.
It's a bit of a wasted performance for Keve, because he's not usually putting up the numbers. I think, in fact, the LAN finals, he was the lowest rated player, so for him to top frag for Fnatic Rising, you would think that other people would be there to step up. It wouldn't just be him that's reading the game so well. Where are the Regali clutches that we were used to last time around? Where, I mean, they're actually missing that Prosus firepower. The fact that he's on big right now and it's Banjo in his place, like, I'm also not going to be too hard on Banjo just yet because it's his first game with the team, but that's something that is obviously missing. KST last time around for this team was kind of a hit or miss player, so I don't think he's too reliable. So Pepsor would be the guy that I would say he needs to step up. I think he needs to perform a little bit better, and he had a couple good rounds actually on the T side. He opened up some things for his team. He was lurking towards Cave, lurking towards B a little bit, but when it came to the CT side, that's where everybody for VP.Prodigy was firing. Everybody was playing quite well, and on the flip side for Fnatic Rising, they couldn't capture that. They couldn't find ways to use the crossfires or some of the ways that Ancient, it forces T's sometimes to play slowly, but it felt like Fnatic couldn't slow down what Rufire and company were doing.
Yeah, when it comes to Pepsor, he was originally the 6th member of Fnatic, and when I'm talking about Fnatic, I mean the main roster. When they were fully Swedish, now it's an international lineup, and when this academy team was being put up together, it was Keve and it was Golden who decided to just pick those talents. Just a reminder for those who don't remember how the whole process happened, they posted an application on Twitter and said like, hey, who wants to play in our academy team? You can apply. And that's exactly how like all of the players that we see right now in the roster actually got there. If we'll have an interview with them, I would like to know like how exactly they discovered Banjo, if they just like open like FPLC qualifiers. So like, okay, who recently qualified for FPLC? Oh, this guy? Okay, let's go for it. Like, what was the logic? But I would like to know when it comes to Overpass, this is the pick of VP.Prodigy. Will we see something similar? It is going to be a 2-0 and the CIS team will just keep on going further and we'll have to see, like Fnatic Rising going a bit down, or like maybe we're going to have a third map.
If we look at the history between these two teams on it, last time they played, it was during the group stage, and it was a double overtime victory for VP.Prodigy. And this was when Fnatic were in a prime position to win that game. They actually let it slip in between their fingers. That was a game where VP.Prodigy were down at least 4 or 5 rounds.
10, I think.
Yeah, it was about that. And VP.Prodigy actually played themselves back on the T side, and I think they used like a multitude of B hits that caught Fnatic Rising off guard. And something that to think about when we watch this upcoming game is that VP.Prodigy in that game did a couple things on the T side that felt a little janky, a little unsustainable. Rufire pushing through smokes, just kind of finding one-on-ones that ended up going their way. And Overpass is a map where we've seen them play before, and it also has felt a little discombobulated. It's a little disjointed. Their trading was especially bad on their T side, but they still managed to bring games very close. So they had very glaring issues and problems with how they played, yet they still pushed certain teams to the absolute limit. If they remedied even a few of those problems, this could be a 2-0 in favor of VP.
I fully agree. It's like the foundation, they had that under control. They knew how to open up the rounds. But as you said, there was too many mistakes made from VP.Prodigy in order to close it down in the first season. And yet they still did it against Fnatic Rising. One thing here I gotta say, right? We talk about Fnatic Rising. We talk about the lack of firepower as well. Regali was a star in Season 1. He was absolutely unheard of, especially on a map like Overpass. Yeah. Very good on the A-bomb side. Always being annoying to the opponents. You could always turn up at toilets, turn up towards A-long. And he wasn't afraid of taking peeks in the middle of the round as well, making it very tough for the opponents to actually do something on the A-bomb side, which is also why VP.Prodigy kept hitting B over and over again. Regali hasn't been the same Regali during the finals and the first game right here as we used to see in Season 1, so now would be a perfect time for him to step it up and join the server and for real put a stop to this VP.Prodigy. Without Regali, I think what we saw here on map number 1 and what we know about Fnatic Rising as well, firepower-wise, I think VP.Prodigy got it. So Regali could be the key to victory right here for Fnatic Rising.
Yeah, I'm sure like you're not the only one who's expecting more from Regali. Probably the whole chat is spamming all the hearts, showing the support. But I wonder, when it comes to our casters, do they expect this to be actually the final map of the day, or are we going to have Vertigo? Landers and Scrawny, what are you actually expecting right now?
What am I expecting? I think I'm expecting a 2-0 tonight. Screw it. Let's go for it. We had that interview with mouz's Opera. He said, you know, VP is who we expect, so I'm a buy into it. Whatever's going on with this VP camp, whatever Rooffire's cooking.
Dude, I'm drinking that Roofire juice.
Yeah, I like the smell of it. It was a very, interesting play style, interesting decision making, but those 50-50s worked enough, right? That's the thing. There was some of those moves were just way too high risk to like put all my eggs into. You know, I'm not putting my house on this bet.
But
I'm definitely.
If you had one?
If I had one,
Okay.
yeah, it's true. I don't have a house.
Okay, what about your car?
Yeah, okay. Well,
Done.
Yeah, but it just got hit, so the value, you know, it's
Oh,
like
okay, so
half
it's not
right
that
now.
big of a risk? Okay.
Yeah, it's a bust.
You wouldn't even put your totaled car on this.
It's not totaled, so I still got to get around.
Okay.
Still got to get around.
This
town.
is a real life problem actually we're talking about right now here at broadcast. Got to deal with this.
Yeah, I do.
Sorry to rehash old wounds.
It's all right.
Fresh.
It's all right. That's what insurance is for. And the insurance policy of having a map pick in your back pocket is what's supposed to have gotten Fnatic Rising to the 1-0 start. It didn't. So now they have no insurance, Launders. They have to walk. Maybe they've got a bicycle.
Damn.
But maybe they're about to fall off that bicycle and lose this 2-0.
Oh my god, that would be the worst.
Let's go for it.
They get a stick put into their bike tire. Yeah, into their spokes.
Into the spokes.
They get stick and smoked, as they like to say.
Those spokes
I don't
got
know where they say it.
stuck.
They say it somewhere. I'm sure it's a saying at some place. Stick and smoked.
They say fooled me, can't get fooled again. Pistols on overpass. Underway. Let's see it. Fnatic Rising trying not to get 2-0'd tonight. VP.Prodigy trying to do the exact same, but to their avail. Whoop. I like it. Tuck your head in. Call that the turtle tactic.
The jumping turtle. Be hard to hit. Pull your hoodie over your head, jump.
Fly, brother. They're still committed to this 4-man B-site gamble.
Yeah, they didn't even spot on A, but
Now they're starting to leave.
They at least are aware, you know, the exact amount of time they have to chill, even if they don't go spot with their A player. So they peel back, but the setup is still weak on the A site, having no further defenders and also no map control.
Starting to run in. They find the headshot to KST. Damn, looked like he was just trying to tuck into the bank, but he's not able to get himself into the cover. Resalt's going to hear this run up connector. Can't manage the double kill. Banjo and Regali both able to get this one back to the even 3v3. Another crisp headshot from Regali. And now the counter-terrorists just come charging up through the bathrooms like it's nobody's business. Zarasen's position's now confirmed and the bomb's not for him, so he needs to fight his way out tooth and nail to stop this defuse, but it gets stuck all the way. Less than half a second left, and he would have stopped that defuse. Instead, it's Fnatic Rising with the round 1 win.
He was about 8 ticks away from stopping that bomb plant. That was so close as he jumped up on the truck. That was a very nice 1v3 attempt. Shout out to Fnatic Rising for surviving that. A 5v4, smoke goes in CT, their bank guy dies instantly, and they still win the retake. I'm shocked.
I'm shook. And I'm sure that VP.Prodigy are upset about that one.
Good to see a team, though, confident in their retake ability.
Explain to me why the terrorists have a better buy. They lost the round, and they have a better buy.
Because we let Valve do the math.
Well, Roofire calculates the risk of swinging the door open, decides he wants to roll those dice, and rolls through Kevy. Shortwater fully in the back pocket of the Prodigy squad. CT smoke comes down from the A site, going to fall all the way down onto the monster. A part of me wants to believe that that smoke was dropped to him.
Yeah, that's Overpass is one map where the grenade dropping could have a huge effect. Being able to re-smoke B from A over and over again.
I haven't been able to test it myself, but I was wondering if there was a way to drop grenades from A site down to B.
Over top.
You know what I mean? Like,
actually, yeah, I
haven't
it's an
tested
interesting
it yet.
one to look at. Yeah, I mean, you got to fly over actually the spawn from where you can jump over and just take a look, because you can throw nades down. You can flash. So,
ooh, Saracen, nice.
Wow,
headshot into Regali.
Dismantled.
Again, this A site just falling. The initial players die.
Yeah, look at this. 5 alive on this counter buy. Counter strike, counter buy.
Good donk. Scout shots. Peppering through.
Yo, there's 15 seconds. They have to plant the bomb, and the molly's coming. If it came down preemptively, that actually would have got interesting. Well, I mean, they'd just go plant truck, but still, they would have been freaking out.
They would have been panicking. Oh, he's getting tagged up from the B site. Banjo's been found, and he gets played like a fiddle.
Not like a banjo.
No, sir.
Can't say the same word twice in a sentence. That's a rule of casting, actually.
And if you break it,
then
they fire you.
Pimp gets the bat.
Yeah, Pimp gets the bat. I don't know who's decided to trust Pimp with a baseball bat.
I feel like you don't give baseball bats to people you trust anyways.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a fair point.
You know
that's a fair point. We're going to spend this third round in the Fnatic Rising TeamSpeak, see if they can recover with the force buy.
I will smoke mouz for you and they will come down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play at the rock. But I mean
Playing
that's 3.
Yeah, I'm playing mid.
You played 3?
Yeah, I'm going 3.
with the row.
One of you should like get
One
close
is
on the wall
far
maybe.
back.
One
Smoke toilets.
Did you step
Yeah,
Matthias?
they're taking
No, one is
toilets.
close.
One balloons then.
Pushing mid once.
2 mid.
They are taking middle. Blue, Kevin.
Mullet,
They mullet
banana,
on the ground.
they fit.
Where?
Yeah.
It was on the ground.
Yeah, they did.
2 balloons,
One
right?
balloons. Yeah.
2, I think.
They can go long toilets on you.
Yeah,
Long
no,
one.
I'm blind.
One more. Two close now.
I'm leaving.
I got long toilets.
Yep. I'm
Banana.
close with you,
Flashing
Kevin.
long.
Banana and mid. One is close banana, headshot. And one is balloons.
I'm going.
I'm
Wait,
gonna try to kill him.
noise.
I'm out short.
One's close.
Can we pick a mid? Together?
We can.
Wait.
Right.
1, 2.
1 HP.
Yeah,
1
sure.
HP left.
One is
Okay.
already close, hey.
Sure.
I have
1 more 1 HP.
up. I mean scout. Rushing B. Both underground. They're running. That's right.
All right, the risk assessment. I like that Fnatic Rising ran those deagles down long. I like the fact that VP.Prodigy tried to dodge the bullet, that Roofire extended into the A site, trying to catch the rotate to the bomb site. Heavy impact coming out of Fnatic Rising despite their lesser weapons.
Gotta be careful with those flashes on long.
Yeah, very cautious, right?
Yeah, one in the back. One, make it look like a couple of planes. You know what I mean? What are those called in Canada? They fly the planes that they do tricks in the air and everyone goes crazy. Or is that just Toronto? I guess.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I should know.
So the snowbirds or something like that.
Yeah, snowbirds.
Yeah.
No, snowbirds are old people that go down to Florida for the summer.
Oh, that's gonna be me one day.
Snowbirds flee for the winter. Great pilots in Canada. Apparently that's a thing. Some of the best pilots in the world.
We fly as hell. We fly as hell, son. Okay.
All right, Resalt gonna clear that close corner, but
Ooh,
be
he
cautious, my friend. This B site is not safe.
They said, go. I'll flash for you. Go.
I promise I'll trade you. Oh, the dinks are in. He's down to 6 HP. Cheerful. Oh, no.
You just watched a man die.
Now, they're not going to be able to get the AK off of this, and the numbers are being confirmed at the moment. Cheerful just trying to spray away with the AK. Rooffire's looking to control these weapons, doesn't want his enemies to find them for free. He's going to run in, deal with KST, but he gets dinked. Considering this is just, like, if these were P250s, if these were Deagles or Berettas,
oh my God.
what is happening? Dude. This round would have been won already. Roofire would be dead if these were upgraded pistols. I've never seen USPs chew up enemies this easily, but why are you taking your knife out, Banjo?
You get like an extra 5 move speed. It's not worth it.
You were walking anyways.
We were walking already.
Yikes, mistakes were made.
That has to be the biggest bait in CS, that, you know, pulling your knife out to walk, you gain like nothing. You gain so little. It almost never makes sense to do so. Oh, Keve! He's alive.
He's also so far away.
Yeah, it's just a completely open plant. Sometimes these are the rounds you mess up, you know what I mean?
Also a save round, so he doesn't have a kit.
Oh
so
my
he's going to
God.
have to run a bunch.
There's like
Zaracen
some weird
calls out the play.
situation. Oh my God.
Wow. Yeah, he was ready. I got to give props to Kevin. He was ready for that fight. He read that Zaracen could have already been that deep. He would not fall victim to Zaracen's hyper-aggression. Considering that round was just vanilla USPs with no armor, it should have never come down to the 1 versus 1. VP.Prodigy should not be happy with that outcome. They should not be feeling safe. And I think that they're going to feel the pain as the rounds go on, because that cleared a bunch of economy.
It did, yeah. I'll have to...
They're still fine, don't get me wrong.
They're going to need a stimulant. No, I know, but they bought the bank for that. You know what I mean? They are going to... They could pay for it later. So we don't talk about it too much, because we're not mathematologists.
Economy game can be the long con.
Talking about con. Here they go walking up it. We've got the classic rifle, well, 2 rifle setup actually. Jump spotter at the back of dice and 1 rifle up close. We'll see if they read this correctly. They wouldn't run if they knew another rifle was right up here, but at the same time, there's no alarming movements for the CTs anyways. And they pick one off over on the B side through the open door. Pepsor will trade back. That's about it. And even exchanges you can ask for. Oh, there's a punish. My God, how is he not dead? What is happening? KST has an opportunity to flank. Are they going to know there's another rifler here? Surely.
No, they didn't. And he's got a chance at a second. Making the most of that A1S. KST looking for a 3rd frag here. His flashbang just blinded both of these terrorists. It is still the 2v2, but his gun's going to run dry. He's got 7 shots left. And Pepsor's taking his sweet-ass time to get around from bank. Zaracen's worried about that sight peek, but they know KST is still close. He's yet to reload. And Pepsor, he's going to find his 1v1. The shadow advantage versus Zaracen. Now Cheerful's op has to be kept on a swivel. He's just going to get the bomb plant. Can he close in the 1v2? Absolutely not. Pepsor comes around the dumpster. Quick reposition and a robbery from Fnatic Rising. Yeah, pour that salt in the wound.
That is a very, very nice play from KST, just staying incognito. His teammates are dying, but he stays cool. Gets that frag, second frag, stays alive is the most important part. The mid-round, though, for BP, they should have pushed together. And if they got that player and bank together, at least there's something. I always shudder, excuse me. I always shudder when a bank push comes out and someone jiggles it. You're jiggling with your shadow.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, get ready to shoot me.
Yeah. Hey, boys. I'm right here. Shows a little skin, pays the price. The cost of life. Now we'll see if Fnatic Rising can really start to rack up these rounds. Consecutive round wins, what they're gunning for, and deep control already of Playground. I like this. Of course, going on in the T-spawn is a VP.Prodigy like quadruple boost. They just lost a player to it. They were boosted. They were meant to be the killers. They're dying in their own spawn. And because so many players were preoccupied with stacking up, well, they never expect KST to be in this position. So Fnatic Rising, in terms of going for like a fountain/playground push, you can't time it any better than when you do it in a round that the terrorists are totem polling for B-site picks. It's perfect.
Yeah, they squeeze for the information, and it's an instant reward. And you can see from this perspective, it's so unnerving to have to clear out these spots. There's so many high-low angles, and he's even got a teammate up there, but there's still some spots that the CTs can sneak into. And as we can see from our perspective, there is still one in Playground. And eventually, you know, it's going to get nerve-wracking for KST. Yeah, the flank comes through, but man, some solid rifling from him and no refrag. However, Lomic knows that he needs to finish this now. Switches out to the AK, back to the op. That's a frag, but he's now alone after all that action takes place. This will be a 3rd for Fnatic Rising as we cross the 30-second mark. And Lomic is just too far from any sight, not enough HP, and such a valuable weapon in hand to think about even trying to go for this.
But at this point, there's barely any place that's safe to save. Barrel jiggle confirms that he's over here. What's your move, kid? Oh, the peek around the fire. Pepsor's got it in the bag. So we're tied up at 3. They cleared the board in terms of kills. And now I think that the money that I was discussing earlier for VP.Prodigy being cleared out when they died to that USP round, this is where it takes effect. They cannot justify forcing in here. This is going to be Fnatic Rising, given a chance to continue their winning ways and extend into a lead.
Yeah. We still have a lot of space here. I can see why VP.Prodigy like this map, considering their style of play. A lot of lurk potential on overpass. Especially even for, there's always going to be a certain amount of rounds you can just walk out of B. So many flank potentials inside of the bathrooms, but Fnatic are also doing some of the same. Doesn't get much sweatier than this. Waiting on some nades here inside of mid. If they win this round, I'm going to shave Connor's head.
You can't keep offering to do that. It's not your decision, Mohan.
I always give you 99-1 odds, though. It's never going to happen.
That's a fair... But when it does, somebody's going to hold me to it.
Yeah.
And I know it's going to be you.
Pimp's going to hold your head. I'm going to shave it.
I'd like to see him try. Wait. Actually, never mind. He's got a bat. I feel like Pimp's never swung a baseball bat in his life, though. More of a badminton player. I like the swarm. Props to VP.Prodigy. They do nothing of special sort. Two players line up and just, they're all being dogpiled. Oh, it's all 4 kills from KST on the very same angle. But again, right, it's just getting this bomb plant.
Dude, how did they get a bomb
They just ran in, and Fnatic Rising were so afraid of them. It's like, it's like a chihuahua showing its teeth.
Let's do strat objective-based gaming. Go to the bomb plant zone and plant.
And it works.
It works.
So a little bit of extra money given back to VP.Prodigy. This is definitely going to bolster them into a bye here for round number 8, and they will hope to tie it 4 apiece. But Fnatic Rising CT side so far looks good. This is KST just mowing them down like blades of grass.
Out here trying to get long control back. And we don't want to just win the. We don't want to just be at the bomb plant. We want the whole ass round.
Whole kit and caboodle.
Yes.
Cheerful's got his op. AKs across the board, tons of utility. Let's see it. VP.Prodigy right back to the full buys. Time to get this T side back alive and kicking.
Ooh, wow. Little fur play here from KST up against the wall. Oh, he had a nice position, but Lamek comes in with the hard clear. There's no one behind it. Cheerful is sitting back waiting for, I think, anyone to come upstairs. Excuse me, Regali. They don't clear this either, and Banjo sits waiting. That should have been a free kill. My God, result.
Nice frag.
That's a critical one. That would have been the 4v4.
Knocks his teeth out. 5v3, good. Pepsor peeks, sees nothing. But Roofire is near.
Wow.
Regali, do you extend out into this?
Feels like he wants to, but he doesn't have support as the rifler. He's exposing himself to bathrooms. But now he's clearing a little bit. Let's see if he takes the opportunity. No, he's dead. He's got no friends. They're going to be saving on the other side of the map. 2v5, not a single kill for them in the default. It all starts on this forward aggressive play by KST. I don't blame him for being there. He's had so much success. Yep. He's been very good.
It's worked before. Try it again.
Having a good day. And yeah, I mean, we go back all the way to, those early SK days. It was Fur who invented aggression on overpass in the CT side. The amount of times that he was pushing up to the fountain, and it felt like he was out in the open, but he had such an understanding of like where people would go if they're in the T default that it just always felt like it was Fur favored. And then Rain started doing the same over on FaZe, but doing it less so. And then slowly over the years, people have been a little bit less aggressive, or at least use the rifler as the aggressive peak, and have started to hang out closer to balloons. But it's still a super strong thing to do. Can work at any level. And you can see KST, he's the mercenary. He's the mercenary that wants that job.
I do think that Regali, his internal ticker, he was watching long, saw nothing. He was tasked with watching way too much as one guy, peeks bathrooms, but then he held that bathroom peek for a really long time and didn't think back of checking long once more. Had he done that, then maybe he's able to drop a player or two off of the push. And there could have been a chance for Fnatic Rising's defense to hold on A site, but I mean, how easy was it for VP.Prodigy to just round that corner and barrel blast him? So we are tied up, 4 rounds each. VP.Prodigy back to their winning ways, but for how long? I feel like that one was somewhat offered, as you alluded to, KST taking that risk of hyperextending. Now I'm curious to see whether he keeps that up, seeing as it's gone both well and poorly.
He's over in the stairs this time around. And Regali is out just holding on to long. And usually when you take over stairs control... Oh, he's actually falling back. I was going to say, usually you want to have short control as well, so you can really work off that doorway. But instead, he just makes a little presence and then gets out of there. And look, it's actually drawing some resources, right? They think he's still there, or they knew he was.
I like this monster push.
You don't want to do this monster push all the time, but when it works, you've got the full flank. And oh my!
No!
He still gets another opportunity. Oh, and they can't effectively bait his shot. They just eat it. He's still alive.
You're telling me you're going to let him get that kill and then not trade it? You're going to let him escape all the way back around long?
Oh, it's the exact wrong... You know, if they're going to swing like that, any kind of commitment, any chance he hits it, they have to double swing.
Yeah. And I feel like Zarison was right there for that reason. But still, this one could be retrieved. 3 versus 5. Turn to the 3v4. Nice wallbang damage. Regali's going to get aggressive.
For 100 bullets.
And both players here on Bathrooms able to add a kill to the tally. So it's on Cheerful. With the bomb on his back, running into the B site. There's a player inside of Water, and he's confirmed one on Graffiti. But the Water player at a moment's notice could just extend up into him. He's going to lay down the utility, try to give himself the best chance possible. It's a desperate chance nonetheless. And a fake plant to start, kills the guy towards Graffiti. Hits Banjo in the head.
Talk to him.
With 22 HP, he's even got this bomb plant. He is on for the 1v4 ace clutch. Cheerful takes to the top of box. They're going to come in from separate angles, and he can't hit that flick, but god damn. Nice attempt. A very 6-second kill.
Yeah, he was aware of where both duels could come from as well, standing on top and just hoping that it would be the short player to make the mistake first, but it's that long flank that comes in. Man, some insane stuff there. Cool. It gets the heart racing a little bit here. But VP overall outplayed. And what have we got here?
Oh, look, it's Pimp. Pimp.
You know what? He's fishing for hot dogs.
Or entire chickens.
Oh, and he's only got a chicken.
Hey there.
It's time for a cooling dog.
I thought he was fishing for likes on Twitter.
Yeah, well, as usual, he doesn't get them.
Yeah. Okay. Damn. You know, we're talking about draining the spawn on Ancient, but we got to drain the site on B. Seems we got a flooding problem. And you know what? That water doesn't look the cleanest on B site overpass. Pimp, please don't eat that chicken. Did he catch the chicken in the water, or was he fishing with the chicken as bait?
Oh my god, he's trying to catch a shark.
I've got questions.
That makes sense. The most ambitious man I've ever met.
I got more questions than answers, folks.
Shark fishing with a chicken.
All right, more aggression. Fnatic Rising playing a pretty risky CT side, but more often than not, it works out. We had that one round where KST gets stuffed outside Playground, but for the majority of their aggressive A plays, it is the CTs walking away with round wins. Looking for that 6-4 score, 10 rounds deep. And a 4v2 established with still more than a minute for Cheerful and Roofire to try and claw back into this.
Man.
How do they pull it off? If they pull it off.
Yeah. I mean, low odds, but at the same time, the amount of time here, you know, there's 3 on B, which is the one big problem I feel at the moment. So KST jump spotting from the back of dice. This is the power and uniqueness of Overpass, where you can just see so damn far. It'll be the most amount of targets. Everyone kind of playing those like positions well, if you will, and they just got everything covered. They had the monster covered. They have the op trained on short. That was just perfect from the CT side. I looked for it. There was no way in. They would have to catch some freaky timing on the A site.
Freaky deaky. Roofire. Oh man, he's looking for the headshot, looking for the bomb plant, but there's so many players here. Surely they don't let him get away with this.
Roofire knows where they all are. Yeah. He's just calculating how much he wants to give them the round. That's all he's thinking about.
Banjo's holding the angle.
He's going to win this.
Where are you going to go, buddy?
Maybe he does go for the front dice plant.
Go clears long. All right, so the site is entirely clear. No, you're dead, man. Sorry. Hate to break it to you. You're a dead man walking. KST patience pays off, and Fnatic, again, aggression pays off.
So, okay. Now we are into round number 11, and it does feel like Fnatic Rising, they just have their claws in, and, you know, looking forward to seeing what KST does next. I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, what the setups are going to devolve into. And these, I like how Fnatic Rising move. I like how they move. They're always busy thinking about what's the best course of action next, and that's what stylistically makes them, these two, such an interesting matchup, because you've got that break the timing, break the meta kind of attitude from VP with the here's optimized CS from Fnatic Rising, at least from the couple of maps we've seen so far. I feel like they'd make great scrim partners for each other.
Right? Maybe that's what they're doing right now, getting some practice.
Tell us this setup isn't perfect, VP, and then VP will find a way in.
Roofire just finds a way to dig through the ground. Comes out behind you somehow.
Yeah.
I feel like Roofire's got routes we don't know about.
Yeah.
He's a man with a plan. The question is, can VP execute it? We saw a round where they had nothing but Glocks, and they successfully ran into this A site and planted. Now, it never looked like they had a chance of actually winning the round, but they did find their bomb plant, and we're going to get an exact mirrored image.
Oh my god, let's run it. It's Groundhog Day.
This is nuts. You've got a couple of players.
But they have slightly better guns.
Yes, and a couple players with armor even.
And they're at the top of stairs.
Roofire peek. Ah, Tech9 spam's not going to hit the mark. Lomik, good off angle. Deagle missing, though. Now they're going to get aggressive through the bank. Regali very patient. Look how perfect this setup is. They just picked them apart. Yeah, you planted your bomb, but on top of that, they only did 35 damage across all of the players from Fnatic Rising.
That was nice. That was nice. They're very confident about it, and that's tough part. The tough part to deal with. Now, again, you ought to be worried when you play setups like this, just because you just give over so much money to the other team. There's some more buy opportunities. You know, more buys in the long run, and I think that's why it's sometimes more favorable to try to stop the plant. But if you're also the team that's going to lose the round trying to stop the plant, then no, this is the best, right? They say 5 on this round, no. So taking no risks in their mind, which is good. Well-drilled team, and it shows. I'm always going to get behind it as long as it works, you know, for sure.
What happens when it doesn't work
If
anymore?
it doesn't work, then, you know, flip the narrative completely. Turn my back on everything I said.
Turncoats.
Turncoats. But I think it's just, you got to find your, you got to play it game by game. Sometimes you can't afford to give up all those bomb plants. Sometimes it's not a big deal. Sometimes you're actually more scared of their ecos than you are of their rifles.
So far, the ecos have been pretty straightforward, though. Every time we've seen VP with lesser money, it's just the A hit.
Yeah. But I mean, hey, you give up a bomb plant, but no one dies. It's kind of like you making that money back.
Remember, gamers, don't play video games in the dark. It's not good for your eyes.
I don't know. I Googled this to figure it out.
Did you?
Yeah.
What did the Google say?
I got so many different kinds of responses. That's it's I think it's, I read some like you know, Quora.
Yeah.
Yeah, like where you can go on Quora Digest and people have, that's where like the smarter version of Yahoo Answers now. People go on Quora. You can actually learn so much about the world from Quora. It's great. And I've got mixed responses on Quora for about this. Some say scientifically there isn't a real difference between having the lights on and you staring at your monitor bright as hell. But then some people are like, yeah, your eyes have to adjust to the bright lights and the contrast between the darkness. But if it's always bright, then it's not a problem, technically, just because there's more light coming from one place.
Okay.
So I don't know.
We take our job at the Academy League very seriously, okay? We were hired to teach. And I just want you guys to be able to game for the rest of your damn lives. If I'm not playing video games...
do everything Elige does.
Yeah, do what Elige does. Except win.
Don't win? Owned.
All right. Not as aggressive as the last round. Coming off of the pause, maybe Fnatic Rising. Just wanted to sit back a little bit. See what's offered over by VP.Prodigy, who, for the most part, are finally given a chance to really play a little bit of a proper T-side here. Slow and meticulous. They need to clear connector before anything else. They've already got a player down there, so Cheerful can instead focus onto the bomb site. Let's see if somebody jumps into his waiting scope.
Oh, man. Could be coming. Oh, it's not going to swing that way. Wow, Regali goes out to the left a little bit. Yeah. There's a timing here. He might take this hard angle on divider. I don't know. Oh, we'll see. Oh, there it is. Yep.
That's so nice from Regali. Cheerful had all the time to post on that angle beforehand. Regali just slipped into the spot, and there it is. Sinks the basket. Banjo alongside Pepsor, both peeking down into the monster, so at least they are able to trade that. But Resalt did take one, and it's a crossfire between Banjo and Kevy. Zarison, last man standing in the 1v4, tries to chase into this. 15 seconds, and a grenade that drops him down to 1/3 his HP. Now he just simply doesn't have the time. He could try to go for the desperation plant, but surely somebody's going to get him off of this, and he doesn't even have a chance to put down bomb. 8 CT round wins to the side of fnatic Rising, and it looks good on them. How many more before they close out the first 15?
You know, like sometimes you go to events and they like to put up the Opera versus Opera graphic. That's like a fan favorite, but it doesn't always, and that's not what CS really boils down to in a lot of rounds, right? But I think that's an example of where, you know, an Opera is trying to outplay the other Opera, and it does come down to a bit of timing and whatever. But you know, for Regali to move into that spot instead of taking his, you know, take his position on top of the flower pants and try to plant flower pants on top of the flower pots and looking over towards stairs, that's like a defining moment in the half for him. You know, winning it over another Opera, even though it's not a direct engagement. Flower pants.
Flower pants. What the hell are you wearing on the weekend? Come dance with flower pants. That's my Launders impression. Put that in the AR. Banjo and Pepsor ready again to kind of tether off each other. We saw them shut down a couple players last time, and it's looking good for VP.Prodigy. Banjo's going to take to the cover. Frag grenade onto his head. Still just one player dead for each team. And a couple CTs turned to just a single because Roofire comes up short side and hits the headshot through the metal sheet. Now this is a good chance for the Prodigy squad to get back into the site. And they redirect yet again. I like this. They go for Monster, come back to short, go back to Monster again. However, KST tapping into the head of Cheerful and extending outwards looking for a frag. Lomik drops the op shot, and KST is on a damn tear, nearly killing everybody. He takes 3 of them, activating Keve and getting fnatic Rising their 9th CT round win.
Did Lomik try to flick? Is that what happened? He had it like walking into the scope, and then I think he maybe flicked.
Maybe.
Scared himself.
It can happen.
Yeah. Like that moment from Pepsor, you want to find the timing where you can peek directly into them when they're inside the tunnel. But when they're not directly inside the tunnel, sometimes it's not good to just like do the half peek out and instead just hold the wood wall, because you have a huge advantage from that spot. But if you kind of sort of peek out but not have them in the tunnel running out, turned around, etc. and so forth, then I don't think you have so much of a good play. But the protocols from there were great. You know, they smoked between the barrels and the pillar. Banjo did, and then, you know, flashed off, mollied, everything like that. Made sure to send the tees back. And then Roofire came through on that short peek. Said, hey, we're not done here.
I really respect that reposition from him. Like, he went back through Monster onto short so fast, and then just as fast as he made that move, he was right back out Monster. If it wasn't for KST... 14th round of VP.Prodigy's T-side on their map pick, and they are relegated to the pistols yet again. But they find more bomb plants with buys like this than anything else. KST gets cut down, so he's not going to be able to offer us anything more than 1 kill. He was the hero of the previous. Now somebody else has to step up. It could very well be Banjo. Of course, AK-47 in the hands of Lomik. Maybe that can make a difference, but he also only has 46 HP. Make that 36 as the fire tickles his feet. Regali waiting for his chance to swing out wide off of the dumpster, but he may not even be needed because Banjo and Pepsor on the rifles are right there when needed. Another double digits to the CT side for fnatic Rising, and this looks like their map pick more than anything else.
Absolutely, and yeah, it's especially the retakes. And like, here's a spot where they're fighting for the plant. They do a good job of making sure like to peek all at the same time, and they have one at Optimus, they have one in CT, and they're just committing to those fights instead of just saying, you're on your own, get as many as you can get, but the plan is coming. VP.Prodigy, I love that their ecos are pointing towards A because most of the time they're getting all the way up until the flower, I almost said flower pants again, up into the flower pots, and at that point, it becomes T-sided. I mean, sometimes even 5v5, there's not a lot of great spots to stand in on the site, so it's very pragmatic of them just to say, that's an opportunity, let's keep abusing it. But now fnatic Rising, they grow more confident. They expect the eco to lean in that direction. They're willing to fight to the death. And they're also capable of pulling off that retake when they want to as well. So the real power of fnatic Rising is in the options.
Variety, the spice of life. And we've seen those spices sprinkled across this CT side, no doubt.
But it is like you're saying, it really feels like it's their choice of map.
Yeah, Rising feel very happy, very confident to be here.
Cheerful is a great name. I always wanted to pick cool names. I was never brave enough to just pick like a nice name.
Just be a happy-go-lucky guy.
But he's just must be way cooler than me. Yeah.
Cheerful. Wait, you wanted a cool name and you picked Launders?
Well, okay, hey.
I'm just kidding. Guy named Scrawny can't talk shit. Regali, op kill onto Cheerful. I hope we didn't jinx him. As he tried to go for the op peek down long, he dives out. Banjo's going to be burned away from his position. And I like this. Finally some utility that looks like the CTs can't get comfortable, but they can still kill regardless. There's some trade frags back the other way, but everybody from VP.Prodigy dropping out to fnatic Rising, who had them swarmed with no control over on connector. You see how quickly those B players can just come attacking through the back of bathrooms.
I tell you what, I would never pick Overpass against fnatic Rising.
Yeah,
that was an indomitable A defense. And if this was a scrim and they were doing play out, it feels like this would be 19-11. Like, I don't know how many rounds like fnatic Rising would continue. They're literally just getting better and better as the rounds went on and started out at a deficit.
And they had so many different looks on their CT side as well.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we just saw them. At one point, we were talking about fountain pushes. We were talking about playground pushes. We had players. I'd say, if anything, like never really had to overplay the B site. We never really got, you know, too much. Yeah, there's a couple times where the CTs will go into connector from short water, but
yeah,
if anything,
they weren't
so
as
many
heavy-handed on the B pushes. No, for sure.
Like when they were making their plays, it was towards the A site.
And they actually did something nice where you have a certain amount of time as a CT on the A site where you can get into stairs and get out. And I think there's a couple of times where they'd go and drop a nade, drop a smoke down, but not actually push short water or actually be in stairs. And that drew out some free resources, which was cool to watch. And I don't think I've really seen someone do that before, but that was quite nice. So at least they always feigned it, that they were going to try to do something towards B, but they really didn't mess with pushing on short. And it doesn't seem like they like those, you know, really random, chaotic and opening engagements instead. I mean, they did pick their battles in that regard. Like, they had KST do those plays on A, but in some way, that play can be calm because people don't explode on you all the time. It's sometimes you really do have like a big advantage if you know how to work the fountain properly. But enough yapping. Let's get into the fnatic Rising team speak and see what's popular on this pistol round.
He likes to stand like close right, I think.
Yeah, okay. I'm on the flush.
Okay.
I'm anti as well.
Flashing pillar. Flashing one more.
Barrels?
Pillar.
Still pillar.
And barrels.
And barrels and pillar. I'm gonna kill.
Go up and kill him.
Monster behind.
Dead.
Monster.
Oh, behind you, monster. He was pushing, I think. Nice try.
Let's try.
Oh, they called that the monster player had pushed. He kills him based on that communication, but he didn't expect the second CT to be there, and he dies on the jump up. Very close pistol. Very nice CZ double. Looked like that man was about to set up a slaughterhouse.
Dude, that was beautiful.
So VP.Prodigy win out the second pistol.
And for that reason, we'll have an economic edge. Can they retaliate? What if they do another flawless half nearly? You know what I mean?
I'm prepared to see a different VP in the second half, because after that first half, I'm not convinced that's why they picked this map. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay, sure. It wasn't their T side that got us here.
I can see why their T side might work versus some other teams and stuff, but it didn't feel like so special to the point that like they were out of ideas and stuff. They were just trying stuff. It wasn't working. It wasn't nearly as good as Fnatic Rise's CT side. I feel like maybe they lean on their CT a little bit based on what we see. If this is going to be their map pick, of course, so we'll see if that's actually true or if they really just should have picked a different map. But this is their lifeline. They're floaty in the ocean. They got to swim 6 rounds back to just a tie. Yeah, and they got to deal with Regali as well, who looked very comfortable in that first half.
Life preserver, by the way.
A floaty.
Yeah. Those round yellow.
Even worse, a floaty. Yeah, no, like
okay,
I picture like a Lapras floaty thrown into the ocean that you grab onto.
Like a pool noodle.
Yes.
All right, that bad.
Oh,
I got
that
you.
was even better.
Oh, nice scout shot from downtown. Roofire, though, they don't expect him. Pepsor maybe getting a little too much pep in the step. And Roofire almost makes the exact same mistake. Like, he just killed somebody reaching for the gun, and he's like, well, I can do it, right? Almost dies out to the bathrooms player. Resalt wants to attack from the back, but he will be chased down to the depths of Connector, and the MP9 is good for only the first one. KST sliding in with the FAMAS. This is going to send Lomic just trying to charge into the B site in order to stop all of this cross. The shadows shown. Roofire's challenging out from heaven. He doesn't want to lose his head. Scout's trying to hold this ramp attempt, and now it all comes crumbling down around them. So VP.Prodigy sprinting to that B site, realizing what Fnatic Rising were up to, and they will stop it, but at quite the cost. 3 casualties from the buy of Prodigy.
Yes, it was expensive. It cost a lot. No plant there for Fnatic Rising. They didn't get one on the pistol either. They forced on that. So we'll get another slight buy-in. They're just going to invest into a couple of deagles and bide their time. VP.Prodigy can use this as the round to try to stack a bank, but
just gonna disrespect the Molotov here. That's one player quickly into the playground, but then they fade away. Cheerful doesn't want to make that awful mistake of offering over a kill, nor a gun, nor anything versus a round like this. Now VP.Prodigy want to stabilize. Get that cash flow up. Oh, Resalt looking for the frag over towards Monster, but this is a very spread out round from Fnatic Rising. I don't expect it to end quickly unless they get a sudden kill and think they can swarm off of the back of that. That sudden kill could come via Cheerful. He's able to get down to the front side of Bathrooms, peeks in, and does die to the P250. Let's watch the radar, see how quickly they begin to push. They immediately get their hands onto that gun, throw it onto somebody with armor. So Regali is now going to have to be that ace up their sleeve. They send one player very close to the front of A site on long. Now Roofire, oh, he jumped up, saw the players at a distance, but didn't expect Pepsor to swing out with that deke. Xerison too concerned with men inside of the bathroom, but that is not where they're at. They're all trying to flood through this bomb site, in with the plant, and potentially the upset, but it gets cut down. The rifles prevail with 3 players up. A1Ss will be saved and a 7th round secured.
As sketchy as that was, you know, shout out to all of them. They always held their composure there, especially Xerison, and he was so nice in the bathrooms, get some damage in, keep aware of his flank, like never really get overwhelmed or flustered. And that brings up VP.Prodigy one step closer, but that damage will be remembered. So these P250 kills, because of that last round, wow, that was a crazy shot. Because of that last round, I'm gonna say it again, wow, that was a crazy shot. They got majority deaths 2 rounds in a row. So that was the round VP.Prodigy had an opportunity to make a lot, and they did not. Oh, maybe it continues to get worse.
Really,
VP.Prodigy, yeah.
You're gonna disrespect that utility?
Got a nice spawn.
Gonna disrespect a man like that?
You hear that molly, honestly, powers you up. Like, I'm already here.
Peeking through Molotovs. Like it's your second job. Oh, one tap from the Pepsor. Damn. He was hiding behind the rock, popped up as the player peeked.
Yikes. Got a little excited
knocked
about that
his damn socks off.
It's kind of a nice actually from Roofire, just again, he's not scared, comes through with that timing early on long. Whoa, interesting engagement. Lomik falls off of it. Holds his nerve a little bit. Oh, that'll take the edge off. Reshot. Yeah, he'll grab one inside the B site.
No, it was actually the connector guy.
Sorry. Inside a connector.
He's like, I got you, brother. Kills the guy in con. Can't finish the man in monster, but Cheerful's here to pick up those pieces.
Yeah, they reinforce. Bad flash. Oh, doesn't matter.
God.
Doesn't matter.
And they know about a player towards short. They should.
They do, but they didn't actually smoke short. They smoke onto the site. This is kind of awkward. They're looking for like some kind of heaven plant here. Oh, they grabbed the duel.
There's such low HP. Come on, Roofire. This is your round to win, but he just tries to spam the bomb plant, exposes himself to the guy in water, and that's a foolish-looking moment for him.
He could have... Wait, he got the kill with the molly.
Molotov.
Oh my god.
Oh my... They just threw the 2v4, Mo.
Wow, they really did. Don't have to recount...
Boom!
Wow,
That's the one I'm talking about.
Don't have to recount all the moments where this kind of falls apart, but... Great shot from KST, at least on the entry. Keve baited that out as well. Took one bullet into heaven. They didn't wait for the plant.
Nope.
They had both sides covered, and the smoke needed to be for either heaven. Or honestly, the smoke just needed to be for short. They're coming from monster. They don't have to worry about heaven or CT. They could smoke the path if they'd like to, and then take short control. But they knew one was short, so that was a missed smoke, and still VP don't win the round. That would have been 11-9.
I would just say, I mean, Roofire also
11-8.
Just stepping out onto that balcony when he didn't really need to. Especially if he was waiting for his Molotov. If you wanted to kill the bomb planter, you threw your Molotov on him. You could watch for him to run out. You can just hold your angle.
He really just wanted to make sure the plant couldn't go down, and I don't know. He just had no idea where the second player was.
Yeah.
That's yeah. It looks pretty silly.
VP.Prodigy don't have a massive margin of error, so a round like that, it's gonna sting. And it puts them into a dire position. They're going to get aggressive on long A, try to find a fight on Fountain, but there's nothing here, so the B players need to be very wary now.
I think that's the nerdiest smoke of all time.
Deep playground smoke?
Right there.
Lomik going to be held in here.
Wow.
Needs to buy time for his teammates to either get back through the A site to go down to B.
That was good of him. He actually, literally threw a flash just to be able to throw a molly. And there was a player trying to fight him. Deagle's not nerfed this close up.
Gets the headshot that he needs, but the peek through Monster from KST and the double. KST looking to be the damage dealer and the difference maker. Keve trying to round around the pillar, and with Regali by his side, they've got it. So the B site falls to fnatic Rising, and their T side is going to tear up VP.Prodigy's defense. And this is a round that VP.Prodigy needed in order to not have to go down into the saves. So now it's fnatic Rising, securing 13, shooting for an easy 14th. This looks like we're going to Vertigo.
We'll see, yeah. We'll see. It's got the makings of it. It's already got that tragedy element with that last 2v4 round, especially with how close it could have been. That was a little bit awkward. A lot of things went wrong. When that Deagle sitting on that angle like that, when things get too quiet, you got to start jiggling. Because somebody's jiggling you.
Yeah.
And it just sat didn't see that nervousness. Yeah, he's just like, they're gonna come to me, and they could have, but sometimes that's what happens. But I'm never gonna be unhappy to see a rifle beat a Deagle up close.
Yep, it's the way it should be. The way of nature. However, the second kill, KST doing a good job of adding these multi-frags. I think KST's actually been one of the most impressive players, hands down here.
Yeah,
he's 27-11.
He's like KAST. He's Mr. Multi-frag. He's got some impact every round.
Sure.
It's not too late now. But next round, it's going to feel too late.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's getting there.
Yeah.
It's getting there. You never give up, but you do have to start accepting the possibility of this series going to the third. Zarison.
Oh!
No way!
That was the absolute best angle you could possibly have on the heroic nades onto the boost. That was the cinematic view. That was the IMAX perspective.
No way.
That was in 4K right there.
The Hellfire missile, the triple frag.
You know it's good nades when it kills the guy boosted and the booster.
That's a traumatic experience in a bottle. Yeah.
I promise you are never going to boost that position for the next 2 weeks.
That looked excellent.
That's so sick. The perfect round to go for that. That gives me flashbacks to, like, we saw this as well, right? The calling from Fnatic Rising has looked really sick. The one round that we had VP.Prodigy on their T side go for that quadruple spawn boost was when they also ran up into the playgrounds and took it all for free, right? It's like the counterplay was just the perfect round for it. And in this case, the triple nade is the perfect round for it. That was the only M4 in the round for VP.Prodigy, and it gets blown to smithereens.
Truly the best part. You get the kill on a round like this, and you know that someone was boosting them. You got a lot of info off that one play, especially if you're close to the B site to go and take it.
I am all aboard. Fnatic Rising, you guys earned this win. You've looked very sharp on an individual level. KST is just out there. Nobody can keep up.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize it killed both players.
Yeah, man, that's
wow.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Booster and the boosted.
Crazy.
That's so good. Screaming memes.
Excuse me?
It's a type of missile used in World War II.
Okay.
They would launch them out of the back of a truck. Like 20 of them at a time.
What does a missile sound like when it's... Oh, no way. No way! Are they... Oh, okay. I thought they were... I thought from the X-ray they were boosting again.
They shouldn't have... Because they did it again, now it's like, well, now you're 1 for 2. But they could have finished this with a 100% nade stack. You know? Mind you, when you pull that off, how do you not go for it again?
You go for it again, yeah. It's like when you get a knife, you open one more.
Yeah. Just open... Just one more.
I'm lucky.
Just one more. All in on black. It's not over, but it feels that way. Fnatic Rising just seems like they can't make mistakes, man. They just can't make mistakes.
This is a real round, though. With this triple rifle setup here. Holding long from this position.
Good flash. Cheerful not able to regain stability.
Yike.
Roofire also down with the 1, but this could be Zarasen's round. He peeks out into the banana, gets himself a second. Pepsor will kill him. And now they're going to try to... Oh no, his smoke gets caught on the flower pants.
Okay.
And Pepsor...
That's going to hurt. He's cooking.
Yeah, down to 25. He still gets away. At least a little bit further. The game goes on. CTs for the retake. Let's see if they can pull it off. They've got the smoke. They've got 1 kit on Resalt as well, so he needs to be the diffuser. Lomic has to give him cover, and he's just going to go for the 5-second stick. What is this reposition? Fnatic Rising, they don't even give themselves a chance.
They got there in time. They just didn't expect the CTs to set up that quickly, but I mean, it's a classic maneuver. They get that bomb down, rotate around to bathrooms. If they ever see you or whatever it is, you can set up. But they just didn't think that VP would get on it right away. And obviously, if anyone was there to spam him, he would have died. So nothing wrong with the play VP made. I don't know. I don't really have a problem with the way Fnatic Rising played it, but I feel like that's the thing about Fnatic Rising. Like, that's a normal play to make. But then VP go ahead and like, God, like, they did it.
Yeah.
They did the thing I knew they were going to do.
They did the one thing to stop us.
Yes. Damn you, Roofire. Every round.
Damn you and your big brain. You know, Albert Einstein's brain was actually smaller than the average brain.
Modeled after Roofire's. Smaller?
Smaller.
But he had way more gray matter, right?
No, it had deeper grooves. Yeah.
Actually?
Actually, man. That's a fact. Take that one to the bank. Smaller brain with deeper
I
grooves.
heard that they sliced it up into too many thin slices.
Ugh. Like bologna.
Like deli meat, yeah. That they can't even use it to study it anymore, because back then they thought like they've got to find out what's in the brain, and they ended up just julienning it all the way into tiny little deli meat slices.
Well,
and now it's useless.
When Roofire's done
Look
with
what you guys did, scientists. Come on.
They'll use his for science too. Yeah. That's a weird one.
Yeah, but at least we have Roofire. Yeah.
It's a weird one.
Oh, nice little snap up there. Lomic was so ready for it. Brewfire, speak of the devil. Ready to hold back this B assault. Lomic trying to dive back around short. KST is going to catch him. And KST is always good for a follow-up kill. He is 32-11. And they're in a 2 versus 2 to try and secure that 15th round win that they need.
Oh, timing.
Saracen's going to be walking around the site soon enough. He kills KST. Regali stops the man in front, saw the further player. It's an op versus op battle for the clutch, for the 1v1, and he misses his first chance. Cheerful gets close, but Cheerful goes down, and fnatic Rising with a 15th secured.
That's another 1v1 between the two oppers. We saw one on Ancient from that Brokey position in the last map, and Regali and him both missed a shot, and then on the second one, I think Cheerful got it, if I'm not mistaken. But here's the revenge. Here's the revenge.
KST jumping up. Boom! Takes him out at the kneecaps. Guy trips, busts his teeth up, and Regali hits him right into the gut. We're going to jump into the fnatic Rising team speak, see if they can close this one in fashion.
Flash it. I can repick.
I don't know, maybe.
They smoked mid.
Yeah.
They
Just
smoked
go
short.
back.
I'm
Splitting
gonna go.
Master. He's wood. He's wood.
Yeah.
I'm flashing
Okay.
right side. Flashing pillar.
I'm only short.
I'm mollish.
Out
Mollish
short.
short.
Out short.
Dead. One more.
I'm gonna smoke.
Only
I'm
one.
pushing T-spawn.
I'm molling behind the
I'm
spawn.
gonna take T-spawn.
All behind you. I'm
Smoking
watching
heaven.
Master.
One T-spawn and one.
I'm gonna smoke CT. Let's take it.
I'm ready to flash most. Or
Dead
dead.
Master. I'm watching short pipe. I got short.
Con last.
I'm flashing over short once.
I'm ready to
I got
flashing
the
one
short.
short.
He can cross.
He can't cross. now.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
Fucking
Let's go.
job.
GG.
Take a break.
Okay, I'll take a break.
And in a 16-8 fashion, fnatic Rising will close out on Overpass. The only person who sounded disappointed in that TeamSpeak listen-in was Banjo, because he ate the Mag 7 to the face. All things considered, awesome map from fnatic Rising. I think that T-side just ran right through. After the successful first one, they were never going to lose that map, in my opinion.
It's crazy because, we go into the second half, and maybe if they don't have that back-breaking 2v4, it's a different story. But for now, it looks like we understand why fnatic are looking happy to have Overpass in the pool.
We'll throw this one back to the desk so they can unpack the second map. Don't go too far, because, of course, third one's just around the corner.
After the Torzi prediction, and after the first map, I thought it's gonna be a 2-0 and we'll be done. But we're actually gonna have a third one, because right now, Overpass, fnatic Rising, even though it's their opponent's pick, they managed to take it. Like, they were just not letting, they were just not letting them take any rounds at all. Like, not any. Zero.
That was really impressive from fnatic Rising. It was surprising how much space across the map VP.Prodigy were able to get, because once they got on the bomb sites, it just felt like fnatic were easily the better team.
Sure.
Sometimes, even on the pistol round, they got all this space towards the A site, and then it was when they were on the site, they had a man advantage, and they lost it. And there were consistently times when fnatic were able to battle back. There was a 4v2, a 4v3. There were multiple situations where fnatic were down a man or two, and yet they were still able to fight back. And it's like VP.Prodigy do a lot right in terms of in the default, and then they couldn't close out some of those rounds.
No, I think they're going to be slightly disappointed after this matchup, because they get off to a good start. They go up 4-1 and, for a 3-2, and at that point you think to yourself, if you're VP.Prodigy, you have a good chance of getting off to a really, really good start on the T side. And as you described right here, there was a lot of rounds where it felt like they got all the space needed in order to win the rounds. They felt like they got all the space needed in order to make the plays and set up some good post-plan situations, etc. But fnatic Rising were just one step ahead when it comes to the whole retake game, and that's maybe some of the stuff that we saw in Season 1 as well from VP.Prodigy, that they have chances, they just need to find a way to capitalize of the opportunities given to them by their opponents. I think they should be disappointed right here. I saw them actually win Overpass after that start, and I thought to myself that, okay, this VP.Prodigy team is a much, much better version than the one we saw in Season 1, but after watching the second half unfold, and after watching how well fnatic Rising dealt with all the space they gave to VP.Prodigy, not too sure about it anymore.
Yeah, I think that VP.Prodigy are going to be scratching their heads a little bit because a lot of their game plan went pretty well. It is just some of those late moments, and I will commend the Fnatic Rising T side because VP.Prodigy never felt like they even had a chance once they moved to the defense. You know, they got a few rounds, to be fair, but every kind of like little individual play that VP.Prodigy were trying was quelled pretty quickly. Even this clutch being won by Regali, the 1v2, and I like this. I like that we're seeing Regali clutch. He didn't have, you know, the most stellar map. KST though just popped the heck off. Like,
you said it right. He's either hit or miss.
Yeah, it was up and down for him last season, and now I mean he's got a great map under his belt already. Just a couple of maps into season 2, so that's pretty cool. Can we see more from Fnatic Rising though? And the thing is, Regali, I think we can expect this kind of form again. 20 and 12. That is a typical Regali performance. I'm curious going into the third map if anybody from Fnatic Rising can step up with him though.
Yeah, and if we look, we can see that Kevin is on the bottom, but the stats don't actually represent what he actually provides to the team. Because like, he is the IGL, you can expect that he will be focusing more like on leading the team, not actually getting the shots. That's why they have KST, Regali, and the rest just like to go get the kills, win the rounds. And of course, like Overpass is more of a CT-sided map, so we can kind of expect for like Fnatic Rising to get more rounds in the first half, but probably like 11-4, like the difference was just too big. So there was like no really chance for VP.Prodigy to go get back in the second half.
Especially when you're getting triple naded.
Oh my god, that!
Especially when one of your first cool rounds where you have a couple rifles saved from the previous round, it just they just get blown up. Like there's not a lot you can do. I mean, again, we can just see the prep work that Keve and the rest of Fnatic Rising are putting in with rounds like that. I mean, it's always nice to see nades hit. You know, like I feel like in the Academy League, I've seen in the last season a couple more missed smokes than I would see in a Tier 1 tournament. But something is satisfying that you just have to laugh.
It is literally the worst feelings in Counter-Strike. One is to get knifed, that sucks, of course, but to get double naded in a boosted position where you're ready to kill people, right? You're in the prime spot, you're the proactive player ready to kill, and all of a sudden you just get 2 nades in your face and you're done. It's the absolute worst feeling.
Yeah, and also it kind of takes away the fact that like you can use that position because you'll be afraid to use it again. Like as the caster said, like if you get naded like that, you're not gonna get boosted for like
Show
at least 2
and do
weeks.
It again the round after. That's what I would have done in that situation. That's also a thing and a way to handle it because it does suck, right? But you can't be afraid of doing your own game plan or making your own plays just because something goes wrong once. But of course, you have to be a little bit careful with it.
What do you think the camp is saying, Pimp? If they do boost the next round and get a kill there, what do you think Fnatic Rising?
Just quit and concede and move on.
You're just like, come on, like they really do that after we nade them? Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, like
you can't predict stability.
Yeah, I mean, like your opponents will be like, the audacity, they keep on using that like against us. Like, don't they learn? Like, we just keep, I mean, like, next round you can just buy nades and just keep on shooting there. Like, I mean, if we're winning rounds like this, like, I mean, in the end, like, we want to win the map. So, and that's actually what happened. Like, Fnatic Rising won the map pick of VP, which means that we're actually moving to Vertigo. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's interesting, right? I don't think we saw Fnatic Rising play that much Vertigo last season.
I think in the beginning of the season they did, and they kind of moved away from
exactly.
it.
It wasn't going too well for them. VP.Prodigy the same. Didn't really find much success in the map either, but you see it right here. They played it 7 times for VP.Prodigy, 5 times for Fnatic Rising the past 3 months. So it's not really a map they play a lot. It's not one that they go to. It's not a map that neither of these teams will pick into themselves either. Very low win percentage on both sides as well. So I don't really know what to expect from this one. And as we spoke about coming into the game, right, it doesn't get more 50-50 than these two teams right now on a map like we do.
I mean, this is the series that was supposed to deliver on paper, and it is. I'm glad that it's reaching the third map decider. We've been kind of robbed of that in some of the other series, which were more lopsided. But this one, it feels like we have the right blend of pretty equal skill and IGLs that are both calling at a decent level. I mean, we got Rufire in what he gave us on Ancient, and then we have Keve finally chiming back in with some of his calls on Overpass there. It's nice to see this because Vertigo, it's going to be a real proving ground for these teams because Fnatic Rising, they had so much going for them in the first season, and we're all thinking kind of, can they build on that? Can they be better than the third place team? Can they continue to upset? And then VP.Prodigy were a team that kind of fell flat in the first season. You know, they did okay. They got into the gauntlet, but they didn't do any damage there. So for them right now, it feels like VP are overperforming, and maybe Fnatic, because of this roster move, are underperforming a little, and they're meeting right in the middle, and it's a great clash.
It is indeed a great clash. And again, like I want to just come back to Kevin because, like, you know, on the first map, he had like a really good performance. When it comes to the second one, the one that actually won, he got only 8 kills. But I kind of feel like on their city side, they were kind of had like no problems reading their opponents. Like maybe he was not getting the kills, but he just knew what to expect. He knew like what to call. You know, like he used to be an analyst for the main roster, so maybe he just like watched some demos, and this is the result.
I mean, Overpass is a map where you can also hide a player away easier than you can on some other maps, right? Inferno, for an example, CT side, I feel you need to be a good individual if you want to perform. You need to have individual skill in order to put up for your team. Whereas an Overpass, you can run around, you can be the rotator, you can be the guy throwing flashes, throwing smokes for your teammate, and making the correct calls by positioning yourself in the correct position. So if you have a read that they're going towards the A-bomb side, Kevin has the freedom in order to move around, or at least call the teammates to move around. On a map like Vertigo, though, on the CT side, I feel like, again, it's hard to hide, you know, on the CT side. You need to have some sort of presence on the map. Whether you're playing the B-bomb side, you're playing towards middle or on A, you need to be able to deliver, you need to be able to be fracked. So on Overpass, you can hide Kevin away, you can make him do what he's best at, but on Vertigo, we need to see him step up just a little bit. But then again, Fnatic Rising Classic, Kevin with 10, 12, 13 fracks, and then they win anyway, because Regal is just going crazy with their op. That's the recipe for success for Fnatic Rising.
Yeah, but you know, this is the WePlay Academy League, so I mean, the first match that we had here was on Vertigo, and I think it's kind of fitting that we're actually finishing the B groups also on Vertigo, and I hope that our casters are actually excited to cast a third map of a best of 3. Scrony and Launders, let's get to you.
Yeah, that's right. Finally, one of our series goes the distance, and we get the WePlay Academy League Classic. You know, a little Vertigo. It's about damn time. I see Pimp swinging that bat out of the corner of my eye, so I'm just going to look at you guys, and if I blink twice, please send help. Launders, are you ready?
For Vertigo, absolutely. And this was a thing where it was talked about that like people in the Academy League, like, it was a Heku interview. I can't remember who it was with, but everyone at Handshake agreed to play at Vertigo because they said it was a team map. It was it was a new map that everyone enjoyed playing, and I think honestly, just the operas just pop off the hardest. Here on Vertigo, these are all the demos I watched mostly. Towardsy, Amonasy, it was just an op paradise, honestly. So I think that's what we're going to be looking for with Regali, especially for Fnatic Rising. But I really don't know who wins the map at this point. They both know it.
I'm falling into Fnatic side, I think. The pick on Ancient, I think, kind of blew up in their faces, and I think that was maybe because of the X factor that came from Roofire in some of those crazy rounds. I think, you know, in hindsight, had some of those rounds blown up the other direction, then Fnatic Rising could have closed out on that one. When we saw them turn it up into Overpass, nothing was stopping them, in my opinion. You know, like, yes, there's that 2v4 moment that kind of, like, let's say, like, you know, it prioritized it. It put it down the speed track. But now, I don't know. I'm more convinced in Fnatic Rising. This is where my belief was at the start of the day. The first map kind of questioned my expectations, but the second one put me right back on track. So I think we're going to see a momentous attempt here from Fnatic Rising to just finish off the night in the 2-1.
I think it was Torzy predicted VP would take it, though.
Yes, he did.
But I think maybe he thought he was going to be a 2-0. Yeah.
Well,
very strong. Feels very strong about VP. VP fan number 1.
I feel like maybe those triple grenade stacks, man. That's
not a Keve believer.
Nah. Well, I'm not sure who I believe in. I think I just like the puzzle of Fnatic. I like the way they pieced it together for all 5 individuals.
I agree with that. I mean, I like them a lot as a team, for sure.
Yep. Don't get me wrong. You know, we had a crazy hard carry in that last round from KST. He's going to have to provide maybe something similar to that, but we'll find out. Enough rambling, enough theorizing. Let's just let the players speak for themselves with speed and violence. Pepsor goes for the ramp peak. Lamek trying to chase. This is a very quick play out of the tees up ramp. Excuse me. Get themselves into a position where they can throw out some utility, and we get the smoke. Oh no, excuse me. I saw it disappear from the inventory, and I'm like, oh, he threw it. But he actually just dropped it.
So another map. Yeah, ferrying utility is huge.
Gonna take time to get used to. Oh yeah, look, the other smoke is right here.
Ooh.
So he's selling this, a solo
Try
fake.
To do this, yes. They'll see if they draw the attention of anybody. They've got 2 held, and actually, you know, the bomb plant would be possible, but there's no one to put it down. Meanwhile, the B attack comes through.
Trying to fudge the numbers. Keve just very quickly throwing himself into the back line. He's got his knife out. Oh, it's a knife fight! And Cheerful's gonna walk away with a pile of cash. But his teammates get blasted away. And now all they have to work with is this positioning on the A site from Roofire. The man who was given the smokes to throw. Tasked to sell a fake. At least the bomb runs over very quickly. And it feels like Fnatic Rising are just going to accept the fact that they need to go for this 3 versus 2 retake on the A site. Grab the kit off of the fallen CT. Begin the sprint on over. Now here's the thing, because they played so far back in the B site, it's very possible that Roofire, the guy who they knew was at A, could have gotten back into these CT spawn cubbies. Now that is not the case, and counter-terrorists run right in. Cheerful, 2 headshots, but it's Pepsor with the edge. And it's Fnatic Rising with a bit of BM as they win the first pistol.
They play the numbers down, but that's a plant and a knife kill. It's a huge amount of money made despite not actually pulling the round out. As funny as it all was, I mean, that matters the most probably off this round. So, you know, what does that mean for the buy coming in for a VP.Prodigy? You can only, I mean, we normally see 1 AK, a couple of Gluos and pistols behind it, but, you know, with that little extra cash here, it's so crazy how this goes down.
Too funny.
I really like this post plan. And Cheerful could have absolutely played time, but I also don't mind him taking that duel. It looked like a nice duel to take.
Yeah, he almost lined up all 3 players. So, could have been. T-side buying in with everything they could hope for. AK triple Galil. They decide to burst past as the frag grenade pops. Regali's going to be raising the flag on the play, and he cuts down a player. He gets the second one down, which is super, super easy. Now for his teammates inside of the site. Relative ease once the flank hit is dealt with. Lamek down at the bottom of the B steps, not going to be seeing anything because Banjo's just going to stay tucked for the time being. He knows they're here, obviously. Flashbang's thrown. Oh, and he gets his Galil. Wanted more than just the D. Sprays away, but falls to the hands of Regali. Nice hold by Regali. The first player slipped in. He probably screamed a warning to his teammates inside of the B site, but for him to then just slip that headshot through definitely took some of the pressure off for Fnatic Rising.
Of course, you know, stressing the communication, it's a huge prerogative of the T side, and conversely for the CT side, it's about staying composed. And we'll see if Fnatic Rising really are composed by hearing the communication right now.
One A. I will molly yellow, give it.
2, 3.
I don't hear.
Many. Rushing. Go back.
I'm leaving mid. I'm still watching mid for a bit, Matthias.
Yeah. I'm watching them from this.
One is 50.
They cannot see it. Very close. Can we
Okay, now I'm really rotating.
I just wanna rotate. Yeah. Can we just like walk out and kill them?
Yeah, we can. Just take mid, Matthias.
Yeah.
There we go. Get ready to walk out, guys.
Let's just walk out. Let me go first. Jumper. 2. They went back.
Going back.
One jumper. I need to reload.
Bomb.
Nice.
Flashing in front of you, Kevin.
As well.
Blind.
Jumper. One is jumper.
The bomb is still there. Can leave.
Just fight. Just fight it.
Okay, I'm fighting with you.
I'm coming. I can flash.
No. Headshot. One still jumper.
Maybe we're not build. I think one going back.
Yep, nothing. I don't see anything, Matthias.
Yeah. I will go B.
Watch out inside yellow. A is clear.
Yeah, going B.
Nothing, I guess. They have no Kevlar.
Watch out CT. Up B.
One is
close. Under close. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice,
I'm on
Matthias.
this side.
We still have a smoke.
One on default.
I'm with your window.
Shot.
Ledge. Double.
Double, yeah. Maybe close left, check. Nice.
I check right.
Yeah, I didn't see anything on double stack.
Maybe electric as well. I reload.
I'm
There's
gonna
smokes.
save your smoke for the bomb.
Right.
Window.
Ah, yeah. It's okay.
It's okay. Oh, it's okay, they say, but honestly, tough pill to swallow. Trying to get into that A ramp play, that's a huge risk to make.
Everyone does it.
You saw them chasing as well. He said 1 HP when the player still had 41 HP because this metal wall just eats up so much of that damage. So overestimating how close they were to death.
Honestly, it's just, the thing is that I don't mind the re-aggressions, but I actually think like less utility is better there because the flash that goes over gives the person on the other side of it a time that they can actually run. Sometimes you just walk into it, at least you get like a genuine first bullet opportunity. And I feel like there's so many situations where that duel becomes T-favored, very T-favored. But the CTs are showing their entire bodies, and the Ts have an infinite number of angles on that ramp, as well as the sandbags to just pop up and down or run back and forth. And I think that on the one hand, on the CT side, you feel uncomfortable if you go up the ramp. That makes sense. But I think the approach is just, it's one of the awkward parts about Vertigo. I don't think it's good, actually. But right now, I don't think the best remedy to the solution is just to simply ape it.
Ooh, Roofire seeing the player challenge out from Elevator. He knew that a guy would peek from CT. He seemed prepared for it, but he loses out in the fight. Regali landing the headshot instead. That's what makes the difference. Leaves him with 10 health. And a 5v4 for Fnatic Rising. Pepsor, you know he's thinking about going for a peek, but because there's nobody inside of the site, he has to be aware of the fact that they can do exactly what they're doing. Walk up the ramp into the site for a plant. At which point, his position becomes all the more important. His teammates can come for the retake, but as long as he holds down short, he's good. And Keve, well, he gets aggressive as Zarison cleans up versus Pepsor. Oh, and then the headshots continue to connect. Bomb is planted in the 3v4. VP.Prodigy do not have the advantage, but they at least have the bomb plant to lean back on. Little HP as well for the Ts, at least for 2 of the 3. Counter-terrorist retake comes in with a single smoke to use here. And I don't see a single kit either. So time is going to be the issue. They throw that smoke on top of the bomb, and they're going to have to keep these terrorists busy. A couple players take to the top rope. KST with a quick headshot. Kev's going to stick the defuse. Lomik not going to challenge this. He's going with the flash, has to come in, but as he goes back for it, Banjo drops him in just in the nick of time. The defuse is there for Fnatic Rising. Calculated.
They really hold their nerve. They know how much to get out of it. Now, they weren't getting on the bomb, and you mentioned they didn't have a kill. It's like, oh my god, they're really bringing this close. But they're a scary team on these retakes, you got to say. Now, 2021 Vertigo is not about getting into these situations. They can't be as comfortable with this as they were on Overpass. Less and less teams are allowing the bomb plants to go down at all because these post plants can be very T-favored and just way, way too awkward to risk because of the open lines to smoke spam. And if they want to play that version of CS, maybe if VP.Prodigy are not up to snuff and know how to get these post plans optimized, then they potentially win. But I personally think that's going to be the most random outcome. But hey, Fnatic Rising, they're standing out a little bit in that regard, playing with that level of discipline to stay confident in the retakes, and they trust their protocols, and they've just shown so much success. I guess you have to give them a bit of credit there. So scary, kind of crushing the opposition at the moment.
Crushing them, but how consistently,
just
right?
Just with the pressure, I guess. But yeah, not they lose that round. The awkward exchange on the A ramp as well. So it's weird.
Let's see it. It's going to be another fast one from the Ts. Immediately posting up on the ramp, met by a bunch of utility. Bomb will be dropped down behind them. Poor Pepsor last round just gets iced out. This time he's got players here to help him right out the gate. You never want to be that solo A-hold when you're over on short. It's one thing, when you know that somebody could slip by sight. If your backline on B gets attacked because you let a player through, it's just a lot of map control to hang on to as a single person. I like the utility usage here, trying to clear out terrorists on the other side of Tarp, but it misses for the most part. Flash versus Cheerful.
Oh, such a dangerous position to be in.
Yeah, they want this fight versus Lomik. They hear the utility being used, and then the peek comes through. That was beautiful. It's meant to push players into the short side with those frag grenades. If there was only one guy there like last time with Pepsor, then that would have been an excellent way for VP.Prodigy to take a man advantage. Instead, they go 1 for 1 and walk away with 40 seconds left.
No one there on the other side of the map. So you'd think, you know, you've got kind of even odds to take either site, but if you go over to B, you just lose time. So tons of pressure here on Banjo, but at the same time, his life is easy if he just gets this opening. Let's see if he finds the timing. Behind double, looking for that. Seeing that Molly come through.
Nails 2.
Oh, and now down to 20 seconds. He'll have to push up, and Banjo's not done.
Third frag for Banjo. Cheerful is going to try to catch him back the other direction, but KST comes in through smoke, and fnatic Rising just suffocate this attempt from VP.Prodigy.
What you going to do when there's a big bad Banjo sitting behind double waiting for you to walk up the steps?
Just swings on him because of the utility usage, because he sees that their hands are busy. He decides to go for his hit. And he shuts it down single-handedly. This was Pepsor getting the frag versus Lomic as they lost a player over his shoulder. Nice move by Banjo here to slide all the way right. You know, first it's double box, then it's in the open, and then it's all the way on the side shelf. Just one after another, shutting them down as they tried to rotate. So 4 rounds for fnatic Rising CT side, and unfortunately for VP.Prodigy, it's pistols yet again. Mostly pistols. Mohan, I see a sawed-off.
Oh, baby. JW.
Why is there a sawed-off?
It's still in the game.
Well, of all the places to put it, this does make sense.
Right, yeah. Actually, I didn't know either. I was like, where could it be? But this does... Yo, if anyone late chaos drop, push down here, who knows? But he could take his hands off his keyboards for the meantime. He's only going to need his mouse.
And if they call for the A play, he's going to have to go up ramp with a sawed-off. He's going to have to entry A site with a sawed-off. If that's, you know, whether they even get that far. Because for now, oh, he swaps out to the Desert Eagle. Yeah, I guess if you've got one of those, of course it cost him a teammate. He picks that up off of the ground and then uses it for the headshot. Now Regali is able to get into this mix. Lomic removed from the equation. Roofire and Result. The sawed-off. Oh, and the Mag 7 lover. Shotguns is their common ground. Flashbangs is their demise. Poor Roofire couldn't see a thing as we have fnatic Rising get that 5th round win on the scoreboard.
Maybe it's for maybe you didn't want to see that. The double flash down the ramp, they are firmly in control right now of the half. Like Pepsor is doing a fantastic job of just floating around the A site, and it's a very floaty position. Sometimes you got to play on the short side, take an awkward peek here or there. Sometimes someone's going to say, I'm going to flash you A ramp. You got to take that peek as well. You got to be very comfortable working with very little cover on the A site. That's on the job description. And Regali's got a very deep pick and a small timing. Very, very close to actually finding that frag. And see Pepsor, you know, he gets into Henny. Gets comfy. This is kind of like the group, you know, good amount of map control here from the CT side. They've done enough. They've taken a couple of opening tactics. Good for VP.Prodigy to have not lost anybody as well.
Oof, but Banjo, this time he gets burned out. Think about all those Molotovs just blanketing the positions he likes to play. KST kills Result and Zaracin as well. You know, we talked about KST last map with the multi-kills, but Cheerful can do it too. And so Keve has a 1v3 on his hands. He kills the first player and only loses about 20 health. All things considered, that's good for him. Drops down, has a kit.
He knows where they both are now.
He's moving inwards. He's lost track of the player to his right. Up close and personal. Not going to expect that wide swing from Lomic. So we do have VP.Prodigy with a 2nd round win. And Cheerful definitely made that post plant easier with his double.
That was such nice movement around Generator, but Cheerful had that beautiful lineup as well.
That right there.
Oh, that's it. With the stars aligned. Happens so often.
Line him up. Knock him down. Lomic swings out for the round win. 7-6 is Cheerful at the top for VPP. More utility on the ramp to get this round started. They're going to try to crank the dial, keep up that aggression.
Yeah, that might be what they need. Establish really quick. We saw fnatic Rising have some good early round setups. Very tastefully approaching the ramp with the right grenades and the right timing slowly. And this just breaks it all apart. Say, hey, come down for a brawl. Come to the ramp and let's end this right here. This deep smoke will do nothing. In fact, it looks like Cheerful is just about to step up to the plate. Oh my god. That's one down on Pepser. And Keve,
he got dinked.
He has a bit of a timing. Because they didn't expect him to be here, but
Zarazin keeps watching it though.
Yeah, that door closes quickly.
More often than not, there has been 2 CTs in this spot, so I don't think it's going to catch them off guard that he goes for that peek. Doesn't die for his efforts. Just exchanging some bullets and dropping utility on top of it. 40 seconds. VP.Prodigy with nothing else really to work with. And we're going to get a boost up over the wall. Resalt ready for it. Pops Regali wide open, follows up with the frag grenades. That's tons of damage versus Keve, shaving off half of his health. 3 Ts decide to go in and try and take this bomb site, but KST will find one through smoke, and then it's almost Keve to do the exact damn same thing. Banjo's flank is going to have to be huge, but
man,
they can't really justify going for it. It's VP.Prodigy with another round win on the board.
I don't know. They have a really good flank to actually try it. I mean, they obviously don't know how low people are. Man, there was actually a timing there for him, but yeah, that's 2v4 at the end of the day, so you can't blame him for going back. That's exactly, I think, what VP needed to do in this game. You know, stop playing Fnatic Rising's game. They want you to slow down and then take map control their way, and that's just not how VP.Prodigy work. You know, they can be very explosive. So I like that look to come up the ramp quickly, and I wouldn't be against it if they tried it again. You know.
Snapshot from Resalt. Good lineup. Ooh, Banjo even gets a kill at the end. Okay. Okay. 2 weapons for Fnatic Rising to try and rob this round away. But it looks like VP.Prodigy's T-side's about to add a bunch of rounds to the board, and I like this T-spawn flash. Lomit gonna give chase to the CT, who had the gull to try and take a peek there. Another quick setup from the T side, and not to mention Roofire. He's going to find a lurker in the top of the middle. Regali was looking to take off something. And we've seen a similar round where Fnatic Rising decide to get aggressive on the A ramp, being held passively by Zarazin. He only gets the 1. KST and Pepsi are able to add kills apiece, but it just leaves Banjo in, again, a disadvantageous spot.
They do it again. They got a spicy play up the ramp. They get in their positions. They wait for the re-aggression. Fnatic Rising have been crumbling. That other round, it was like an eco where they tried to walk up to the ramp and still lost there. So, to no one's surprise, they lose again versus better guns.
Walking from Banjo. He will find the headshot onto 1. And he's got the second as well.
Oh my god.
He has a kit. He could have just stuck it and no one could stop him. But Roofire slowly starting to work his way in. A second tap. Now Roofire's going to get all the closer. Banjo, he just needs the headshot, and he almost gets there. But Roofire's 7 health is all that makes the difference. VP.Prodigy almost falling short in the 1v3.
Dude, I thought for sure Roofire's going to start running on the second tap, but he doesn't. He just trusts himself, and he's so good at reading the situation. He did not have the advantage in that 1v1 after the 2 players went down. It's a nice attempt from Banjo. Very clean rifle work here. Look at this. He doesn't bite at all. If he had run a little bit earlier, Banjo could have swung out.
Got KST boosted in mid. Looking to hold his own versus a multitude of players. Oh, he gets so blind, but they don't see him. 2 kills. Keve's able to help out with 1 of his own, and that mid play from VP.Prodigy comes to a grinding halt. 5 deaths down in a near instant.
Dude, these silenced M4s are working like Augs. They are just melting players. Turning the corner. That was a very powerful angle for that exact play. It felt like they've been waiting for that for some time.
Oh, he was so blind, and no one saw him. They didn't see him just roosting in his nest.
Oh my god.
They walked out mid, thought that was clear for the taking. KST just slides right behind sandbags, hangs on for dear life. The play was there, the utility was there. It was just simply an unchecked spot that makes the difference. And a world of difference, because now Cheerful's relegated to just the P250, and we've got Galil's for VP.Prodigy. They're going to go ahead and crank that dial. They're going to go ahead and hit with pressure up the A site, immediate 5v4.
They get in their comfort zone, and this is where Fnatic Rising are uncomfortable. Listen, you could be a retake team, but you know that if you're going to retake, you got to keep at least even numbers. Otherwise, that retake is incredibly unfavored for you. So in this position, we've seen with their one response is to try to reopen up that A ramp, but that's not worked out so well. So let's see if they try something different.
Oof. KST's frag grenade's good for the kill, but he loses his teammate to Cheerful.
Yes, they stay down still. 3v4 and all the A ramp control. The op starting to creep up as well. KST looks like he'll try his hand at it too.
Zarasen's playing tucked. Fnatic Rising have an affinity for this short side, always trying to play people on it. Sometimes a double up. This time just one left. Keve taking to the site jump, and he gets caught by Cheerful, just crossing around that gap. KST slides back, and he lines up too. Turns it back onto the short side with a great flashbang that could have worked out for him. Now it needs to be Banjo, and he's going to play around the smoke, silently working closer. Bomb gets picked back up by Roofire, and he leaves for B, pushing Zaresen into an anchored position on the A site.
Banjo
Roofire fakes it.
Oh my god.
That's just enough to give up Banjo's position, and now Zaresen is holding Banjo in this spot, but Banjo drops his shot. What a play from Roofire. This guy's brain's so big.
Dude, he just, yes, he has such a perfect feeling for what people are going to do. It's working out beautifully well. Nice spray down from KST. Such a great attempt here from a losing position in the whole round. But I really think VP, they've struck a nerve right now. They figured something out on this ramp. Take it fast in the beginning, pause, watch Fnatic throw the round away or make themselves uncomfortable or not have the answers that they need. We saw that earlier on they were trying with the ramp aggression. Now they're doing a lot of the short stuff with 2 or more players walking up. And yes, that actually does look a little bit safer, but it's still a bit sketchy sometimes when you peek out. You don't have just like one clean angle. And you're also susceptible to getting naded very heavily.
Yeah, we've seen really nice utility from Fnatic, from VPP for that reason. Also counter boosts.
I really expect this next round for Fnatic Rising to go, ultra aggressive on the A ramp early on.
Okay, really start trying to fight down at the base of it.
And just really overcommit to this idea. And honestly, if I have VP.Prodigy, I would maybe consider something and just wait to see if they do that. Like that would be my course of action. I really don't think Fnatic Rising have any choice, honestly.
Roofire.
Wow.
Slicing through the defense, finding his opening through middle.
Rent free.
I think this 3-map pool is actually pretty nice for Roofire, in terms of being able to just do these individual sneaky type slow moments, right? Vertigo and Overpass, there's comparisons to draw. He found a way to make that style work on Ancient. I think on Ancient it was way riskier. But like we've seen him just go up ladder halfway through a round, check top mid push, find a player in the corner. We just saw him cheese a player with the bomb rotate. Now he does it again, just doing his own thing. Very happy to just work as a solo agent.
Yeah, and it looked like he was kind of still figuring it out on Ancient, right? Where it didn't always work out so well or looked kind of scary from our perspective, but he still had some success there and looks even like more proficient and impactful on these other maps. So yeah, that is pretty cool. Awkward to deal with. Again, marching to the beat of his own drum. 6-6 and VP, they're showing the adjustment that works, and it gets so scrappy the way that they come to these adjustments. But they know how to do it. They know how to get in their heads of their opponent. So again, I think for Fnatic Rising, I'm really just taking the aggression to the umpteenth level on the ramp and trying to fight them and let the round end there, because these re-aggressions are not working so well. I mean, going for the full retake is another option. I just don't really know if that's going to make a lot of sense. And yeah, for VP.Prodigy, it might not make sense to go back there considering how well they've done so far. I'll just wait to see if they push.
Oh, what?
That's domination right there. Oh, no, what? Oh, he can aim too? Damn.
He just wide swings out, wallbang headshot. KST gonna try to keep himself turned between 2 opponents.
Damn. Nothing wrong with that angle.
Of course, Banjo, don't forget, he died to this player shooting upwards. KST will not catch a terrorist tucking in beneath the old window. Pepsor's trying to trade in middle, and at least that one goes well, but it's still the 2v2. And KST, he sees the terrorist go past him. His position on the quad goes unchecked. Cheerful, it's his chance now, and he fades away. He's got the bomb, and technically he could run. Oh, but he comes right back at it and drops the op shot, doesn't find his target. There's 2 counter-terrorists ahead. And he doesn't want to peek both, but now that he's got Pepsor, he's got this player right where he wants him, and he decides it's time to leave. It's time to stick this sprint all the way back over to A.
Cheerful is a problem. Yeah, the way he approached those fights was actually exquisite. And now, he's going to be the one in the power position. Low HP on his opponent, and yes, he has the op to work with, but look how far away his opponent is. He can take any position he wants, and Cheerful's assuming that he'd already made that move. He tried to go for that hard read. Oh, he's going to come back. Nope.
Still very little HP for both these players, though. Smoke on Cheerful. Smoke on KST. Oh. KST just sprints wide. Just challenges him to take that shot, and sure enough, he misses. Throws the smoke on top of the bomb. And if this op shot doesn't connect, then this... I mean, this is a 10-second stick. Yeah, that's what you'd expect. Bullet goes through smoke, goes right through KST, and extends now VP to the 1-round lead.
Cheerful is a problem, man. Yeah, this guy is definitely very talented, very, very prescient. Super good at keeping an inventory of where people are, what they're going to do next.
Currently 12-10.
Yeah. VP, a late start to this game, but now they've got their feet on their ground now. Felt like Fnatic Rising had their claws in deep, but VP have freed themselves from their grip. Certainly feels like the power in this game has changed hands.
Only a couple more chances for this T side to add rounds to the tally. Try to make work while you can. I'm actually surprised, like you alluded to, that we haven't got those A clashes anymore. They just kind of disappeared the last couple rounds.
Yeah, they just don't feel like they have it. You know, they just basically mentally lost on the ramp. I feel like they need to workshop and figure out some new ways to approach it.
Utility starts flying over top. Counter-terrorists very heavily stacked on this short side, kind of sectioned between the incendiary and the smoke. Frag softening them up, and Resalt's just going to prioritize the bomb plant. He's getting tagged up, and he dies. That's the bomb dropped. And once these smoke fades, yeah, I was going to say, it's not any easier, so they are going to have to use more utility. Zarison actually picking up that bomb and backing up a bit. Maybe it's just going to be better to go for the straight-up duels. Pistol players aggressing onto the short side, but that's 2 of the 3 dropped. And now the kills continue to come in. Regali's able to get at least the 1. And there's tons of damage done to VP.Prodigy. They decide to walk away and leave. Last time, remember, they doubled back with bomb.
Yeah, this is another situation
they just did it again.
Yeah, they're doing the exact same thing. Just to peel someone back far enough, they can take a strong position.
But Regali's still on short.
Oh my God, on the side, yeah.
Yep, not everybody bought it. Zarison will kill Banjo, and sure enough, Roofire on the split. 16 health between the last 2 terrorists to make that difference, and 2 rounds the difference on the count now.
I think all they care about at this point, they survive, you know?
Yes.
They actually have done so well to come back in this half. Very impressive.
Hang on for dear life.
Again, I'm just stylistically...
hang on while you can.
Enamored with these 2 teams going up against each other. They're such different approaches to the game. And now, in the final hurrah for Fnatic Rising, where it just, you know, confidence must be just ripped from them. What will they attempt to do? It looks like they are going to go aggressive, but now, oh, we just fell into an awkward spot there. Can't fall back, can't go behind Tarp. Has to take the duel on Pepper. Pepzor also gets peppered down. Yeah. The red HP.
Not a
best
very
start so far.
Not a very pretty aggression. Not the way you want it to look. Nobody else there to really help him, so he's just entirely on his own. CT's feeding the opening kill over to VP.Prodigy. little bit of mid presence going to push KST off of his spot and drop him to 68 HP. That is not insignificant damage. Cheerful going to lock in the short play so that his teammates can focus more so onto the site. 50 seconds left. Brewfire doing what he does.
He's been rewarded for this patience before. And I mean, I love this. Again, they're doing exactly what works. Plus they have a kill, plus they got damage. Finally, some of those nades come through. It's time to hit the site. They've sectioned out a fight here. Beautiful. They know there still could be one on short side, so Regali doesn't have the drop. And meanwhile, Brewfire is just collecting data. Punching in the digits. Oh, if he had taken that shot.
Of course, they know where Regali is because he landed a kill, but he's needing 4 more frags, and that's just never going to happen. I love the way they put the smoke on top of bomb, commit their plant inside of it, knowing that the threat was there, but knowing that the threat was so limited, and even understanding that they had the players in the positions elsewhere on the map to cut down his rotate, cut down his support. Regali was a problem, but they chopped the legs out from underneath Fnatic Rising, and sure enough, the body fell right thereafter. Look at this scoreboard. From the 5-1 start of Fnatic Rising to the 9-6 finish.
This is a game of IGLs, about a game of preparation. But I think most importantly for VP, a game of adaptability. And that's the one that Fnatic lost. They got called out on something, and within a half, Fnatic Rising could not find an answer back.
Nope, they did not have
Even if they had the initial game plan that was correct, they couldn't keep up. And I'm glad the score reflects that.
And I feel like that solution, I mean, it's easier for us to say, but it was I would have loved to have seen more A-ramp fights. Proper fights. Smoke down deep, frag grenade over, 2-3 players on the peak. It's not as though this threat of a B hit was all too ominous. It's not as though any like fast mid play really came in outside of 1 or 2 rounds. It was there for the CTs to try and throw, but they just didn't seem to have the confidence, right? We had more walk peaks on ramp than straight up early fights.
Yeah, I mean, they seem like a team that, you know, they don't just do stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the difference. That's literally, I think, the difference.
They just
like, I feel like VP would literally just do stuff if someone called it.
Yeah, Brewfire would.
Yeah, they literally will just do stuff. But it feels like the magic of Fnatic Rising is the amount of preparation they have that they can follow through. They've got a number of game plans, but yeah, the adaptability lacking a little bit.
Still a few moments where the individuals did shine from Fnatic Rising. KST's 3K off at the top mid box. Banjo almost pulling off the clutch. We're going to jump into the Fnatic Rising team speak for this second pistol, see if they can cut down the score.
Picking crane.
Picking, nice.
Picking crane.
There's not
One more.
He backed off.
Yeah, nade.
He made that. Yeah, we should
He
just
doesn't
cancel it. We should just cancel it. Let's get back to A here. We just make sound on B and we're gonna walk up A.
Okay.
Actually gonna leave mid as well.
I'm alone. I'll try to do some sound. 1B. He saw me.
What
It's
is
good.
rotating? Let's walk. If we get spotted early now, we're gonna go back to B.
Careful ladder, Julian.
He's gonna pick Ivy. Just hold him.
Yep,
Ivy.
and back. I'm holding Ivy.
Yeah, jumper as well.
I hit him a lot, Ivy.
Yeah. One is
Finish.
nice. Two more A.
Fucking left side.
Two.
Ramp.
It's two A.
Three, everyone.
One Tetris still. I'm holding
Everyone
headshot
side,
for a bit.
Everyone side.
Pushing side dead. One more peeking Tetris.
Headshot.
Dead.
Both were there.
I'm watching Tetris for a bit
2v2
still.
guys.
I have to. Yep. Let's just stay like this for a bit. One's connected. He just spotted me. It's fine.
And the other guy shot from headshot, right? With USB.
I'm not sure. Come with me now, Matthias.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, one is
Headshot.
Tetris.
One more.
Close.
Rain
Nice!
Nice.
That was a nice calm there. He called out the fact that they shot with 2 different weapons, so he guaranteed that they were both pushing from the same position. Because he said the Tetris guy or the jump up guy shot with the USP. That's why everyone should have the same gun.
Right? And the same agent skin.
Yes, they should really agree to use the same agent skins. You know what I mean?
There are no agent skins here.
Yes.
Not at this event.
Yeah, good.
I did see at the RMR that there was a team using all 5 of the same.
Well, yeah, I mean,
skins.
it's allowed, so.
You're allowed. You got to play that edge.
Anyways.
If we've learned anything.
That's why you should be watching WePlay Academy Season 2, Episode 2.
Yeah, because it's not muddied up by agent skins. We play pure CS here.
Yeah, that's right. Real CS.
We teach them properly.
With real talents, up-and-coming talents.
Pepzor finding Lomic through the smoke. CTs don't seem too shy. You know, VP.Prodigy going for that deep ramp aggression already, even though they lost the previous round. So trying to make it work with what they have. MP9 2 Deagles left over for the CTs. Good flashbang. I mean, good in the sense that it works for Resalt, not that it belonged to his team. Resalt gets a good chance to reposition here. What? Regali just... Okay, no. It was... All right, that makes more sense. The teammate next to him with the... Galil. This guy here. Regali with another. Resalt works through smoke. Finds the kill. KST was hunting for this B player. It's a Galil versus Galil. 58 health versus 56.
Oh my god,
Resalt thinks it's an A play.
He actually just missed the smallest timing, and the bomb is going to come in slowly.
Ooh,
and Resalt's like, wait,
it.
is he not planning? What's going on? He's playing the 50-50. I'll have to rotate in from heaven after this. There will be no lurk.
Oh, but Regali using his time to not plant bomb.
Man, he's got to go back, right? Yeah.
There it is, confirmation for Resalt. B site is the intended target. B site is the retake spot.
Oh!
And Resalt, with the result, goes ahead with the headshot, drops Regali, and gets VP.Prodigy in with the force buy. Dude, he was cheeky this round. The way he worked back through that smoke grenade, found KST, and left him sitting.
That's how I sit after a few shots of vodka. Damn.
Where did it all go wrong?
Sit there and watch Resalt work around the site. That was beautiful. You gotta love that. Called him Resalt. You know why? Because he's a bit of Roofire.
Okay.
You know what I mean? With the tricky movements. You love to see it.
Damn, VP.Prodigy, you're going to take away the momentum like that. fnatic Rising just figured you out in the pistol, and then you sweep all of that economy they had underneath the rug. You rob a Galil. Crucial clutch from Resalt.
I'm actually pumped to see fnatic Rising on this T side once the rifles get started.
Yeah, I want to see a real game.
Yeah, because like, you know, haven't seen it yet, and they bring structure. You know, they bring structure, they bring ideas, and they bring execution for sure.
Lining them up. It gets there in the end.
But now the VP have padded this a bit.
Yeah,
they've got memory foam on top of their 12-inch mattress.
4-round lead.
Yes, extra cushion.
Yeah, nice little floor waxer you got there.
That's how I make my crepes. Make some big crepes.
You ever waxed the floor in your life?
No, never put in a hard day's work. Look at these hands.
I remember the good old days. Used to polish that marble.
Marble?
Yeah.
Do you work in a hotel?
No.
Okay. Why are you lying?
Because I thought it was marble, but in hindsight, it was probably, I don't know, ceramic? Isn't it ceramic tiles? Maybe it was just cement. Point is, it was a hard surface. As hard as this CT side seems to be. VP.Prodigies, I tell you. Yeah, man, they've got blood in the water. They've got that killer instinct.
Yes.
And they've got this comfort on Vertigo, I've got to say.
And look how they're fighting. This is how you fight.
Yep, this is what we were not seeing from fnatic Rising. There wasn't a level of aggression like this, forcing the terrorists to stay down at the base of the boxes.
They don't even have to fight. And now they're still fighting. That's how you do it.
And Roofire. Oh! Deep grenade. Lomic finding Pepzor. Regali's going to go ahead and try to speed this up, sprint in. Oh, but he's going to have to stay sharp, but he doesn't look over towards short, and that will cost him. Cheerful's got the kill.
He was so sure he went to CT, barely missed him. There was a moment there where things get interesting. That's the plant, you know. You get that kill, that's the plant, so. Oh, and then the 1v3. At least one kill here for Banjo, but that's 12-7. Man, this is a big series, considering, you know, Fnatic Rising had the analyst's heart. They had the desk's heart.
VP.Prodigy showing us some improvements.
Yes.
But fights on all fronts, right? We've got this double kill in top middle that comes through. We've got a nice dose of aggression down the A ramp.
Yes.
And even though it didn't net them any kills, Rufire, he took the risk of running down the base of B as well, just trying to confirm that there was no presence on this half of the map, really allow for them to be confident in their plays elsewhere. Many players about to charge down into Resalt. Let's see if he can stand the test again. Oh, quick P250 headshot from Regali.
Oh, look at the rotations.
But they're able to lock down the cross. That's 2 rifles posted up on the mirrored, not even a rifle. We've got an MP9 in the mix.
Man, that help was there. Even though Resalt dies, they have so many layers of defense. They even had the initial Molotov that he threw, separated at least one player. Plus, the next guys come in. One of them throws an incendiary down. They have 2 more watching the cross. They had enough to deal with that. Resalt was free to take that peek and die. He said, come on in. You still won't plant.
Come on down.
Well.
13-7. VP.Prodigy racking them up.
On Overpass on a similar scoreline, you felt like the game was over. Are we at that point?
I don't think so yet.
Okay.
But I am starting to feel there. Last time I was a little less optimistic.
Yeah, we still have that. You know, there's got to be a good Fnatic Rising T round to come out of this.
Actually, no.
Oh.
No, I changed my mind.
Oh, wow. Just like that.
Yeah, because we've got this again aggression,
Yes.
and I see a bit of timidness coming out of Fnatic Rising. They're still sitting down at the bottom of the ramp while the counter-terrorists do whatever the hell they want.
This looks good. But you can wait him out, and you can reapproach. This is looking like classic ramp stuff, but there's Lamic with a kill. Got the fight in the back. Lamic can't exactly leave, however, so it gets a little bit weird. But when it all boils down, there's only KAST left at the bottom of the pot.
And a 1 versus 3. And everybody knows
he's just the stuff you scrape off the bottom now.
Yeah. Oh, and Rufire scratches him off. Easy pick up from the flank.
That's the only demo they have to watch, Fnatic Rising. The second half of their own game.
Yep.
From the other perspective.
This is looking like a near flawless second half.
Wow.
VP.Prodigy, they do it. They let him win the pistol, then they reverse it. Uno card. Fnatic Rising are going to have nothing to work with in this, so 15th seems guaranteed from VP.Prodigy. Got every tool they could possibly want. Meanwhile, a Galil. That's the best you have to work with.
Tough.
Yeah. Obviously, the rest of the buy is starting to trickle in now, but not ideal in any sense.
No. Oof.
Would not want to be in their position here. Not after picking up the 16-11.
This is Value Village. They're looking for bargains.
Yeah, okay.
Stop rolling so much.
You gotta be careful when you drop those things,
yes. Man. 51st floor.
Bunch of roly-polies. KST, look at this. I mean, VP.Prodigy maybe gonna get a taste of their own medicine. Rufire, he will fall, but it's Cheerful's up with the double. Pepsor does get a chance to just fly into the B site, and he hits him with the MAC-10 drive-by. Then drops a smoke grenade so that he can cut off any kind of a rotate. Cheerful's so hopeful to find this position. Pepsor flying around like a madman, almost fell off the map, it seemed. So much fire inside of this bomb site that soon the smoke's gonna fade, and the bomb's only going down at this point. Terrorists throw a smoke of their own, but that could actually open a window for the CTs to push in. They throw out the incendiary, burn the players off at the bomb site, and the retake begins to roll. Zarison has a decision to make. Does he want to push through smoke? No. Player close, no scope, not going to connect, but there's just one T, and Lamic's got his head. 2 kills on the retake for him, a 15th secured. VP.Prodigy, even with fire at their feet, stomp it out and stamp down Fnatic Rising. 15-7, 8 map and match points.
And we can't also, and I can't also reduce VP to being one tone in the sense that they can just do crazy stuff. They got a really very decent retake here. They all trust each other. They play it perfectly. And obviously the B site is a lot easier to retake than the A site. But on the A site, they don't ever worry about that because they're doing the right stuff over there too.
Yep.
No good answers here for Fnatic Rising.
And the only thing that Fnatic Rising really used to unveil that was just this crazy Mac 10 play from Pepzor over top construction. You know, the rest of the players in middle died. How many times is he really going to get away with something that nuts?
Yeah. Going to have to eat a whole nut bar each to come up with some new ideas. But the tempo change idea makes sense, at least, you know. At least they try something
Yes, it does.
A little different. Don't let VP get too comfortable.
I wish we had seen that kind of a tempo change on their CT side.
They're sitting there in their tufted chairs on the top floor of the house, telling everybody what to do. Fnatic Rising, just like VP did to them, need to disrespect them. But look at the limited amount of grenades to work with. They can't play a long round.
They're going
and
to try
it might be the
ace
last.
They're inside of the smokes already. Pepzor is going to try and play a similar situation, but he could walk right into the scope. Cheerful
beauty.
rocks his socks. Now they're calling for the potential boost. The CT's so quickly into position. They just dogpile this bomb site. Resalt's got another one, so now it has to be the 3 versus 5. Not only an 8-round comeback, but a 3v5 to get that rolling. Regali looking for some kind of a pick here. Will a CT overextend? Will somebody give him a chance to even these numbers? There's barely even been any damage done. Versus the CTs, that is. Terrorists already softened. Their utility near non-existent. They've got one smoke between the 3 players left. One smoke to block off vision with so many bodies. There's 3 counter-terrorists from VP over on short side. I love this setup. And as Zarison catches Regali, Kevy dies, Banjo 1v5. I don't think this could ever happen, but he's going to tap away and try his damnedest. Bomb still just ahead. Roofire on the other side of sight. He will extend, getting a 3rd kill, but the grenade of all things is where this one ends. And Prodigy walk away with the 2-1 over top Fnatic Rising.
What an impressive map on Vertigo. Both sides, honestly. And the fact is that Fnatic Rising started off like 5-1 or whatever the scoreline was. You think, okay, they've got it. We know they're good on Vertigo. This is a map for Regali. This is a map where they've got tons of preparation. They look like the better team, but VP.Prodigy, they learn on the fly.
Yes,
they figure out their problems in the half, and they even win the half numerically. And in the second half, they just look like clearly the better team. They look like they could have made a comeback on that second half from a really devastating scoreline. So really impressive stuff. I didn't expect to see that.
I respect the aggression, the tempo, and the ability to kind of thrive in that chaos. And, well, somewhere else that we welcome chaos is over on the desk with Heku.
Heku.
I'm here! Well, I can tell you one thing is that Torgy was actually right. They are going to play against VP.Prodigy. This is probably not something that we personally expected, but in the end of the day, they are the better team. While the first half was pretty competitive, when it comes to the second one, Fnatic Rising just kept on getting denied. Like, they tried to go to the sides, they tried to do as much as they could, but the pistol run was the only thing that they actually got.
That's really surprising. One thing I just want to pick on immediately is the fact that there was a change in who the opper was for this team. We see now that it's Cheerful who's opping. Lamek is on the rifle. Last time around, Cheerful was kind of the secondary opper. But I think right now, Cheerful is showing that he deserves to be the primary opper for VP.Prodigy. He's putting up constantly strong performances, and the pickup of exertion, I think that's his username. I mean, he is also just constantly outputting, even on maps that they're losing. Like, this is a VP.Prodigy that we have to start thinking about in terms of, are they a top 4 team at this event? I mean, in terms of the group results so far, they are, and that's something that going into this, I don't think we had any thought towards.
Very pleasant surprise with VP.Prodigy. I think firepower is definitely an upgrade from last season. I think as a team as well, they have a little bit of an easier task with hiding Roofire now. Like we talked about him often, you know, not being good enough. They lack firepower. They lack Roofire not being good enough in the server. But now that they got that extra firepower, it's not really a question we have to ask ourselves anymore. Just like it was with Kevin last season for Fnatic Rising, you could sort of allow yourself to have this old experienced guys because the rest of the guys would do the job for you. And I see the same tendencies as for VP.Prodigy. I agree. Cheerful doing a fantastic job. The new guy doing a fantastic job. And again, pure firepower-wise on the server, there was no doubt that VP.Prodigy were the better team over these 3 maps. You can then argue that Kevin and fnatic Rising still put up a decent fight, but at the end of the day, they lose the 2 maps. They do lose with quite a convincing fashion. So very well played by VP.Prodigy, and it immediately makes me start wondering whether or not fnatic Rising are one of those teams we have to see exit the tournament relatively soon.
Yeah, I think that actually makes me really happy when it comes to VP.Prodigy. That like the maps that they actually won, they won them dominantly. It's not a situation like in the previous season when like they either would win, but the map would be like really close, or they would lose and it would be like in overtime and stuff like that. But the thing is, we can see once again, like when it comes to the Fnatic side, Kev unfortunately is on the bottom, but I want to kind of highlight that like one moment when they were like on the city side, when KST was on the box, it was on mid, he gets 2 kills, and the moment when he's supposed to die, Kev joins in, kills the guy that is supposed to kill KST, dies, and then KST survives and gets another kill. So this is like what Kev actually provides. Like even though like 6 kills, for example, like that 1 kill, he lost KDA due to that. But when it comes to KST, like it makes him look so good because of Kev.
Yeah, KST maybe is going to be the beneficiary of a few of the setups that fnatic Rising are running, but it's shown that it's not enough. If KST has to be the hard carry for this team, that's not going to do it right now. And I think who went missing is unfortunately been Regali. We're not, because last time, I mean, he set the bar for himself so high. He didn't even perform that badly today. It's just that last time around, he was the 2nd highest rated player throughout the entire Academy League. And there are definitely more than a handful of players that have a higher rating throughout the first series now. If he's able to bounce back, fnatic Rising are a scary team once again, but as it stands, with KST being the best player and receiving the most help in some of these setups, fnatic Rising are not looking nearly as competitive as they did last season.
I agree. I fully agree, and I think it's a case of firepower again. I just made the analogy right. Last season, Rufire, we looked towards him. Now Kev as well. I agree. He does set up his teammates, but you can only allow yourself to have so little productivity before it starts hurting the rest of the team as well on the server. Kevin needs to step it up, and Kevin needs to find a way in order to set himself up as well to find a little bit more success while not taking anything away from KST. They lack a little bit of firepower. Banjo did a decent job. He's not a process. He's not a guy that is coming in and taking this team to the next level. Unfortunately, it's still only 1 game, 1 map, nerfs in the first series as well. Maybe he'll perform better later on in the tournament, but they need firepower now and they need it in the next game. Otherwise, that could be it for fnatic Rising. That's so hardcore thought this one is. So I'm worried a little bit on their behalf, and they were in the final. They were placing 3rd in the last season, and they could go out on a last place here.
There is a possibility, but they're going to play still 1 more series. We'll find out if they're actually going to go further, if they're going to get to the LAN. We'll have to find out. But the thing is, even though I got to make quite a lot of interviews with players from the WePlay Academy League and just young players, I actually never got to talk to anyone from VP.Prodigy. And we actually have the opportunity right now because we're going to talk to Result. Result, do you hear us?
Hello to everyone.
Hi. It's real nice to hear you. Result, congratulations with your win. It's a 2-2. It's a 2-1 score. Of course, you probably wanted it to be maybe like 2-0 for you to destroy your opponents. Maybe for you to win overpass, because that's kind of maybe like what we expected. But when it comes to Torzy, he actually predicted that you are the team that they're going to play pretty soon. When it comes to your team overall, I would kind of want to know what is the atmosphere, right? Because you guys went through some changes. You have your really experienced IGL, but is there someone else who's actually helping him out, like a second IGL, or it's all up to your leader?
We already find Xerson, and he's second IGL. He's very talkative. He's best opportunity.
You can say something in Russian, and I can try to translate it.
Первое, из-за чего мы его взяли, это
The first reason
то,
why
что
we
он
picked him
очень...
up. Yeah.
То, что он very talkative.
Yeah, so the main reason why they picked him up is because he's really talkative.
Okay, cool. That's
And he can control our map control on another map when Refire can't see.
Okay.
That's actually awesome to hear because there was so much scattered play for VP.Prodigy last season. I want to ask you, Resalt, about some role changes that I noticed. I think last season you guys had Lamik on the op and Cheerful was kind of the secondary op, but now it looks like Cheerful is your primary opper and Lamik is kind of like he's just a rifler now, I would say. What made you guys choose to do that? Because it looks like it's better for you guys.
Yeah, Lamik was the main opper last season, but the main opper is Cheerful, and Refire decided it, and it's gonna be better because Lamik on second op and he do crazy moves and don't care about it.
That's good.
Yeah, there's a good reasoning. I kind of want to ask you as well. Like we saw you in season number 1. You had a lot of close games where you couldn't really close it out, and you had a little bit of a tough period, I would say, in the gauntlet. Do you feel that you guys are better here coming into season 2? Do you think you can make a better result than you did in season 1?
Of course we can. I want to play in Kiev.
Yeah.
It's a great opportunity for our team to prove that we can play very very well.
Yeah, that's like more than understandable. But of course, the question that I really want to ask is about mouz NXT, because that's the next team you're going to play against. What are you expecting? Are you going to prepare against them, or do you think you'll have like no problems winning against the winners of the first season?
Of course, we will prepare. I heard that Torsi was telling about us, and he chose us before the match Virtus.Prodigy versus Fnatic.
Yeah.
Fnatic Rising, and we prove it, and we prepare it before match mouz NXT. And we will try to get this match.
Okay.
We have very close games with them, and I believe that we can win.
Wait, just to clarify, have you been scrimming them?
Repeat.
Have you played practice scrims against mouz NXT? Is that why Torsi said that?
No, but others academies we are playing.
Okay.
But not mouz NXT.
Okay. Well, you'll have like a whole day off, so you'll be able to prepare against them. Good luck to you, because like you probably want to win against them, because in the previous season you didn't do that good. And if you get the head of a mouse on your platter, like it's gonna look really good in your CV. But Resalt, thank you very much for the interview. Thank you very much for coming here, because like we usually don't get to talk to players from the CIS, so we're really grateful for this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for you. Have a good night.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
You
thank
too.
you.
Oh, what a nice guy.
Yeah, I always love when people, do it.
Yes,
There's only one way of learning, and getting more comfortable with it, and we got some good answers out of him as well. So nice to know they don't practice against mouz NXT. They practice against other academy teams in order to hide strats and in order to come in a little bit in the dark for mouz NXT. That's good information as well. So always, a great example. Do it even though you don't feel comfortable with it. There's only one way of learning.
Yeah, and another thing, like I also heard, like for example, like not so long ago, that like the advantage of being, for example, not a tier 1 team is actually that you get to prep against the best teams, because like if you're like Navi, if you're mouz, the main rosters, you don't want to play between each other, because you don't want to show your strats, you don't want to maybe show like your different changes, different approaches, and teams like this actually have the opportunity to prep against those tier 1 teams. So they're not even like obliged to or forced to play between each other, and then they can bring some surprises to actually to our league.
Yeah, we've also heard that a few of these academy rosters have practiced against the main rosters, and they're sharing strats on top of that. So, I mean, there's a great support system in that sense. And and the point that you're making, Heku, the fact that a lot of tier 1 teams don't want to just scrim the team they're going to play in the next tournament necessarily. So yeah, there's definitely been opportunities for a few of these players and teams to play against better competition. And like they've been kind of in the dark. You know, VP.Prodigy, they haven't been winning too much lately, but they've been playing a lot, and you can see that they're getting better. It's very apparent that this is a better team, and I love the fact that we found out from Result that Exertion is bringing a lot to the table because they looked like a better team in terms of their trading. Like their trading last season was simply bad. Like they simply would just get too scattered and spread out. And now they're clearly more as a pack. And even though, you know, a player like Regali would find a pick, he's going to get chased down. Like that, it made it so difficult for any of the players on the opposing team, on Fnatic, to actually find multifrags, as I'm sure they would have last season.
Yeah, but this actually means that this is the end of Group B. Let's have a quick reminder of what actually happened today, because the first series was the best of 3 between mouz NXT and Furia Academy. It was a pretty one-sided series, unfortunately, but luckily then we had VP.Prodigy against fnatic. We finally got a third map. We got to close the group series with a Vertigo, so I think that's a pretty good day.
Yeah, it's a pretty good day. It was good to see mouz NXT, you know, come in and actually live up to the hype. We saw them win Season 1, we saw them come in and manhandle Furia Academy, and even though that mouz NXT actually, you know, won a quite easy game, I think we saw some glimpses of the potential Furia Academy have. You know, saw some improvements. ZMB had a good showing as well, so you could find positives. And then, as you said, the second game of the day as well, it delivered in the sense that we got 3 maps, but then again, VP.Prodigy, the 2 maps they did win was kind of one-sided as well. So, I mean, they deserved their win against Fnatic Rising, and I'm very much excited to see it, not tomorrow, but the day after. Fnatic Rising going up against Furia Academy. That could be a spicy game, because I don't see a clear favorite in that one after watching Fnatic Rising playing today.
Yeah, but when it comes to Group A, we actually had Young Ninjas against Astralis Talent, and even though the score shows that it was 2-0, the maps were actually really close, because it was 16-14, 16-14, and then Big Omen Academy, the team that actually was at the LAN in the previous season, this time they lost to the upgrade Navi Junior. They lost with a score of 0-2.
Navi Junior are looking like contenders in the second season here. First season around, you know, it didn't go as well as planned for them, but this time around, it's looking really good, and it looks like this is what we're going to be seeing tomorrow. Astralis Talent, Big Omen Academy, they're going to be fighting for their lives. Probably a surprise for Big Omen Academy or anybody that really watched the previous season, but that upper bracket game is going to be awesome, because Young Ninjas came into this, and they were supposed to be one of the contenders, one of the favorites, and they might have had a slight downgrade, whereas Navi Junior, they clearly are playing better.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that game as well. That could potentially be the final we're going to see in Kiev in a month or so. You know, Young Ninja is still a top-tier team, still one of those we can expect to go far in this tournament. And as we discussed yesterday, Navi Junior with Flamey on the roster, with Monacy, of course, still being a guard in this game, then there's not a lot of teams in this tournament right now that can stop those guys. So I'm looking forward to see if they can do it against a well-structured team like Young Ninjas as well. You know, it's going to be the star players, it's going to be the firepower from Navi against the more structured Young Ninjas, and I guess we'll have to wait and see who's going to win that one.
Yeah, but the thing when it comes to Young Ninjas and Navi Junior, the team that wins, they don't yet guarantee themselves a spot at the LAN. But when it comes to Astralis Talent, I mean, they need to fight for their spot, because they're going to play against Big Omen Academy. And whichever team loses actually is out. They're done. Wow. Previously, they played for 2 weeks. Each day, it was a best of 1. Right now, they had 1 best of 3 at daybreak. Tomorrow, they're going to play another best of 3, and it's possibly out. Done.
It's incredibly high pressure. Yeah, it's not something that we're used to for the Academy League, but these teams wanted it. They wanted the change, and this is it. This is throwing down the real.
You wanted this.
Yes, like this is so much tougher, and the pressure is definitely going to be mounting. And I feel like that when these high pressure games happen, then you begin to see, even though it's not going to be LAN, it's still going to be online, but it's some of it is like the pressure of a LAN almost. It's just these players you're going to see some players crumble, underperform, and you're going to see some that live up to the challenge too.
Yeah, you absolutely have like way less space for mistakes, but we're gonna see what's gonna happen. It's gonna be pretty soon. Not today, it's gonna be tomorrow, but we'll be happy to see you back again, of course, with me, with the analysts, with the casters. But for now, we wish you a really good night and see you back again tomorrow.
It's not for him, looking at the ground, and the round is won by Na'Vi. No!